Good morning, PAX! Welcome to day 2 of the PAX Arena. My name is Fickle, and I'm glad to be joined today again by Mr. Rome, handling down the Splitgate commentary for day number 2. How are you feeling, brother?
Listen, I'm feeling absolutely incredible. Day 2 at the PAX Arena. PAX East is absolutely popping. I'm sitting here, I'm rocking my PAX jacket. I'm feeling good. The vibes are great yet again. No, man, it's so clean, man. Go ahead and cop some while they're still available because they are definitely going to be going fast.
Yes, check out the merch booth over there and check out registration as well because we will be doing our Splitgate 10K Almost Pro Open. Anybody can come and sign up that has a PAX badge. Make sure to hit the reg booth over there. We already got teams signing up for another day of fantastic competition. But let's go over a little bit what we had yesterday, because if you missed yesterday as well, it was another jam-packed day of action. It was a little bit more casual, but we had some fun with it with Fall Guys. We had the 5K Fall Guys extravaganza for Stream Stars with all of our influencers on stage with some key highlight moments.
Oh, yeah, big time. Listen, they were having an absolute ball up there. We were seeing, everything come out that entangles Fall Guys. We were having a bunch of griefs, a bunch of people falling off the map. It was, and it came down to the final showdown. Coming down to a 1v1. There's literally no better way to make that happen.
And it was the penultimate tiebreaker at the very end between Bowser and Abdallah Smash, the former champion from PAX West going up against the 5-time from all the other PAX shows. It was eventually Abdallah that clutched it out, returning his claim to the throne. But it was an amazing competition nonetheless. We also had all of our PAX attendees competing against the influencers on stage. There's Philbo right there taking the dub. He got some nice wins in there, some head shakes from Bowser as well. It was just a fun day of competition all around that ended in one of the closest Stream Stars endings I've ever seen.
Yeah, big time. Literally came down to that 1v1, and as you stated, a lot of close endings, and it was honestly a blast to be able to witness, Fall Guys being here, playing for 5,000 as well, got to take home the big trophy too. That trophy was no joke. Abdullah feeling really, really good after that win.
As well as any of the attendees that jumped in and made it to the final showdown or ended up eliminating or resetting some of the influencers, they also walked away with some very nice PAX swag. We're talking scarves, talking joggers, we're talking shirts. It was some very nice stuff to be given away. That's the kind of content we love here on the PAX Arena stage. Speaking of other content, we also had the opening of our 10K Almost Pro Splitgate Open that had some pretty fierce competitors coming up onto the stage to showcase their FPS skills. I know you were commentating that yesterday. How did that go for you?
Listen, commentating Splitgate here at the PAX Arena has been an absolute treat to witness. We got to see it all come out. There were so many collection agencies coming out. Listen, honestly, these players were putting on an absolute show. Highlight reels left, right, and center. It was absolutely incredible to witness every single time.
Yeah, and it was an amazing display. I thought that the competitors yesterday were much better than I would have anticipated coming out on the very first day of PAX. I think those were our very devoted players that wanted to get in and secure their finals for Sunday. I believe we had 2 teams make it all the way to the finals from yesterday's competition, as well as some amazing interviews from Alex for the Bork Jr. team. Shout outs to Bitey that we'll see a little bit later too on the beginning of this show. But we had some BFB competition. We had a lot of Abyss matches, a lot of 2-0s, but it was fantastic competition nonetheless. There's that kaleidoscope right there. 4 in a row. Boom, 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 boom. All the way.
Absolutely beautiful plays. And that's the thing is we got to see yesterday the power weapons really on display, whether it was the BFB, the rockets, didn't matter what it was. You can see Grego Maego, going absolutely insane all day long yesterday. Railgun plays coming out. It was just absolutely beautiful if you are a fan of Splitgate. And listen, I think that's why we're all here right now. We're here ready to see this intense competition go down. It's a great shooting game, and, we're ready for it, for all the action for it. It's going to be fun.
So if you want to see more Splitgate action, well, you are in luck because that is going to be our premier content today at the PAX Arena. If you'd like to play for your opportunity to be on stage, we do have open signups. Any skill level is open. You do not have to have any Splitgate experience. We're all here to have casual fun. Of course, there is the $10,000 prize pool online. And I don't want to say just $10,000 prize pool because this is the biggest Splitgate LAN to date.
Yeah.
And so the people that have been grinding this game are finally getting their opportunity to showcase it and a fantastic way here at PAX.
Yeah, exactly. That's the great thing is so many players online have been coming here talking about the situation. It's the first LAN ever for Splitgate. It's the first real situation where we get to see what it's like on the zero ping situations. And that's exactly what you love. So many players in the competitive scene of Splitgate coming here, showing out, seeing what they're made of on LAN. It's an absolutely beautiful thing.
And we also have more content coming up in the days to come. Tomorrow, starting at the top of the day, we also have our Stay Plugged In Valorant Showcase for $7,500, open to any high school student and college students. Bring your student ID to the Reg booth with your team of 5, sign up for some Scholar Dollars, and you'll be able to have a chance to play on stage. So if Valorant is your dig, come on by the Reg booth and get signed up before we run out of slots. Do you play much Valorant?
Play a little bit, I dabble, here and there. Can't say it's too much Valorant time, but it's definitely had my eye for a couple weeks here and there.
Well, we have some fantastic sponsors for this arena as well. Let's hear from them.
Add oil for 3 1/2 minutes, then you can salt to taste.
How can I help?
I need more eggs.
Never coming back to us.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Headache triggers incoming!
Intense stress. Sensory overload.
Loud noises!
You call for backup?
Excedrin fights headaches fast. Now, even the biggest headaches are toast.
Excedrin keeps your head in the game.
Or no more throbbing noggins.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Ladies and gentlemen, every PAX is special, but this one is extra special. It's not very often we get to talk to somebody as important, as much of a visionary, as professional, eloquent, and good-looking as our next guest. He is a Splitgate caster, pro, and all-around gentleman. I have Coach Bitey here. Bitey, how are you?
I am doing fantastic. I mean, it's been such a treat being out here. This is the first official, almost pro, Splitgate LAN. So I wouldn't have believed it, but this is it.
We're here,
first.
We're having it. Who would have thought all those adjectives and nouns would have come together for one event? One $10,000 prize pool. It's been a joy to watch, but our concern here is that Splitgate is kind of like you could dip your toe in, or you can dive right into the pool, you can splash around, you can, shoot water at your friends, and we want to dive into that deep end together. We want to do synchronized swimming. We want everyone on the same page. So we were wondering if it's okay with you, and if not, I guess we could just toss back to the desk. Could you give us a little breakdown further into Splitgate? Because we all understand it's guns, it's portals, it's arena shooter. We love that. But I kind of want to get into the DNA of the game and maybe into some of your DNA, in your brain, in your cranium, learn a little bit more about you. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. And if you had to put 2 words, what is Splitgate? Halo meets Portal. We're gonna make it real simple. Everybody knows both of those. Splitgate combines them together and puts them into something new. This package, it hasn't been done before. And the biggest thing is that combination leads to this immense amount of depth and just satisfying mechanical gameplay.
I mean, there you go. Halo meets Portal. All right, guys, that was more time. Okay, so we need to go a little bit deeper into Splitgate. Let's load into the game. Let's show everybody what we're talking about here. And I don't think that's anything derogative to say it's those two things combined, because everything is derivative. And I think it takes skill to combine all the best two things from those well-known franchises into one cohesive package. And to be completely fair, as you start moving around, I think everyone will see there's actually more gaming DNA here than just those two games. There's older arena shooter DNA with the jetpacks and stuff. You have a little Unreal Tournament. You have a little Quake in here. But as you can see, you have these portals. That is a huge part of the mechanics of the game. Can you break down how those work, what you're doing, what the purpose of them are?
So portaling in general is like, okay, I can run and gun, right? Lots of games have that. It's extremely satisfying in this game just to even walk around. And if you ask the devs something about the game, we wanted this game to be able to be played by somebody who doesn't use portals at all, or give you the opportunity to perfect that and take your gaming to a next level. So when you use these weapons and when you just sit down, you're gonna feel a lot of like nostalgia for some of these traditional games that, you know, for the last 10 years or so, they kind of got forgotten about, which is why when Splitgate finally came out in 2019, it was such a breath of fresh air to combine these amazing shooters together in an arena package and give you a fresh experience. When you're looking at portals, when you're playing the basics of the game, you always got to remember the simple things of like, since you have portals, what does that mean in my head? It means that anywhere you go, when you see these kind of blue surfaces, that can be a place to shoot from.
Well, you have like in any arena shooter, forget about everything. The characters don't matter. The characters are all, everyone's just, you have like sweet armor and stuff. But at the end of the day, the main character, I mean, that's pretty sweet. The main character is the map, and the map design is so important. But with Splitgate, the map is never the same any two matches because you can move around it however you see fit. You can have different layers of height, different X and Y axes for what kind of angles you can get. But you only have two portals, so it's like other portal-based games. You have an in and an out. You can go in and out as you please, but you do only have two, correct?
Yeah, there is only two portals
at any time that you can personally have.
Yeah, there will be two portals of yours, and then because it's a 8-man game, there's going to be 8
at
for your
least
team
400 portals.
Enemies. And when you start really getting to the top end, there's going to be portals everywhere. And what you need to remember is there's blue portals, there's red portals. Those are the bad guys, those are the good guys. But just to keep it simple, anytime that you're traveling around these maps, anytime you're looking around, it's all about looking for these blue surfaces because it's the fundamental aspect of like slipping around. And if we look right there, you can do things like this where map knowledge and like knowing how do I get from A to B, going through C, D, E, F, G, because there's so many different routes, and that means that there's like all this area for brain power to just let you outplay somebody.
Well, all of this thinking is making me tired. So let's talk about the weapons, the stuff that I really care about, because at the end of the day, it does take a little bit more skill to understand the portals, and when you first start, you might not even use them. You might be focusing on the movement and the weapons. So what are our weapon, at least on this map, what are some of the weapon options we have? What are the weapons we can expect to see in competitive play?
So if you're looking at any
what do we start with? Sorry, let's start with what we start with. Sorry, that was my bad. I want to dive. I'm diving right in.
Well, we're going to go ahead and dive into the water
on
here so we can see those starter weapons again. And you might notice that it's kind of inspired by the old classics of a nice 4-3 tap-in carbine. If you get that headshot, ooh, it'll take them down in 3. But if you don't, you'll get them in 4, guaranteed. So a gun
you start with the DMR and your sidearm. Do you have a second weapon? Or do you have to pick that up?
Well, right here we have the AR for competitive play, though. You get a trusty little Glock automatic pistol, and it'll be there for doing kind of combination play. So if you like some good, interesting mechanics, you can always pop, pull out your trusty sidearm, swap back, and then you can even just.
So unlike a lot of games, they give you these little pea shooters, but generally, especially if you're not playing competitive, they give you pretty. I mean, you theoretically wouldn't have to pick up any other weapons. You have a complete kit from the get-go to do some pretty effective damage. But what are some of the fun stuff? I saw a baseball bat yesterday.
Well, the baseball bat. So right here, you got your trusty little burster.
I'm from New Jersey, so that's the ultimate weapon. I mean, at the end of the day, if you have a baseball bat, you could take over a small country.
Well, let's go over here and go get this batster right here.
And it's called the BFG. That stands for Big Friendly Boy. What is...
It's a bat.
It's a bat. Being told it's just the bat. Okay.
So when we're moving around here, obviously we don't have any bots to kill right here. They must have taken a break, but it'll just lunge forward. Kind of reminds you of a little energy type of sword, but
so it has a lunge built into it.
It has a lunge built into it, and when you see somebody, it'll put them to sleep.
It's a one-tap, one-hit kill.
Yeah.
So what is you know, a lot of times you see arena shooters and people, power weapons are very important, but like I said, they're not completely necessary. How important are they in a game like Splitgate to have these things, to control these on the map?
Well, if you want to be a pro and you want to be the best you can,
Buddy,
well,
I do.
You got to get these guns.
Okay.
Okay, like you're going to hear me say it on the cast when I'm on the desk again, get the weapons. If you're going to be playing in this little cup, get the weapons. Do a little run through. This right here, the bat in my hands, the rail on the ceiling here, you need to eat those up. And there's a timer for them. Right now in the game, it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds on a standard match. So you always got to be looking over there. Once they go down, you know, the clock starts for the next one. So you always got to like have this, it's similar to like tracking armors in Quake.
Sure.
Very fundamental timer-based gameplay. You know, it's a huge part of staying in control. Hey guys, the big weapon's coming up. We better go rally for it. Sometimes you got to give up objective points or give up a position just to make sure you get those, because it's not just rail, it's not just bat. Some maps, there's a rocket, there's a sniper. These things will put you down if you don't control them.
I mean, it is a murderer's row of weapons in the most literal sense. But in terms of play styles and mechanics, I'm sure weapons are super important. You've already confused my little toddler brain of now I have to be doing math and keeping time, and I have my internal clock has to be going during professional matches. What other levels of complexity? Because when it comes to Splitgate, like you said, there is you start kind of like on a shelf. You start right in the middle of mechanics of you have to be able to understand arena-based shooting mechanics, which are not the easiest thing in the world. They're not super hard. It's run and gun, and you understand it, and it's fun.
Yeah.
Put that on a throw pillow. But the learning curve then starts to take a pretty serious tick upwards when you start playing with portals and these timers and understanding the power weapons respawning and stuff. So how does the thought process of a player change when they start to take to the stage and compete against people of similar levels in a competitive settings? How does the game change? What becomes important?
So I think I can really draw from like my SPS professional experience. You know,
and that's a sunscreen?
That it is the Splitgate Pro Series.
Okay.
That we
I gotta ask these things for the people out there who don't know.
So
not me.
As players improve, and we've seen this over the course of a league. Like I've been doing this since 2019 when the game originally came out, and the higher skill gets, the more you just kind of keep enlightening yourself of like what comes next. It's, you know,
Splitgate is a spiritual game. You've become enlightened.
Well,
I saw you actually levitated 2 inches off the ground onto stage. You said this came from the SPS.
This came from
You
the
wouldn't
SPS.
understand.
So it's like you can kind of see if you've ever seen speedrunning with portal mechanics, you essentially get to stand on air right here. Hey, look at me, I'm floating. And because you can do that, you can always do some kind of like advanced portal mechanics where, I mean, it's a little hard to show off how quick you can get going here. And I'm not the fastest racer, but it's all going to be about building these automatic routings in your head where you're just zipping around the map, knowing how to get from A to B. You know, there might be a guy in the middle of the room. I got to boop. Okay, I need to go back over to the other room over here, so we just link in.
And I walked into the convention center today, and he was just doing this to nobody. He was going, bloop, look over here, look over here. This is how much he has to practice. This is what is top tier level practice mean? Is it practicing? I mean, obviously, at a certain level, you don't have to practice your tracking anymore. You don't have to practice your aim or your movement. You understand that stuff. Is it just understanding the maps? Is understanding where you can put these portals, what the best angles are? Or am I thinking more like a CS:GO at that point, where I'm thinking of angles and where should I put my crosshair when I come out of this portal? What's the most important thing at the absolute top level?
I mean, you kind of put it there as crosshair placement and knowing. So with all these blue surfaces anywhere, that means that, you know, if you're pro playing stuff, sometimes you don't necessarily need to have a portal, but you need to block where they could come in from. The moment something gets open, they have EMPs like this. Those will pop and destroy portals.
Okay.
So once that opens up, the hit could come from any one of these surfaces. And it kind of comes into learning where can everybody come from. And okay, I see an enemy throw a portal here. Did he come from over there? Did he come from underneath? And a lot of that is being aware of like, where does the next threat come from? where I'm trying to go, where I need to be, and what I need to look for.
That's constantly what I'm worried about. When I'm walking around the show floor or I'm going to a Dunkin' Donuts, I'm going, where's the next threat going to come from? I kick open the men's room door just to make sure nobody's there. And at a certain point, it seems like Splitgate is a game not just about offense, but it's all about defense, defending yourself from, the unknown portal that's going to pop up behind you and murk you. But like I said, that is just the very, very tip of the iceberg. We're going to see way more Splitgate stuff as the competition continues today in our Almost Pro 10K Open. Bitey is going to be at the caster's desk. He's going to be downloading the matrix code into his brain of Splitgate. He's just going to be behind the stage going, flick, flick, next, right. So I'm going to be back there with him trying to pick some more up. You're going to be sitting right there watching the Almost Pro 10K Open in just a second because we have to get to it. Thank you, Bitey, for being here. You are going to be on the desk, but you should let people know where they can find you very quickly on the internet.
Well, it's Twitter is just @Coach Bitey.
There you go. Follow him. We'll see you in just a sec, guys. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Thank you, Bitey.
Welcome.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to PAX East 2022. We're still here at the Boston Convention Center. I am still Alex Correa, unfortunately, and we're still coming to you live from the PAX Arena here on the show floor. Now, we have a real humdinger of a schedule today. It's an industry term. You wouldn't understand. As we continue our Splitgate 10K Almost Pro Open, it is going to be a slew of Splitgate entrants from the show floor coming to compete live on stage for a prize pool of $10,000. You can sign up for it. You can play. You can compete for a very sizable chunk of change. You could get a down payment for a small house. You could get a dream vacation. You could get 1 tank of gas, all for competing in our tournament. You can sign up here, come on down and play, or just watch if you're watching from home. It is going to be an amazing competition. You're going to see some amazing plays from some amazing players and a middling host. But enough of me. Let's go ahead and get to our casters who'll be taking us through the play-by-play action throughout the day. We have Bitey and Rome over at the caster's desk. How's it going, guys?
Thank you very, very much, Alex. I mean, literally, that's so true. 1 tank of gas about right now is pretty much what you can get about, right?
That's covering the trip. Just like we really got to shout out our sponsors, MSI, how they're covering all of this equipment here at the desk. And I mean, look at this little dragon that they brought to us. I mean, he's talking to me. He's telling me some good stuff about, I actually use that hardware over there. I was trying it out. It's solid. The keyboards, the mouse pads, the equipment. I mean, it's powering it all here. And I'm telling you, it's a seamless experience. And we're so grateful that they provide us with that support.
Yeah, literally everything that you guys are seeing, even the headsets, you know, the laptops, the PCs, the monitors, literally everything, keyboards, mice, it's all MSI. So big shout out to them, the official hardware provider of PAX Arena. And I mean, honestly, they have been, as you stated, it's top of the line. Everything is top of the line. These players coming in, they are blown away by these setups. These rigs are absolutely incredible. They're beautiful to look at as well.
Yeah, and you wouldn't know it, but some of these computers over on the other side, they're all laptop powered. Feels just like the home station.
Yeah, and I mean, that just shows that there's so much power in those laptops. The fact they can use them here the way they are is absolutely incredible. And I mean, this has been an absolutely incredible time so far, man. Can't wait to get into the action.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to today's matchups because I think we're finally going to have the almost part of the tournament happening now. Because yesterday, I feel like there were a little bit more pros in that bracket. And now that they're out, I mean, I feel like the sky's the limit on who's coming out on top. With these best-of-3 matches, we might finally start seeing that soft stadium that I've been looking forward to.
Yeah, big times. Let's go ahead and take a look at the tournament format for today. It is going to be best-of-3 matches still, as we still are in pools. It's going to be King of the Hill, followed by Domination, and ended with a team deathmatch if it goes that far. And once we do get to that top 8-team double elimination bracket, it's going to be best-of-5 matches. Then we're going to be having a best-of-7 grand finals as well. So as this weekend progresses, we're going to be getting even more matches. It's going to be turning up the heat every single time. And, I mean, honestly, the way this format's set up, it's going to be some fireworks today.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing who adapts the fastest. You know, again, we got our 3 maps here, Abyss, Crag, and Stadium. Abyss, again, it's all about those initial power weapons. I don't know if anybody was paying attention to yesterday's cast, but make sure on break, you got to get the bat, and you got to try that rail because it is going to give you such a heads up. Power weapons. If you can't do anything else, get those big ones.
Big time. I mean, listen, that's the great thing about this is that this is the almost pro 10K. And what that means is that a lot of these players, you know, they might be newer to Splitgate. You know, this might have been their first time playing Splitgate. But guess what? Splitgate is a game that you can pick up rather quickly. And if you can start to get this ball rolling, who knows what you'll be able to do this weekend. I mean, anything can happen.
Yeah, and what I'm looking forward to is a lot of these players up there right now, it might be their first time on the stage, and it looks like we're about to go straight into it. So here we go. Balls and Angels versus Team WBUG CGC.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, Balls and Angles, I will say they have the much easier name to read. Shout out to WVU CGC, but already the railgun gonna be used by Jello saying, hello, welcome to PAX Arena.
Yeah, and I'm already looking at this right here. We've got that initial hill set up coming in for that clear control. We're kind of trying to see who gets the first pick, and look at that. Balls and Angels already cleaning out with 3 in a row. That is a clean sweep to start this match off, and that's going to give him some good time.
Yeah, Ball and Angles are doing a great job right now, securing all this time. You can see Jello going to be using these portals to his advantage. You can see it seems like Jello definitely played before, is able to land the railgun shot, not able to pull out the pistol and put in work with it, but regardless, I mean, they still have themselves a sizable lead to kick things off.
Yeah, starting off right here is right on the time where it's like, okay, I got just about the entire hill. I'm looking for that rotation. Don't drop the bat. We're still in control. So now we'll see who's going to take over on this second hill on the map here. You guys are getting a good little pick right there, already starting off with the second hit. Oh,
I mean, the big thing that I'm going to be looking at is right now, Balls and Angles. They only have one death on their side. Jello's the only player that's dropped so far, so everybody else, they are going to be feeling great on the map as we are on with Recto Rooney right now. He's going to be going up around the staircase. He's got the bat in hand, still got 3 charges left on it, going to be going in, is able to get the killing spree, getting the big old swing.
He put him right to bed. Podcake took a little bit of a nap, and we already got his teammate Ekish coming in here. Can he get the clutch? No, float. Finishing him off. And we're finally seeing WVU get a little bit of time here. The break's coming in. Can they find the hit? Oh, but that was a clever little rotate back.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, I mean, this squad in WVU, they're starting to fight back just a little bit more, and that's what you want to see, is you want to see teams start to figure things out, start to get this momentum on their side, and really see a nice even match as you might see a little bit of a momentum play coming out of Float. And, I mean, honestly, we didn't see any real momentum plays coming out yesterday. People using all that momentum to their advantage. So that's what I'm really going to be excited to see today, is if we're going to be seeing any of those plays come out.
Yeah, and what we're trying to see is right now we're going to have the next set of powers popping in about 1.5 minutes, and that's what I'm really looking for. Is you can see those timers sometimes coming up. Which team seems to be paying attention the most? I'm thinking Balls and Angels here. They're looking smooth. I mean, look at this Rector Rooney just cleaning them out. Jello with that assist to clean out that kill. I mean, they're in control here. And this is one of those big areas where you get a large lead from.
Yeah, big time. I mean, you can tell the team comms are definitely there right now for this Balls and Angles squad. They're calling out where they need help at, where these players are one shot. And I mean, that's exactly what you need. You need the communication to be on point, especially with 10K on the line. And the fact that this is just pools, you got to make it out. Only top 2 are going to be making it out. And right now, Greedy Tom going to be controlling this hill for now. He's going to be waiting for anybody on the side of Balls and Angles to come in and try to break it. Railgun is going to be in the hands of Jello, who's currently 16-2. Ooh, did whiff, unfortunately, with the Railgun. He's going to go ahead and pull out the carbine, get the melee, trying to get the carbine shots again. Does get the assisted kills. I mean, 17-2 right now coming out for Jello. Great start.
I really got to call it out. We heard the rail going off there. Jello actually got a 3-shot kill right there. He got 3 on that rail, and that power weapon play is what's really getting them that lead. So we've already got over 60 seconds of hill time in the advantage of Balls and Angels, and we're just seeing good fundamentals here. I mean, they even look like they're kind of doing the basics of Splitgate, and it's just giving them that good enough edge right there to get this lead and keep it growing.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing, is that these players right here coming into today, they're really going to be looking to make a name for themselves. As right now, Fragtastic going to be coming out for Jello, getting the double kill yet again. Make that 16 in a row. Let's see if he can get the 20 bomb.
Yeah, already 23-2. I mean, this man is popping up. Look at him. He's got the S&T. He's going to get that clutch right there. Can he get the other one? Trying to take out Float. Jello in the cup. Is he going to get him? Just looking. Out of ammo. Reload that gun. Bop him out. Nice play. Man, Jello is still showing up.
Yeah, I mean, finally does get taken down, but currently 25-3. I mean, the damage has been dealt right now. This squad in Balls and Angles currently are going to be up by 90, and that's going to be a huge lead this early. We're going to need to see WVU fight back into this game.
Yeah, we really need to look at them trying to get those hits pushed together, and maybe they can get some control here. The biggest thing is set up early for that next hill, and maybe they'll get that time controlled in, because the hard part that I'm seeing is once a team gets dug in at this level, it's really hard to break them out. Look at them, all 4 there, ready for this push. Jello trying to find a way in, gets good entry damage, looking for a little more. Hopefully he doesn't get traded out first. Ooh, Greedy Adam.
Yeah, I mean, did get taken out, but put in a lot of damage right now as Ikaz going to be coming in, is able to get the triple kill. Going to be recontrolling this hill, doing a great job. Ball and Angles going to be controlling this one as they're going to be going up over 100 yet again.
I mean, look at Ekaj's objective time. This man is holding it down. I feel like they even must have set up roles for themselves with how this is looking to be.
Maybe.
I mean, 150 seconds on a hill?
Yeah.
This man knows his job.
Yeah, exactly. Get on the objective and don't leave it point blank, period. And right now, WVU, they got to find a way to get onto this hill and, you know, pretty much get Ekaj off of it because, as you stated, he's been making his home the hill this entire game.
Yeah, he's got the agreement. He signed the lease for it. He's all about getting those points. 169? That's hard to get even in an SPS match. I mean, this man is locked down, but he's got to really also lean to his team here. I mean, look at these plays. They're just benefiting each other so much. They're already up 2 for 2. 1 left. Can Woov get it out? Float. You got to run. You got the bat.
Oh, and that is going to be the bat drop and going into the hands of Rectoruni. And now this is going to be a very tough situation to break. This is now Rectoruni is going to be able to use the bat, get one on out of here. He said, you know what, teammate, doesn't matter. I'm still going to be swinging at you.
It was a love tap of the bat, all right? He's letting them know he's on his 6.
Oh, yeah. You love to see it, man. But this is great comms right now. They're definitely coming out of balls and angles. I mean, it's got to be, because that's going to be the collection agency coming out as the bat still going to be putting in work.
And I mean, just look at that control of this map. You know, I think Balls and Angels can kind of think that, I think we got this guy. Looks like it's locked in. Things are looking great. I mean, all they got to do is get a couple more kills, and that's about 15 seconds, and this game is over.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I mean, right now it's been an absolute masterclass coming out of Balls and Angles, and that's exactly what you want to see. 36-6 coming out for Jello. Rectoruni sitting at 27-7. I mean, pretty much everybody putting in work on this squad, and that's exactly what you want to see because any team that's going to be playing like this, they're going to be having high aspirations to not only make it out of today, but make it to Sunday and make some waves happen.
Yeah, and I feel like this has just been a great class of like a team who must have talked about what they want to do, how they want to play it. I mean, Rectoruni, Ekaj, both of them, they're getting so much hill time. And look at Jello and Chowder up there, just fragging out and maintaining like angles and control.
Yeah, I mean, all around, you know, just a great performance coming out. And that's exactly the type of map one that you want because let's be honest, Splitgate, big game momentum. If you win that first one, I mean, it's going to be looking pretty good for you in that second one if you are able to win it as dominantly as Balls and Angles just did.
Yeah, and they really did put together like the essence of competitive Splitgate. From my opinion, it's like you got your Hill Boys, you got your Roamers, and they're out there. They got the weapons, they got the frags, and they're just always getting that positional advantage that let them really just skyrocket that scoreboard.
Yeah, precisely. And I mean, that was a very dominating win. So if you are the side of WVU, I mean, Coach Bitey, I gotta, I love that. Women want me, fish fear me. That is funny. If you're on the side of WVU, what is your mindset coming into this game number 2 after game 1 just didn't go your way?
The big thing for me is like remembering that this is a LAN event and it's a double elim, okay? You got to take each little lesson that you can here and just remember that you're here to try yourself out. It's not a high-risk thing. Crag domination, it's a pretty open map, pretty fundamental heavy. So I think they just got to like relax a little bit, focus up, and then they can maybe take a map from them.
Now, when it comes to Crag versus Abyss, yes, it's going to be on 2 different game modes, but do you feel like one of the maps is more new user-friendly?
I mean, there's a lot more weapons on Crag than there is on Abyss. So from the professional standpoint, there's a huge difference. From the casual standpoint, oh, I would say that Crag is a walker's map as long as they roll together and don't overextend and win duels. We'll see who comes out.
Now, for those of you newer to Splitgate or, you know, haven't been watching too much, break down what a walker is to me, because you just referenced it.
A walker would be a man who doesn't use his portals very much. And because Crag is a walker's map, what that would mean is that some of the links, they're pretty dangerous to take in a normal match where everybody knows what they're doing because they're exposed. So sometimes you just got to walk there.
Well, I mean, the big question is our Ball and Angles going to know the map well enough to put on another dominating performance as we're about to get into this map number 2? I mean, heading into Crag, as you stated, it's going to be an interesting situation. I do want to see a little bit of fight back from WVU, though, for sure. I mean, you know, right now you're on the main stage. I mean, it's now or never. You got to leave it all out on the table.
I want to see WVU go for the weapons here. I want you to eat that rocket, maybe get that shotgun or the rifle, but here we go. The initial break. Is anybody going for the powers? No, we're going straight into the hard fight, right on the B-Dom. And Jello already getting one. He's looking for another. He's firing off. He got the double combo right there. Oh, and he tried to get even more from it.
I mean, Jello's just picking up right where he left off in the first game. I mean, said, you know what? Doesn't matter. We're going to be winning this one early and often. And oh my goodness, the Rockets are already in the hand of Rectorunied, able to get a double kill. Going to be reloading this one. 2 more shots left in that rocket. Let's see if he's going to be able to make them count.
Yeah, he's already moving it over to the B-Dom. The tubes are loaded. Oh, he whips the first one, gets the second, slaps to his sidearm, tries to clean it up, but Sarf Napkins wiping him off.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, right now, you know, we talked about it yesterday. Typically, the hold that you want on Crag Dom is going to be, you know, that A-B hold, forcing them to spawn down low at C. And right now, I mean, nobody's been able to do that, but it's been a solid A-B hold now that Ball and Angles have acquired. So let's see if they can hang on to this.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to look at this from the overhead view of this map is that since you're always moving for spawns, if you overextend, the team gets to spawn everywhere, and that lets you cap those points and get something going. We're trying to see if Balls and Angles here can maintain control of the map and show a dominating performance.
Yeah, I mean, so far they've done just that. They're up by 50. They've got control of A. Trying to be locking these ones down right now. But I mean, listen, right now, Ball and Angles just have complete control. They've got all the momentum. They're getting control of the power weapons as well. Oh, man. That's going to be a big 1v1 lost on the hill. And, I mean, now that's going to be Ball and Angles picking up B because of it.
Yeah, and I can just look at that kill feed, and it just looks like the Angles, man. They're holding up, and they are fragging out. They are just so in control of the map, trying to... Oop, there's the first little mistake right there. Can they capitalize on that? Will they lose B off of it? Not if Jello has anything to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, Jello's got that sniper in the back pocket, going to be looking to line something up, using his boost, trying to see who he can see up here. And I mean, this is a great vantage point. And I mean, if you got the sniper rifle, this is exactly where you want to be. Is my goodness, lining up the heady. Wow. Is going to be able to get one, miss the second, but still picks up the double kill regardless. Is able to get the triple as well. And that hill should be heading over to Ball and Angles.
Yeah, and we are starting to see the momentum is getting a little out of control. Oh my goodness, look at this, man. The Jello Cup coming in clutch, putting out so much damage. And that's such a great stat. It's just throughput of having the right spot to put the damage out there. Oh, finally going down again.
Yeah, and I mean, they find themselves almost a little bit over a third of the way there right now. I mean, this squad in Ball and Angles so far has been putting on an absolute masterclass yet again. Wow. This time it is going to be Podcake with the Rockets in hand, is able to pick up a double kill. And this is exactly what you want to see from WVU. You want to see them fight back, use these power weapons to get back into this game.
Wow. From downtown, the long rocket. That is the momentum changer that they needed. You get the power weapons. They got almost a triple right there, and they've just about doubled their score, and this thing is now competitive again. We're within 100 points of each other, so they're still in this. WVU finally showing some good life here. Let's see if they can keep capitalizing on it.
Oh, yeah, most definitely still in this. They've just got to keep composure and understand that it's not going to be, you know, you're not going to get 100 points in 5 seconds. You got to use the slow grind. You got to get back into this one slowly but surely. You're not out until it's over, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, WVU, they are fighting back tooth and nail, trying to stay in this one. We got ourselves a 75-point game right now.
Yeah, and that's about as close as you can get it. They just got to make sure that they're winning these duels and not pushing the positions too hard. We need to see those 1v1s come in their favor. WVU, oh no, that would have been the one they needed. But Ekich trying to hold his hill down, finally gets taken out. So we're going to see a double hill for WVU.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, they have extended this lead to over 100 for the first time in this game, and now they are halfway to that 700-point mark, and Ball and Angles doing a solid job right now. They are still locking down A and B, and this is what we talked about. If you're able to have this A and B hold, it can turn into a ton of points for your squad, because right now, it's going to be Jello defending this point, getting the double, big plays coming out. You can see he's shaking his mouse, feeling good. That's when you know you're hot.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting constant 3-man kills, and that just gives you so much map control. I mean, look at them. They're on to the domination phase of Dom. They got all 3 for a little bit there. Yeah. I mean, you don't see that happen unless you're really feeling like probably a little mechanical difference in terms of just getting shut down on the kills.
Woof. Yeah, and I mean, right now, on Crag, it is all Ball and Angles, let me tell you that. Able to get the trip cap, getting a ton of points on the board during that span. And I mean, finally, WVU are able to get C back in their possession, but now they find themselves down almost 200 as Jello yet again going to be getting another double kill. I feel like a broken record saying it over and over, but Jello is having the time of his life out here.
Oh my goodness, he doesn't miss it. He is actually having such a hot set. I mean, the damage that he puts out, the positions that he's in, he is capitalizing on so much. Oh my God, was that somebody off the map?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, Chowder taking a dip.
Yeah, just gonna take a dip in that lovely waterfall right there. Gonna be good to go. But either way, Greedy Tom, excuse me, currently sitting at 14-8. Gonna be trying to break this one, but no, as ECAT's gonna be able to take him out. And this is the thing, the shotgun gonna be coming out. Big plays right now for ECAT.
Oh my God, they got the shotgun and they've got the rocket. I mean, that's so much control on the map. If anybody sees these two boys, they're going to get blown away. Either a wall of lead or a big explosive.
I mean, hey, listen, I'll take myself out with you as long as you're going to come close enough. I got those rockets in hand. It's going to be a problem. It's currently a 230-point advantage. And guess what? Ball and Angles only need 130 to seal this win. They've still got A and C locked down. They're controlling this game. They're feeling good, looking good. ECAT's with the shotgun in hand. Going to be going on a killing spree, lining them up.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, they're just really showing that they've got that understanding of the essence of domination. When you fight, capture hills, defend the hills, and just get those viable trades. Here we go again, Rector Rooney. I mean, that clutch right there is how you win matches. When you're fighting for that hill and you get that last second save, you know it's coming into your favor.
Yeah, let me just say right here, right now, Jello, clear and by far going to be getting the MVP of this match right here. I mean, if it's going to end in 2-0 fashion, how it does look like that's about to be the case in just a little bit here. I mean, Jello putting on an absolute masterclass, definitely making a name for himself. I'm going to be wanting to see what Jello's going to be able to do in the future. I mean, who knows, man? This might be opening doors.
Yeah, I mean, when you put a performance like this is at land. This is a pretty hard situation to just kind of adapt to and play this well. And this might, I don't know if he's played it before, but he's putting on a show, and it's so clean and efficient.
Oh, yeah, big time. And I mean, that's what you want to see is these players coming out and showing up. And now with only 20 points remaining, Ball and Angle's going to be securing this 2-0 victory to win this series over WVU CGC. It's been an absolutely great showing coming out from Jello, Rector Rooney, ECAJ, and Chowder. And I mean, you stated it. The power weapons really spelled this this victory right here.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw them get the shotgun, they got the rifle, they got the rocket, and they didn't really fall off the map too much. So that's all good for them, and it was a great showing.
It didn't fall off the map too much, you know. Definitely fell off one time that we got.
You gotta take a bath, you know. When you're at Crag, go shower.
Yeah, why not? You know, get all that dirt on you. Go ahead and take a dip, man. But listen, either way, great showing coming out of Ball and Angles. I mean, all I want to say is like, how impressed are you right now with Jello?
I mean, that was clean. I mean, the whole team really. Like, I don't, the Fragger, he's great, but his team is backing him up in so many good ways. And sometimes it's just a little win here and there, getting that trade, capitalizing on your power carry, and just cleaning up what he leaves on the table.
Yep.
That is a sign of a team that they might actually be the ones to qualify. I'm going to pick them.
Okay, interesting.
I'm a Ball and Angle guy.
Hey, listen, I like it, man. Shout out to Ball and Angles, man. They're definitely putting in work today. I mean, you got Bitey on your side. You got the big coach on your side. So, I mean, listen, you can't go wrong now. Simple as that. I mean, you're going to be feeling great. And, I mean, they're going to be moving on to the next round. And, I mean, listen, this is groups. I mean, only top two make it out. So every single win, even though it's double elim, every single win, you're just getting that much closer to Sunday.
Yeah, and the biggest thing to do is that the more they play, the more they participate, the better they'll get. Because these arena shooters, it's just experience and experience. Yeah. The more you get, the better you play it, and the more you're just going to dominate. And that's what I'm really looking forward to is these kind of events showcase who learns quick. And that's such a massive part of like the initial stages of pretty much any esports is who learns fast, who pops off, who can make those reads on the fly and dominate that game.
Precisely. I mean, at one point in that domination, it was what, like 330 to 230? It was pretty close at the end of the day, but then all of a sudden, Balls and Angles, they flipped the switch halfway through, and they said, you know what, we're going to be shutting you down the rest of the way, and that's exactly what they did. It was a great performance. They were able to get that trip cap, and they were able to really read and adapt mid-map. That's exactly what you need to be able to do.
Yeah, and it's just going to be such a treat to see them refine their play, especially if they make it all the way through. I wouldn't be surprised if they keep looking a little bit better and a little more clean.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, you're able to keep on building that chemistry with your squad, with your roster, to keep on trying to do some serious damage.
God, look at this rocket.
Yeah, I mean, that rocket, that could have been a big double. I mean, listen, even the sniper plays that were coming out were absolutely incredible. As you can see, I mean, Jello was lining them up, just absolutely doing them dirty everywhere on the map. It didn't matter what power weapon it was, whether it's a sniper, literally the rail gun. Didn't matter, man. You put something in his hands, it's going to be a problem.
And there's like the little moment where they had some life in there. With that rocket, you can see how important those little weapons are.
Yeah.
That was the phase where WVU had the chance to bring it back. But again, you kind of got to do it twice or 3 times when you're down at that kind of disadvantage.
Yeah, big time. And, you know, that's what it's going to be all about. You know, it's going to be all about, you know, finding out where your disadvantages are and being able to negate them as much as possible. And, I mean, they were able to do that precisely. And, I mean, now we're going to be getting into our next matchup, which is going to be a good one. It's going to be Weebs versus I Need Healing. So a little bit easier name than WVU, but I mean, either way, I know that both of these rosters, they're going to be looking to make some waves as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see who we got coming up here. I mean, they're all brand new. So if I had to pick one right now, I'm going with Weebs.
Off name alone.
Yeah.
I like it.
Short, sweet. Weebs.
I like it. Listen,
Team Weebs.
Fair enough. You know, I like it. You know, the first step to success is admitting you have a problem. So I'm going to be rolling with I need help. That's who I need healing. That's who I'm going to be rolling with. Simple as that. So listen, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going to a very short break. And right after that, we will be hopping right into our second match of the day.
As you all know, macroeconomics is very detailed macroeconomics. This marks the battle for push off the spring of day. Just watch.
Nice. Oh, hey, sorry about your girlfriend, man.
Who?
Headache triggers incoming!
Intense stress. Sensory overload.
Loud noises!
You call for backup?
Excedrin fights headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Hello and welcome back to the PAX Arena Splitgate Almost Pro 10K. Listen, I mean, we have got an incredible matchup that we are about to watch go down. Weebs versus I Need Healing. And I mean, if you need healing, Bitey, you know, a great way to get some healing. If you got, you know, headache issues, things like that.
What do you got?
Excedrin, man. Excedrin is a great way to relieve that stress that you can sometimes acquire. I mean, Excedrin is great, helps gamers a ton, and I mean, let's be honest, if you need healing, Excedrin is the way to go.
Yeah, and I think it looks like this game is about to get started. Maybe we're about to snap back in. Here we go, off the break. This is Weeb versus I Need Healing, and here goes the initial breakdown. Kind of just hopped right into it.
Yeah, big time. I mean, listen, I Need Healing going to be coming in with World, Lunatic, Delta, and Sin. And on the other side of Weebs, we are going to be having Vrax, Bolt the Wagon, Duster, and Blackline. So we get to see exactly who's going to be coming out hot, as right now both of these teams are looking pretty good.
Yeah, and I'm already going to be picking my favorite here, the Weebs, baby. So we want to see if somebody right here, I don't know if you've noticed it there, but I'm having a railgun tinkling that somebody up there should probably go eat that weapon.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, the Weebs getting off to a nice start on this first hill. So right now, it is going to be Vrax currently sitting at 3-2, Duster sitting at 4-2, Blackline getting off to a hot start at 4-1 right now. And, you know, all these squads right now just going to be trying to get these rotations. You can tell the team comms are pretty clean out of this roster. But guess what? I Need Healing. They fought their way back.
Yeah, and we can already see them getting set up on that hill. Ooh, here comes that rail. Coming in big, Delta with the big beam, trying to get another one. Gets a collateral right there. Oh, but he just failed the last one. But his teammate Lunatic managing to keep it even. Somebody better go call that rail. I don't know if it was empty.
Yeah, not exactly sure. Going to see who can pick it up, but Lunatic is going to be dropping. Let's see if Delta's going to be able to come in, make something happen with the rail. Is going to be able to get the double kill as well. Add an insult to injury. As right now, Delta definitely going to be feeling good on the map.
Yeah, he came back, got his own rail, cleaned it up, got the last kill with it, and look at this, trying to get the time that he can. Trying to hold out a two-man push right here by Weebs, and it looks like Duster and Vrax both getting a kill apiece to get that hill.
Yeah, and I mean, Bitey, listen, we talked about it. We have yet to see a stadium TDM so far. We've yet to see it go to that third map. Let me say, by the way this starting, I mean, 100 points in and we're this even, we might be seeing that map 3 finally.
Yeah, these two teams are looking really evenly matched. I mean, they're setting up on the hill, covering each other together. But is this going to be the clutch? He did a lot of good damage. Here we go. Bolt the Wagon coming in, or rolling in because he's a wagon, I suppose.
Shout out to the Wagon, the Blackline, currently 11-4. And that's going to be a big triple kill coming in. And Weebs and company are going to be able to lock this one down. They should be able to get some good hill time as they're going to be securing this. And now we get to see if the break from I Need Healing is going to be fortuitous.
Yeah, and what I want to say about that last hit there, it was really patient, and something like that is great to see on a team. Vrax right here getting the good one up. Looked like somebody fell off the map, but here we go again. The team actually just covering each other in really good spots. I mean, they're pulling it together well, and they held that Red Room hill like exceptionally well.
Yeah, precisely, and now we are going to finally see the bat in the hands of Duster right now. Is Duster going to be able to get one, going to be looking for the second, decided to go the long way, yes, going to be getting the double kill. And now, I mean, at this point, just look for that last charge with the bat to really make something worth it, and going to be dropping it instead, not really mad at that decision. Yep, he said, I'm picking it back up, forget the pistol, I don't need that. Going to be patrolling this hill, just waiting for anyone to come in, and pretty much if you're going to be contesting this hill, you are going to be meeting your maker. That's all I got to say.
Right there, it's just like the new player thing of like, this is so cool, I'm just going to run through my portal over and over, and he got a little distracted and forgot he had the bat.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate, but I mean, that's the great thing. You start to learn these mechanics, figure out these cool things you can do, and you know, that's the great thing about Splitgate is you're able to learn and really adapt. That was a great kill through the enemy portal right there.
Amazing damage.
Yeah, I mean, great stuff coming out of this squad, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, these two teams, it looks like they know what they're doing right now.
Yeah, and it looks like Weebs is kind of rallying themselves together, figuring out how they want to play the map. It started out close, but I mean, they are just starting to run with it. I mean, look at them picking it out here. Delta's trying to have something to say about it. Just looking at that scoreboard, this man is kind of popping off with the kills. but they're just not being timed well enough. Here comes the break now. Can he get the pick? Oh, but it looks like one of his teammates already went down before.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that Delta is doing a great job putting out a whole lot of DPS, but the thing is that after a great play like this coming in from Delta, what are you going to do off the backs of it? And it doesn't look like they're going to be getting any hill time, and that's what I'm saying. If Delta is able to rack up all these kills, you got to be able to make something happen off of it. As Sin going to need to win this big 1v1, pulling out the pistol, not going to be winning that one. As Vrax and Blackline, they're going to be locking this down yet again. That bridge not going to be crossed anytime soon, as that's going to be another double kill coming out. And I mean, you called it. Weebs are looking very, very good. They've turned it up right here.
Yeah, they seem to have found their groove. They seem to be in the position to just kind of keep it close. Like, they're always hitting pretty well together. They're getting, that was good damage, but he got traded out. But can they keep it even? Here we go, 1 for 2, 2 for 1. Trying to find the position. World, no, watch out for the wagon.
I mean, the wagon finally does get taken out by Sin. So right now, Vrax is just going to be trying to use these portals, switch up sides of the map, and I mean, that's what you want to see is players using that movement, using those portals. Don't be a walker, not in these situations, as Blackline going to need to make his way out of there. And instead of portaling, I mean, hey, walker mentality, just walk away and you're good to go. And Vrax is going to be locking down this point, and Weebs are still controlling this one. They're up by over 115.
And this whole hill has been pretty bloody. It's a good showing for healing right here, but they probably want to start that rotation process the next after getting this cleanup. Don't let them take the advantage. Oh, it's looking a little grim here if you're a fan of the healers.
Yeah.
Because they're going to need it.
Yeah, big time. I mean, they find themselves down by 110, and this squad in Weebs, they only need to get about 50 more points, and then they're going to be finding victory in this game number 1. As Bolt the Wagon going to be able to get another double kill as that assault rifle's about to be up. Got to see if he's going to be able to pick that one up. Some nice damage going into Sin. I mean, right now, just great plays all around coming out of Bolt. Going to be using that nice portal. That was a nice one right there.
Yeah, he's learning. That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much a standard kind of play that you want to see out of people who are starting to put it together quickly. And I feel like Weebs, I mean, look at this scoreline. They are constantly with each other, playing together, and keeping each other safe. And that's such a good sign that I think we got contenders coming into this these maps.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that means that this bracket today is going to be an absolute war, and that's what we're looking for, really. I mean, we're looking for teams to come in, show out, make names for themselves, and I mean, Weebs, they're doing that especially right now. I mean, that's going to be a big killing spree coming out, and now Duster got the bat in hand, blocking down the hill, and it's going to be now or never. You're going to need to break it, but breaking a fully charged bat, that is not going to be that easy, and they're not even going to attempt to. They said, you know what? You got it. Totally understand as Weeb's going to be picking up map 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of clinical. The start right there, figuring out the map, where the weapons at. You know, once they got their groove, though, I mean, there's some teams that are showing some pretty good organization here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want to see, buddy. I know that you're looking a little bit surprised over there. You know, I know that we were getting some word that, you know, it's going to be a whole lot of newer competitors. But right now, I mean, they're looking anything but new out here. They are absolutely putting in work.
And I think that's just the thing with these arena shooters is it's always just a little bit of experience goes a really long way.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, Weebs is probably going to win this next one. I'm just going to make the prediction here. Tournament play, it's always usually the one who wins the first wins the second. I'm just making that statement.
Yeah.
But maybe I'll be wrong this time. I think Crag domination, it is a lot of weapons out there. We'll see who can take control of it. But here we go with the highlight reel.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it was Weebs that were controlling those power weapons, especially on this map. I mean, you see the railgun coming out. I mean, yeah, Collat was absolutely beautiful. I mean, at that point, we thought that I Need Healing were really in this game. And, I mean, I don't even know what happened. It seemed like around this point in the game, like, look, they're winning right now. And then after this, I think they only scored like 25 more points the rest of the game.
You know what it is? There's only 4 hills, right? So that's 4 minutes at the start. And then you know where all the hills are, and like maybe you got a little idea right there on what you want to do each hill. Because I believe they ended this game, I'm looking down there at that score, it was like 250 to like 100. So the next 4 sets of hills, they knew what they wanted to do, and they got it done.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, you know, you go through the first set, you say, okay, that was cool. Now we know exactly how we want to break this, how we want to hold this for the next time. And that's what we're talking about is teams adapting mid-map in the middle of the game. That is what is going to be separating these squads today because there's going to be a lot of teams that are coming in on on pretty even playing field, but the thing is it's going to be all about those mid-game changes, those mid-game adaptions, and being able to really change the tides of the momentum if it's not going in your way.
Yeah, and I feel like it's always up to those, like, it's all about how you're speaking to your teammates and like, okay, I got an idea on how we're going to take care of this. But in the match, you're just spitting out the comps. He's over there on the red, he's over there on the SMG, but it looks like we're going to be rolling right into Crag domination.
Here we go. Let's see if Weebs are going to be able to close out this series in 2-0 fashion, or if I Need Healing are going to be able to fight their way back and send us to a stadium TDM. I've been waiting for it. I've been looking for it. Right now, BR going to be in the hands of Bolt. The wagon is already, the power weapon's going to be going in the hands of Weebs.
Oh, is that a man in the hole? Send. That hole's, there's no water down there. That one's pain.
Yeah, I mean, already going to be seeing that coming out, and I mean, Vrak's going to be dropping early, but it is going to be a BC hold right now for the Weebs. It is going to be Bolt the Wagon coming in, but there's going to be two players contesting, and that's going to be Sin picking up a big kill. And I mean, right now, I Need Healing. They're getting off to a solid start yet again. We just want to see them keep this momentum, keep it on their side.
I got to really shout out Delta on healing right now. He has been constantly putting out effective damage. I mean, World right here getting a nice clean little double. They've got the position. They've got the control of the points they want. So now we just got to settle down, try to get these kills right here. We need that clutch Delta with the 1-for-1. Teammate coming in now. Looks like they're not going to be able to get that one out.
Yeah, but Delta was able to at least get the killing spree under his belt before finally dropping. So, I mean, I Need Healing right now. They early on had the AB hold, and that was giving them a lot of points. But now it's going to be a BC hold that is going to be coming out of I Need Healing. So, realistically, Weebs, they might be able to turn this one around. If they can go and get B, I mean, Weebs can get right back into this game very, very quickly.
Yeah, and we already see that right now. Sen, he's got the shotgun in his hand. It's a little tricky to use on this map because it's fake. He trumps one shot. There's the second one, trying to stay alive. Be careful. Don't drop it too quick. Duster, do you see it coming? Ooh, he gets the assist right there.
Beautiful lineup coming in from Sin, using the shotgun in absolutely incredible ways right now. It is going to be still that AC hold coming in for the Weebs, though, as they are fighting back into this one. They were down by about 60. Now they find themselves only down by 20. Slowly getting back into this one, but I mean, I Need Healing. They're definitely looking more alive in this
shells
map.
in the shotgun. He's looking for it. He got to get a little closer. It's always so hard to read that range. Oh man, what a drop right there. There's still 2 shells in it that I saw, and that might come back to bite him. Vrax trying to deny the B cap. He comes in, gets 1, tries to get 2, gets traded out. We're 2 for 2 right now. Can Healing pull it out? It looks like they secured it with the 4-man.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a big situation coming in for this squad, as they are still going to be locking down B and C. A is still going to be in the hands of Weebs, but as you can see, C is starting to get contested, so you know what that means. Rotate around. Sin going to be doing a great job saying, you know what, you want to get that one? We'll keep this one in our side, as they've now got the AB hold on the side for I Need Healing and extending this lead once again.
I actually forgot about that rocket. That shotgun's still out there. Oh. Boom by Bolt.
Bolt got 3 with the rocket, and I mean, listen, now with only 1 charge left, why not go to try and make it 4 for 4? He's going to be looking for any player in range. Going to be lining it up, but not able to finish it off. I mean, unfortunate for sure.
Sometimes it's just a little out of range. He did the 50 there instead of the 100, but it was a good attempt, and that rocket right there let them get back in with that triple.
Big time, and right now, World going to be sitting at 8 and 4. Going to be patrolling the map. Right now, Bolt the Wagon coming in, going to be needing to win this big 1v1. Is able to do that. We're going to get taken out in succession, and now it's going to be Blackline that's going to need to come in, try to make something happen, and you can see those power weapons spawning up. Right now, he's just going to be locking down C, doing great stuff. Great job for this Weeb squad, who, I mean, they've gotten the lead now. They're up by 25.
Yeah, but this is finally looking like the situation where this game is anyone's game. Just watching Healing progress around the map, take control of the situation, they are getting a lot of really good picks out there, and that's why this scoreline, it's only 20 points. That's barely anything at all.
Yeah, but the thing is that this Weebs roster, I mean, they were down early, so is this going to be rinse, wash, repeat of the last map where I Need Healing? We're finding early success, but then the Weebs were able to adapt in the middle of the game and really turn the tide.
That was a full 4-man that just got dropped right there. So this might be the moment where Weeds can try to really establish their lead.
Yeah.
But here we go, the first little press onto B. He gets taken out for free. That's probably going to be a B uncap. Can they secure this? Oh my gosh, Duster. Dusted him.
Oh.
Wow, look at them floating together.
Yeah, I mean, they are not messing around. They had a trip cap for a while, and now the Weebs are finding themselves up by 90. A is the only one that's going to be in the hands of I Need Healing right now, and they are going to need some healing in this match right here to get back into it, because it is the Weebs that are putting a hurting on this I Need Healing roster, and that's going to be a killing spree coming out for Duster, as he is dusting up the competition right now.
He is cleaning that up. That one frag right there, let them get that lead that they're looking for. They just got to maintain one or two hills, slowly eliminate the opposition, and they can keep themselves ahead and try to seal this map out. But Healing is really fighting back here. I mean, I've been watching them on this kill feed. They get these 3, they get 4, and they just got to, like, get that momentum off of these kills so they can get to the hill quickly.
Yeah, precisely. And I mean, you've been saying it all day long. Delta been putting in work right now for this I Need Healing roster. Currently sitting at 18-10. So I mean, if anyone is going to be, you know, a sliver of hope coming in for this squad of I Need Healing, it's definitely going to be in the hands of Delta. Going to need to make some big plays for sure. Sniper is going to be missing barely off his Bolt the Wagon. Is going to be able to get the shot regardless. And I mean, just some great plays coming out yet again for this Weebs roster, who still find themselves up by 80.
This is where we need that big value rocket. No, we need to go back up to B. He's taking it all over the map, walking around. We need the value now. We got to get it towards that hill.
Yeah.
Let's go for it, Lunatic. You got to find the big tubes. He's walking it up to B. There we go. Watch for the enemies.
Yeah, I mean, Lunatic took so long to get here. You got to be able to make it count now that you're here. And no, gonna be dropping the rockets.
Fully loaded.
Not gonna be able to get the point either. I mean, unfortunate all around, as now the Weebs have extended their lead over 100, and they only need 140 more to get this win, hit that 700-point mark. And I mean, this squad and the Weebs, they are shutting down I Need Healing at every opportune time.
Oh man, Duster, that donated rocket, and he's making value. Ooh, Delta got the clutch right there. That's a 3-man. If we can just get onto the map and turn these hills off, they might have this chance right here. Weebs had a man disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the Weebs still going to be in possession of A and C. Finally, A is going to be going over to the side of I Need Healing, so now it's going to be I Need Healing that have the fabled A-B hold. Going to be forcing them to spawn down at C, and right now, as long as I Need Healing are going to be able to slay out, I mean, things should be looking pretty good for them. As Delta putting in work right now, getting the double kill, and this is exactly what we needed from I Need Healing. They needed this to get back into it, as Delta's going to be coming in. Another big kill. Isn't able to get the final one, but either way, so much damage coming out. I Need Healing are very much in this game.
Yeah, they just got to make sure that they're focusing on turning these hills off. They're getting the fights. They're winning where they need to. They just got to make sure that they're getting to these hills to shut them up. You got to get over to C, buddy. You got to shut it off. Oh, no.
Got to get there right now. I mean, a trip cap is definitely going to be the situation that I Need Healing are going to be going for right now. I mean, you got to keep these points from coming in at C for sure, because, I mean, now they're only 40 points away, and you need 125 in order to win. So a trip cap is going to be necessary for I Need Healing in order to win this one. But, I mean, either way, this Weebs roster, they only need 20 more seconds. I mean, all they need to do is keep holding on to C.
Yeah, and we're just kind of seeing the little inexperience about traveling around the map, because this is totally in Healing's favor. If they just knew how to get there quickly, oh, they just need to shut down the C point, but it looks like it's only going to be 8 seconds left. What a rally right there. I mean, that was an amazing game.
Yeah, I mean, you really were able to see, you know, the Weebs roster, you know, be able to fight back early on. It was I Need Healing who had, you know, the early lead in this one, but Weebs able to reclaim it and then never look back. And I got to be honest, map 2 looked a whole lot like map number 1.
I think I disagree right there.
Really?
Yeah, I think Healing, they were figuring it out. And it wasn't just Delta fragging that time, because I'm watching that kill feed kind of crawl up, and it was really even when it came to everybody fighting well. But it just comes to, like, with Dom, you know, sometimes if you're fast capping, you die, you spawn, maybe you're near the hill. It just takes a little bit of an advantage, and then a couple 1 fights, I think if they didn't donate that one rocket, that game could have flipped. If he got big value out of that, it would have been a different style. But
I mean, big time. He was walking around the map for like 20 seconds looking for somebody to shoot the rocket at him. And that's where it comes to using those portals. I mean, you talked about it all day. It's going to be, it's going to be a skill gap with that portal usage. And I mean, if, I Need Healing were able to use those portals to their advantage, that rocket play might have been a little bit better in their favor. I mean, who knows, though? I mean, the thing is, as you stated, I Need Healing, they definitely ended that game on the upswing. So going now down into that lower bracket, they're going to be feeling a lot better. And I got to be honest, I Need Healing, they're going to be a team that people are going to need to look out for because I feel like they are growing.
Yeah, and maybe they're going to be giving the healing out soon enough. But it was a great showing from both teams. Weeps, my pick, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Did a great job. So big shout out to them performing so well on stage. And I look forward to them in the, the winners final.
Oh, big time. I mean, hey, listen, shout out to this squad for being able to make it there. I mean, winners finals, that means they've secured top 3. So all they got to do is win one more series on the day, and then they are going to be qualified for Sunday. So who knows exactly who's going to be able to make it out of this pool? Because let's be honest, I mean, I'm seeing a few teams already that are looking pretty good.
I mean, these MSI highlights are just so clean. Yeah. I mean, you can really see like each player putting in the work here. MVP of healing is Delta. Spread out the Delta, get them together, and I could see them coming back up.
Big time. I mean, listen, this player in Delta is definitely making a name for himself, even though, in a losing effort, still able to put in a bunch of work, tons of numbers, tons of damage going out. And I mean, as you stated, if they can find a way to really start to play around Delta a little bit better, I mean, this roster and I Need Healing could get very, very scary.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing who comes up next. I mean, when you're new to these kind of games, like it's all about trying to master these mechanics. And the portal mechanic, it is so fast. It's so new that like it's basically learning a new approach to shooters since it's not in there.
Yeah, big time. And I mean, listen, honestly, all these players, Duster, Bolt the Wagon, Blackline, Vrax, they were putting on a clinic. Now, if you were to give anyone the MVP of this match right here, who you giving it to?
There's a lot of good players there. The whole Weeb squad kind of popped off, but I'm going with Bolt.
Hey, I'm not
I like
mad
Wagons.
I'm not mad at it, man. Shout out to Wagon. I mean, Bolt the Wagon was definitely putting in work on both maps. I mean, we saw Duster was able to get a ton of hill time in game number 1, and I mean, definitely the OBJ MVP, if you will, of that game. But either way, it was a well-rounded effort. The fact that I asked you the question, who gets MVP, and it's a little bit up in the air, that's a good thing, honestly, coming in for Weebs. That means that your whole squad is here and ready for action.
It all comes down to just doing your part in the service of getting those objectives and staying in control.
Oh, yeah, big time. I mean, you can see the player cavs, man, they were happy to get that victory. Shout out to the Weebs yet again. Man, this has been such an incredible showing. 2 intense matches, 2 2-0s on the day, but guess what? The 2 squads that we saw win so far, they have been looking absolutely incredible. So, I mean, shout out to the rosters that did take a loss, but, I mean, sometimes when you take a loss, you get a little bit of a headache, a little bit of a migraine, and, sometimes there's nothing better to cure that than some good old Excedrin. If you get some Excedrin, that headache, kiss it goodbye.
Yeah, just a little bit of Excedrin, quick, easy relief, gets on board real fast.
Oh, yeah, big time. Shout out to them. And, man, as well, I mean, shout out to MSI, as you stated. I mean, we just saw the MSI highlights coming out. I mean, MSI is the official hardware provider of the PAX Arena, and it has been absolutely beautiful this entire time, but we are not done on the day with Splitgate action. That's going to do it for me and Bitey for now, but listen, we will be right back with another intense matchup as we're going to be bringing in Evil Cat and Supersonic to cast the next one. We'll see you guys after this break.
Whew. Wow, that was a lot.
Yeah.
Sources say Class 9 meteor is headed straight for Earth. It's just in, 2 young graduates are taking on the task by themselves. Tomorrow's the day we find out if their laser works.
We did it.
Oh.
Thank you.
Welcome back on in, folks, to PAX Arena. Almost Pro 10K in Splitgate. We're about halfway through our second pool today, trying to find those 2 more teams. They'll be heading their way on into the playoffs, and a couple new faces here on the desk. I'm Abel Catter Mimi, joined back by Supersonic. How you feeling?
Feeling good. We had a couple good series yesterday. I mean, we had a team that kind of manhandled that Group A.
Yeah.
Today, there's been some pretty close games. We've been going to Game 3s. Interested to see if we get more of that here as we get into our next series.
Yeah, it's definitely been looking really competitive thus far, which is very exciting. But we have our first qualification match on the line here, so we're going to know our third team to be making their way in towards the playoffs, have a chance to play for those $10,000. A very exciting prospect in the teams that we're fighting between here. Well, one of which we just got to see on stage in way of Weeps.
Yeah, so they just took down that match, and now they're going to come in, and they're going to be playing against the other team that won earlier today, and then we'll, as you just said, we get to push one of these guys through to Sunday. So we do have Weebs going up against Ball and Angles. So the team that we just watched kind of throw down. These 2 squads are going to go at it. We finally kind of get the winner versus the winner. Nobody's getting eliminated, though. This is still first life. 2 lives, double elim tournament. So both teams you want to get it done as quick as possible, but nobody's going home yet.
Yeah, for Weebs, they just completed, I believe, in 2-0 fashion for that first game on up. But it was very, very close in both of the objective-based game modes. They did pretty well to hold on tight, especially when we got on over to Domination. The hat always gets me.
Yeah, I can't not see it now. You pointed it out when we were sitting back there in the green room. We were like mid-conversation. You were like, the hat, the hat. Now, I just imagine like the Leonardo DiCaprio meme. Oop, 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 oop.
I see it. Women want me,
so
fish fear me.
I'm gonna see it every single time it comes through. That's a pretty solid hat.
Lots of good hat
actually.
wear.
It's a Discord hat. I wouldn't have expected that. Pretty solid.
Wouldn't expect to see that one on out.
No, didn't expect it. But gonna be getting into the game here shortly. You can see everybody getting ready here on stage, getting all set up with all that awesome hardware provided to us by MSI, keeping the whole tournament running. So looking good, getting ready to get into this. Only day 2 still. We still got 2 more days coming up after this as well. We're gonna have some Valorant tomorrow, and then Splitgate finals on Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting one. We chatted a little bit about Weeps, but as we start to head our way into map number 1 here, Abyss in King of the Hill, let's talk a little bit about the Ball and Angles, because this is another squad that we got to see quite a bit of up on stage. And a player that was impressing me was Jello, constantly vying for that railgun control, and doing really well as an individual.
Yeah, did really well with power weapon control through their previous series. We'll see if that's another thing that they focus on here as we get into this game up against Team Weebs. Thus far out the gate, opening going to be in the lead of Weebs, so they'll get that opening control of the point, get a couple elims off the start, and really Duster, the one kind of opening things up for them. 3-0 thus far coming into this game.
Yeah, been looking very exciting in this one, and I like what we're seeing early on here from Ball and Angles. They're doing well to group up, try and fight this as a team, but just very impressive stuff there from Brax holding down the fort. Still, a lot of these power weapons have been uncontested, so I wouldn't be surprised if the team currently not within control will try and fight back into it, but instead they're just continuing this brawl on that hill.
Yeah, I didn't catch which player we were on. We started to see right before we did that last player swap. They were transitioning already. You saw the timer on the SMG. It's about to come up. SMG, really solid weapon, especially on a map like this where you are doing these close range battles on the hill, trying to control the point for King of the Hill. Definitely something you want to have in your arsenal on your team's side, and they were making that early transition. Again, focus on power weapons once again, like we saw yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw there Ekash being incredibly sneaky. There's these little bushes on this map that you can kind of crouch within, make it pretty difficult to see, close that gap, even if it's not with portals. It's all about outsmarting your opponents. And in this one, well, it might just be out-aiming. Really great work to reclaim control. Brax always finding some big impact early on here, and we'll look to hunt for more, but maybe a bridge too far in that one.
Jumping on board with Blackline here, starting off 5-2. Going to be making the press onto the hill. They wipe 3 off the map. They're going to be taken out. They will take control of that point once again. So Weebs in control here. Jello trying to just soften everybody up while the team respawns before they come in. Get a couple early shots. Draw the attention one way. If you can get your team to rotate off spawn back on that other side, might give you the advantage in the fight.
And you see, again, Weebs is a team that is fine to give up this space. They're really comfortable to just knock it off a little bit, play, and try and punish those players that will overextend. Because we've seen a couple of those moments from Ball and Angles. We've seen once they have that hill control, they want to keep that fight up. They want to try and stagger, but that's been punished a few times. And one of the players doing that, Bolt the Wagon, 12-2 thus far, has just been roaming super well on these extremities and locking things down.
Yeah, looking to see when they're going to start kind of trying to make more use of that portal action. Right now, it's been pretty straight up fighting thus far. It's eventually, with these two teams, as you battle on these points, somebody will start kind of trying to make use of those portals, and I think that's going to kind of open the game up for them quite a bit.
Yeah, a lot of it has definitely just felt like the gunplay coming on through, but this is a map that allows a lot of interesting portal action, especially when it is that hill that's more wide open. The one we're on right now, there's one wall that's like pretty far up above. You can get an overhead angle with the portal. You can get that high ground. It also allows for a lot easier control of the power weapons, which we haven't seen quite as much of as both these teams were previously going for in this match.
Yeah, so far it's been a lot of the Carbine. The BR has been picked up a few times. SMG we can see is in Chowder's hands if you look at the map in the top. Well, until he got eliminated, he did have the SMG, but he's gone, done, over with. Duster comes through, picks up the double kill. That's a big pickup for them. Anytime you can kind of get yourself that man advantage, getting a single man advantage in a King of the Hill fight when you're battling on point is solid. You take out 2, anytime you get the double kill, it's worth sacrificing yourself to get it.
Yeah, but ball and angles. Trying to get back on into this one. A little bit more portal action coming out. And it's Blackline doing a great job at capitalizing off that high ground. However, he is taken down. Even if you're not making the best use of the portals, just team shooting is always so powerful in a game like this. It has such a high time to kill. 2 weapons against 1, even if you aren't aiming perfectly, will almost always come out on top.
Yeah, you can really see Jello's got that strafe shot down, right? Every time he's basically winning his battles, he's just kind of got that left-right strafe down, and the person fighting him, because we're always watching it, it seems, from the other person's perspective, is just off. It just can't seem to sink that shot with him.
Yeah, especially in a game like Splitgate where we do see quite a few players picking up that controller. It can be really difficult if you do have that fast movement, moving back and forth, be that with the portals or just with the strafing.
So that's something that we didn't really talk about yesterday, and I don't know if Roman Bite talked about it earlier, but that is something that's different. In a lot of games, you don't really have mouse and keyboard competing against controller, and you do react differently. The movement of those two are very different in the way that they approach games, so it's always interesting to see one that's like, I'm used to playing against a mouse and keyboard guy, trying to track somebody that's on controller, because they're not going to do what you're expecting them to.
Yeah, it's very different styles, and having to adapt to that within the same game and across different series throughout the day can make it very difficult and kind of adds another gap between those players that are maybe pretty solid and those that are great, that have a really high understanding of the game.
Oh, nice flank there. Finally, good use of portal there. Knows that player was looking out the other side. Goes ahead, makes the use. Doesn't see the gun sticking out around the corner. When he comes through the portal, he knows he's probably facing the other direction, able to go in, get the shot and the beatdown.
Yeah, and the thing is, the portals don't have to be flashy, right? Yesterday we saw a lot of play where it's like a constant triple portaling, rotations all around the map. But at the end of the day, it can just be simple. Portal up behind your opponent, portal in front. You provide pressure from 2 angles, even if you are just one player.
I think that's the beauty of Splitgate, really, is that it can be this ridiculously over-the-top, fast-paced, somebody's portaled through 17 rooms before you can even think about what's going on. Or it can also be played. It is a very solid, if you took off the portals, it's a solid, just straight-up arena shooter.
Yeah, you get kind of the best of both worlds in it, and a ball and angle actually doing well to try and fight on forward, but Bolt the Wagon, right double there, defends the point, hold things on down. Yesterday we were seeing a lot of these teams with just kind of the one-star player popping off as an individual, but it has been very even throughout both the series we've seen from Weebs.
Yeah, so one of the things to look at, and we talk about it a lot in the Pro Series stuff, is you can kind of see that. You can see a single player pop off, or when you look at it, because it doesn't really track assists. If me and you both shoot something, it's going to register the kill for both of us as long as it occurs. So when you look at that, that's basically showing you the more even those are, the more consistent you are in your team shot, you're approaching it, the communications there, you're attacking together.
Yeah, and that's the difference that you get in way of those teams that are electing more for the team shooting versus having someone who's kind of dedicated to playing those extremities, playing out on those flanks. We haven't seen quite as much of that from Weaves, and it's been very punishing because ball and angle, they're playing a style that is very reliant on just these head-to-head duels. When they're not, taking the most advantage of the portals, when they're not constantly moving in the way that other folks are, well, things get a little tough.
I love that we see Duster as it comes down to the end. He's up there, got his hat on, and immediately it cuts to him as they win. And he's got, the energy going. He's got the clap going. The little excitement up on the stage, having a little fun with it, and that's what you want. At the end of the day, you want to be having a good time.
You got to tip the hat to your opponents, keep the respect up, tip the bucket hat.
How do you tip the bucket hat? The bucket hat's like...
I think you got to fully lift it off your head.
You got to fully lift it off your head, right? Because on a standard cap, when you tip the hat, it's got the brim, right? It's forward, you tip it.
Yeah.
But it's 360 degrees. It's just, I guess you kind of tip it still.
Just got to wiggle around.
It's not like a hard brim though. So it's more like you lower the brim. It doesn't really pull the hat.
I don't know. I don't know what's the respectful bucket hat etiquette.
I might have to ask him. That might be something that we need to ask Duster, but we'll take a look at the replays from that game. So the early game, out the gate, Weebs in control. There were some moments in the mid-game where there were these battles back and forth, a couple good kills, a couple team shots that did come out of Ball and Angles, but really, throughout, the driver's seat was in favor of Weebs as we got through that King of the Hill match, and we'll be seeing here shortly if that transitions into domination play.
Yeah, one thing that I thought was really interesting in contrast to the previous games that this squad has played, Jello has been really good at kind of recovering those power weapons and fighting with the team, finding flanks off with that railgun in hand, with that SMG in hand. And the thing is, Jello was recovering the weapon, right? You see him there with the BFB, with the sniper, or excuse me, with the railgun instead. There was lots of moments where it was picked up, but it was almost always not an extremity, not a flank that they were able to get. It was them just fighting out on their own when their team was constantly so staggered. You don't get much value from those weapons.
Yeah, you got to be able to.
He's got a whole family of bucket hats.
Yeah, the hats are everywhere. What is head? They're just reproducing. They're everywhere. He's got bucket hats.
I mean, how can you lose if you have support?
Know what's going on here? What?
It's team uniform, I guess.
By the end of this, can the production? Can somebody acquire us the bucket hat? Like I think I'm joining this group here. I need one of those hats. Where do I get one?
For a second, I thought the admin was going to take his hat away. Too much of a buff.
He just, I'm asking for the hat. They're like, we found you
one.
We
found you a hat.
Just take it off the person on stage, bring it to us at the desk. Would have been great, but solid first game. Got through that. We're going to be moving on here in a moment to over to Crag. We're going to be going to Domination. We saw a lot of that yesterday. We got to see it a couple times already today, obviously. Through the best of threes, we're playing the same map rotation, same game rotation, or game mode rotation. So going to be moving on to Domination. So the focus is there now. How are we feeling going into this? You think the Ball and Eagles got a little bit better chance here on Domination, or?
I think there's a better chance because the way that they were playing, I feel like befits the wider map control versus like a one focus point. They tend to play a little more separated, playing in duos instead of just team shooting as four. And when it's a game that is very reactionary, that befits you in towards these early rounds, in towards the early game. And well, Jello's starting off strong, recovers that PR, good use of the portals, a double kill out in towards mid, and that's B all but secured.
Yeah, they were basically winning a lot of like individual gunfights. The team play wasn't necessarily there. So if they kind of go for the spread and, you know, divide and conquer method, it could work as long as the other team doesn't really get that grouping and start kind of doing the snowball tactic running around the map on them.
But we give them credit for that kind of early round performance, and then immediately Weebs, they lost a member early on, but despite that longer respawn timer, the portal usage meant that the rotation was incredibly quick, and it went from something that was isolated down to a 1v1 to essentially a 1v3. Point slips away, they'll try and fight back in for it, but it's tough when this early game's already ticking in favor of Weebs.
You want to talk about a power weapon? You know, our boy Duster and his hack, currently running around with the rocket launcher. His rest of his team does go down. They have respawned in at this point, but rocket launcher huge to open up these points. Going to fire on somebody that's already gone down. He'll have the back of Jake. Takes him down. A couple of smacks in the back of the head. 2 bullets. Gets the job done and still has another shot or two with that rocket launch. So we'll see if that ends up coming into play.
Precarious position here, though, for Ball and Angle. They hold on to 2 points, but it's on opposite sides of the map. That means your team is completely split, and you see the issues with that, right? Out towards mid, Weebs stayed together. They stayed grouped up, and Duster was in a position where he had support from his teammates to distract and can just run out, take a triple kill, stagger all of these players on out.
One of the things that I want to talk about there too, and again, something that we haven't touched on too much is the jetpack, right? On your jump, you do have the jetpack. And what Duster did there, it was very brief, but as he was falling, he's fighting that other player coming down into the point, is that he basically activated that for a quick second to kind of offset his fall speed, which then causes the other person to have to react and adjust their aim, right? So little things like that are what's winning Duster a lot of these fights.
Yeah, it's been really good, and kind of at a more macro level, it's just always been this B-side control for Weebs. They're constantly on this point, and they feel comfortable because they basically just have like a base of operations out towards mid. They can react really well to A or C if either of those are hit, but this time, Ball and Angle grouping up. Jello claims too, this point could be shut down unless Brax can do something about it, but again, it's these quick rotations, it's support coming in, but doesn't look like it will be enough as B is captured by Ball and Angles.
This is a much closer back and forth battle here, and really a lot of this has been coming off of the back of Chowder and Jello here on the side of Ball and Angles. They've been starting to, both of them, making better use of their portals. But one of the things that is not happening, though, you got to check your corners a little bit more, right? It's a corner may actually just be a portal to another part of the map, so you've got to keep an eye out on those when you do make those turns around the corner, but Jello and Chowder making great use of them thus far.
I feel like this map can be really jarring, especially for newer players, because you go so quickly from those super wide-angle fights out towards B, and then it immediately encloses. You get really different types of fights, and there's some really weird angles that kind of give a big gap for players that are more experienced, that do have more time playing in split game, and in this map specifically.
I mean, there's spots on this map that in a normal arena shooter, you see somebody jump off the edge of the map,
you think
you're like, oh, that person's gone.
Yeah.
In actuality, in the bottom of this map, there's a giant portal wall. So if somebody sets like a portal, like let's say on one of these high billboards that you can see where his cursor was just at, and you throw it down below, you can momentum swing yourself down and just come rocketing out of a sidewall somewhere and end up one-punching somebody.
Yeah, Rectoruni, though, rocketing back towards the top of their scoreboard. A couple big kills with that shotgun. This weapon, we saw so many big moments from it yesterday, but in this one, shut down rather early by Vrax. It feels like we have a couple of these team fights that do get won by ball and angle. Maybe they claim a point or two, but then it's Weebs that have done such a great job at regrouping, just playing as a team, very similar to how they were rocking with on King of the Hill.
Great job here. They had the 3 cap there for a little bit. They were holding everything down, still holding 2 though, but in the lead now. So Ball and Angle's able to come back from the deficit that they started in at the start of the match, and now in that lead, but again, back and forth. It is a struggle match right now for who's going to hold that second point.
Yeah, nice work there out of eCash, being able to retake some space in this one. However, it's still that A and C control. It's kind of that flip going the other direction with B held down by Jello, still alive on this point. So they stay neck and neck, and for the first time, it feels like this entire series, Ball and Angles, they're in good control. They have their portals set up out towards the middle of the map, so they'll have those fast rotations. They can react well. The question is now, what's the reply from Weebs? Because thus far, this is looking a little bit unlike them. Really staggered, taking these fights individually and losing out on them.
I like the portal placement here from Jello. This is one of those things where once he takes this over, he'll be able to use this portal and kind of get a view down on the map. He's actually going to go ahead and use it to make the rotation right in time for the sniper. We'll see if he goes ahead and goes for that. He is taking the fight to the point here over on B. Walks over the sniper, sees it pops up on the screen, and goes ahead. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'll grab that. Hold on, I need that.
Yeah, and his portal setup works really well for this weapon as well. Just holding down from that high ground for Jello allows his team to rotate in down below, reclaim that B site, but in these close corners, it gets really awkward, even with the better weapon.
It took him a second to realize, and that's the right play there. After that first shot in the body hit, you want to preserve that ammo, make that swap to that carbine, get that finish on the kill, and keep that. He ends up winning the fight still, just off of the amount of panic he was able to kind of cause there. You get hit with the sniper the first time, it's definitely one of those things you're like, oh, this is a bad situation for me. And he's able to use that little bit of aggression and take that fight. What a shot. The nose scope just catches Vrax right in the back of the head. Now up against Duster. Can't get the second kill, and they're going to push in to take that site.
I love when players set that up where they kind of have like the perpetual motion of portals. They continue to push on through, keep that momentum high, and are just constantly in a new position, in a new angle. It makes you really hard to fight when you are the player that has the onus, that has to try and fight back for the space on the point.
Shots down up against Jello, who's kind of stuck down in that hallway. Backs out of it is Blackline. Gonna just go back onto the point, but here comes the press. They get the first kill. That's Jakey. One of them leaves, so Jake's gonna be left alone. His teammate abandons him, and it ends in, well, not the ideal situation for Jake.
No, and again, it's Jello, just the king of mid, holding this space really, really well and keeping the control. Chowder, though, will fight back in a double kill with the one of the kills is onto himself. Unfortunate.
You know, sometimes when playing with explosives, things like that'll happen.
It is what it is. It is what it is. But in this one, what it is the point sticking towards the favor of Ball and Angle. And this control staying strong. B-site has been neutralized, so a chance for either of these teams still. This next team fight could be massive, considering especially how close Ball and Angle is.
You know, we talked about it at the beginning. Kind of asked you, hey, how do you feel about it? Is Ball and Angle going to be able to show up in dominations versus King of the Hill? And we kind of talked about the way that they were approaching fights. They were winning individual battles, but not necessarily the team fights, and that has come through. It's come, you know, kind of come through here. They've been in the lead. First to 700 here. They're approaching the end of the game, and they have been winning the individuals. The duels have been going their way.
And it feels like for Weebs, they're doing a lot of the similar things that were working for them in King of the Hill in that more kind of spread play style. They'll capitalize off that point, then spread out a little bit to kind of sustain these fights. But it's not working as well in domination until someone like Blackline steps up not long enough. Ekash takes down both Blackline and both the Wagon in mid. That might just be the fight to end things on out. Only 30 more points required to tick on up.
That's here. Brax will get actually pinched in. You saw Chowder come in from that right side and give the assist. They're able to take down another, so a couple more points here. Just need to hold on to this point for another 10 seconds or so, and we'll cut that in half as they do pick up that C site. This one will close out 1-1. We will be going to game 3 between Weebs and Ball and Angles.
Ball and Angles improved on a lot of things that game, but I think the most impressive change up there was the way that they adapted their style from that really wide play to basically having someone who was just a constant anchor out towards mid. They always had someone holding on the fort, waiting for those power weapons in towards that B site, and then they had the rest of the team kind of on this roam, continuing to stagger to provide pressure. It was a lot of things that were working well for Weebs in game number 1 turned against him.
Yeah, it was really that rotation. I think the big key player was kind of coming through that middle where we saw them grabbing the sniper rifle, making that run through over the top again and again, because from that you have 2 points that you can actively see and engage from that top point crag. Great job of them to make sure that they always had some sort of pressure on those 2 higher points.
And how long did they have that space for? It felt like 3 minutes, like almost half the majority of the map. There was someone just running that gauntlet back and forth, high ground, low ground, wait for the sniper to come back online, use it till it runs out, and it was working really well for them.
Doing great. Taking a look at some of these replays, the double kill came through. Rax now looking for another, gonna find Chowder here, goes down together. Fortunately, they both get taken out, but if you're gonna go down, take somebody with you.
Yeah, might as well. That fight feels indicative of a lot of this game, where it felt like the gunplay was really well balanced in the back and forth. I think the positioning was just a little bit better overall from Ball and Angles in being able to hold down the fort there, especially that mid play that we mentioned. Just having that constant force. It's kind of just like one side, the anvil. The rest of your teammates are that hammer, just pumping on down and keeping everything under control.
Right. A little bit of a fight here that went down on that B site. See Bolt the Wagon. He's going to pick up Jake. That's when his teammate kind of abandoned him and left him there. And
we have a hat.
We have a hat. Okay, so now we can figure out this thing here too. I'll wait for Cameron to come back to us after the replays, but we'll figure out how this correct tipping of a bucket hat works.
The anatomy of a bucket hat.
The anatomy of the bucket hat. You know. Where's the other hat? And then our other favorite hat right here.
Yeah,
Ball and Angles, they take down that. Yeah, that's just I'm gonna guess that he probably came with that one. I don't know if that's a PAX.
I don't know if that's a PAX
hat. Yeah, I don't think that one's a PAX hat. But so far 1-1. We're gonna be going to a game 3. Our first game 3. I think
first
yesterday
game 3.
yesterday
was
yesterday both of them were.
And earlier today were as well. Here's the hat.
Oh, my hat has been.
Yeah,
taken.
sorry, I don't mean to steal it from you.
Oh, yeah, we've got the hat. If it ever does make it back over here from the jib. We'll be able to kind of show it off here as they're getting ready to go into stadium. Unfortunately, it's not going to come back. I'm just going to wear the hat through the rest of the game as we get into game number 3. Jumping back into this game, and this is our first time taking a look at the stadium. This is the true arena shooter map. If there's ever a map that is just a straight up arena shooter map in this game, this is it.
This is where team play matters so much less. It's just down to the brawl. Sure, you're working together trying to get those team shots on off, but it's a lot less focused on the objective, a lot more focused on realizing where are those spawns coming. If we switched on over, where are those weapons? Power weapon control in a game mode like this is even bigger than back in the objective game modes.
Couple shots up over towards that midpoint. Double kill comes through. The triple, so he does get that assist off that other one. The teammates able to come through and finish that off. Chowder right out the gate. 4-0. He's keeping the team in there. 5-5. It's tied up, but a ton of work. Killing spree now for Chowder as he continues before Jello finally takes him down.
In a lot of other maps, we talk about how important that mid control can be as Chowder continues to just drag on through. But in a map like this with so many surfaces you can portal upon, holding back towards your spawn and being able to maintain control of a portal across the map so you can kind of get both these angles and then also have like one player up in the mid for that pinch is incredibly good. And in this one, you see Jello has been that player, right? Chowder's playing towards mid, holding down the fort in that direction, and Jello's been more of a rotator, holding on towards that space. But the reply from Weebs is to just play together, slow things on down. It's TDM. Your opponent has to come to you at the end of the day.
That was a great little flick there from Duster as he dropped down to take down Jakey, get that finish off shot. Chowder will be the one to take him out. And now, once again, all the way across, shots from Chowder. He's 8-0, still has not gone down yet. We have acquired 2. It is, now we can really figure this out. This is, we'll wait till afterwards, but production, great. I didn't realize that we had that level of power.
To
Production.
You ask for a hat, you get a hat.
Production. There are some things that I need. I will build a shopping list. I will get them to you.
Maybe the power's going a little too much to your head. One bucket hat changes a man.
The bucket hat 100% changes a man. I mean, just we saw it change Duster in his previous game. I mean, it's a big impact.
It's a big impact indeed. In this game, though, maybe it's been a little bit of a slower start for the Weebs. 15-17, though, they've done good to reply. Players like Bolt the Wagon, who are massive in the objective-based game mode, still doing well in towards this one. And again, it's just that grouping, playing together, holding on to this extremity area, and it's working really well for them. Vrax and Bolt the Wagon both working to reclaim that lead.
If this isn't indicative of what the TDMs in the SPS have, these TDM matches, the third games, are always so closely fought.
Yeah.
We get down to, I'd say probably 50%, maybe a little bit more than that, finish within a 3-kill difference when we get to the end of these TDM matches. They're so quick, they're so fast-paced, and everybody kind of, you basically play quick, as we are now, and then you're going to see in the final moments, teams kind of turtle up. It's that classic TDM arena. It's like, we cannot afford elims anymore. Everybody stop what you're doing, wait for them to come to us, and it kind of slows down.
Such good work there from Jello, just kind of getting in and out of the portal, taking those fights in a relatively safe way. Staying alive is just as important as getting kills in a game mode like TDM, so kind of taking care of yourself, sustaining your life as long as possible is massive, but this flank, could have been big, but Chowder just pulls out the BFB, disrespects the man.
He couldn't get that last shot. He was one shot off from the elim, but when somebody's running straight at you with the BFB, there's just so much pressure, and sometimes you crack under that pressure, and unfortunately, you cracked under the weight of the bat.
My question is, who has the critical information? Who knows that railgun's available? There it is.
Jakey knows that it's there.
I've realized that it is probably Jakey. I've been calling him Ekash the whole time.
Maybe it is Ekash, but I assumed it was Jake and Jakey. We have now said Jake, Jakey, and Ekash, so I think that we've got it covered, but I'm gonna lean on Jake.
A good lead to find in that one. Bolt the Wagon, though, has been having a really impressive performance. 13-5 thus far, and has also been punishing on towards these portals. EMP grenades, I think, are really impactful, especially on a map like this where there are so many surfaces and there are so many angles where players will just look to fight you from behind. They're doing a great job at just shutting that down. Second it pops up, EMP goes on through, and then a player like Chowder, who is maybe reliant on someone from that portal helping him out from the flank, gets shut down because he is completely alone.
Yeah, so one of the things again, I'm sure Bitey has mentioned this, but each life you have 2 of those EMP grenades. So infinite portals, 2 EMP grenades. You got to use them sparingly. On this map, when you're trying to hold that top center spot, or that top side of the map where they're at, you basically want to throw your own portal on the wall to prevent the other team from portaling. There's you kind of portal block the wall out, and it's something that we haven't quite. That's kind of that next level from what we've seen here. And if we start seeing that team figure that out, I think that when I see a team do that, that's when I go, those guys are probably going to do pretty well.
Yeah. It also comes down to that communication. Similar to, like, you might look at Splitgate and think, hey, it's kind of a game that's about individuals, about fragging on out, and that's absolutely true, but the communication is so impactful, and that's what differentiates those teams that are pretty solid, pretty good, from those that can be event winners, that can be great, is that strong communication, is balancing those power weapons, balancing those EMPs. Resources have to be used sparingly.
Great job there from Blackline to go ahead and make use of the terrain, go ahead and drop down and under, get out of there, gets an elim, is in a 1v3, pulls off a kill, and gets out without giving up a point.
And you see there, one of the big points that I don't think we've talked about a lot, but it's pulling your portals back in once you go through. He left his portal up on the other side and got shot straight through it. If you have a bind where you can just instantly shut your portal on down, have it back in your inventory, if you're able to do that, you can stay alive in tough situations.
Jello comes through, gets a swing before he goes down to Bolt the Wagon. That's going to end up giving the bat over to the Weeb squad. See if that ends up getting involved for them, if that makes any impact at all. A couple shots across, looking to find Wrecked. That's Duster looking for that shot. A fellow bucket hat connoisseur. I'm calling us connoisseurs now that we've
I feel very fancy now. In France with the bucket hat, you gotta get all high class in that one. But in this one, bit of a tough position for the bucket hat wearer himself, and he will go on down. Jakey does well to shut that kill on through. This gap has grown though. 8 9 kills, something like that, to the favor of the Weebs. You see the Ball and Angle starting to get a little bit more risky, realizing that someone has to make that play to lessen the gap.
4 more points needed here for Weebs to go ahead and lock in this win, punch their ticket into Sunday. If they can get this win taken care of, 3 more to go. They open that up to a 10-point lead now. This is a pretty solid one. You're going to need to see an epic run out of this. 1 more to go here. We're on board with Bolt the Wagon. He won't be the one to get it. Duster, the bucket hat himself.
Who else?
Final kill. Punches them into Sunday. I mean, it had to be, right?
It had to be. How else could you do it? The Weebs make their way on through, fighting so well throughout that game. They had some good moments, especially towards that second map in the domination, being able to play those objectives really effectively. And once it just came down to it, the way that they played in TDM was just incredibly safe, working as a team, grouping up, team shooting, great effect, shutting down the portals that Ball and Angles are trying to get those alternate angles through and winning it on that.
And a lot of it also came down to winning. I mean, those moments, right? The black line being able to get a kill in that 1v3, get out. Those little details of making sure that they're not giving up points while acquiring them, in the end, wins it all over for them. They take down game 1, game 3. It's all you need.
That's all you need indeed. Still not out of it yet for Ball and Angles. They have that lower bracket. They were in towards the finals, so we're able to keep on going. They'll have another opportunity to qualify.
Here we go. So let's take a moment here.
How do you tip the hat?
I guess it does kind of tip there. We'll figure
I
it
think
out
you got to
as we
do
get
like
into
this.
the replays real quick. We're going to check out the highlights from the series. I think it actually tips better than I thought it does. It worked. I think you can just kind
I
of.
think it might because it's like over the headset, so you get a little extra
right now I'm
smoothness. It's like you're on a track, like the car just like smoothly rides its way on over for the proper tip.
Yes. So checking out that we're in game number 1. This one had gone the way of Weebs when that was their first win of 2 to take down this best of 3. Nice double kill there. Jumped on board with Blackline. He's in that fight against Jakey, and you can kind of see again, Jakey was another one of those ones that was using that back and forth strafe like Jello to try and outmaneuver the opponent's aim.
Yeah, good celebration there. That's one thing that's so great about being able to play at this event. You're up on that stage, you get to play with your buds, you get to tip your hat to your teammates, have that communication flowing. When you're winning in situations like that, it feels better than ever.
Yeah, there's pressure. There's pressure when you get up on stage that's added. For some people, that's a better experience, right?
Sure.
It elevates that win, those fights, those moments. They multiply how the good feels that you get when you do get those W's.
Yeah, it's kind of addictive at that point, right? You get your opportunity on stage, you go back home, you're playing things online. It's like, it doesn't feel the same to not be there with the team. So great opportunity.
You go play to LAN and it just ruins online play.
It just ruins online play
like,
forever.
All my experience, I can't even enjoy video games anymore. The worst.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, I suppose, but still, lots of fun to be had across.
One of the things, though, to talk about, Game 2, it did definitively kind of go the way of Ball and Angles. They really came through. They were winning their individual duels, and thinking that, for me, my thought process going into Game 3 was that was going to carry over into Stadium, right? The team that wins domination can win those individual fights. Might fare better in the TDM setup, but really the team play, the communication was just there on the other side.
I'm going to be honest, I think that this could have easily swung the other way as well, because early on it was neck and neck. Up until we were about 30 kills, it was very close, but then we got to a point where that gap started to grow to about 5, and then Ball and Angles realized they were in trouble, so they started overextending. I think they maybe started panicking, getting a little stressed out, like, hey, we're on the verge of losing this. Someone has to step up. Yeah. And in doing that, they took too many risks. They lost out on those opportunities, and now they'll have to fight for their life in the
I have to have
bracket.
a conversation with production. I've realized what happened. We have acquired the hats of our friends in the audience.
Yeah, well, we've stolen them, but we tip our hat over to Alex on the stage with an interview.
All right, thank you guys. I'm here with Vrax and Duster from Team Weebs, and I got to ask you guys, is that a family name, or where did that name come from?
I just wanted something dumb, enjoy ourselves, have fun a little bit. So we said Weebs.
All right, so you just said the name Weebs was dumb. You've upset half the internet. Congratulations. You've now become the enemy of everyone online. I have to say, very dominant performance, except for the second game. What happened? Were you just trying to keep people on the edge of their seats? What was going on?
So I think what happened was we weren't playing as a team. We were pretty organized at the start, but around halfway through, we got wiped out, and we just couldn't regroup, and we lost because of that.
Yeah, I feel like when you guys played as a team, you guys absolutely dominated, and when you guys separated, you were in trouble, which is even more impressive because I was talking to you up here for a second beforehand. You guys only know each other from online. You guys never really interacted in person before now. How long have you guys been playing online together?
A year or two now, I want to say, like close, year and a half about. So it's been a long time coming for us to like meet in person, and we were like, hey, let's play in a tournament and see how it goes.
I mean, you guys are doing extremely well. One of the best teams we've seen so far. You guys, I was talking before, you're only in high school. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're seniors?
I'm a senior.
I'm a junior.
Wow. That's amazing. You guys found each other online. You guys both said you were in high school, and it turned out to be true. I don't think that ever happens. I only watch nighttime news, though. Are you guys confident for the rest of the competition? What are you guys looking forward to? Are you guys going to change anything going into the more serious competition?
So I'm going to be honest. Everyone on my team had actually played the game. That was my first time ever playing the game. But they're going to tell me some stuff tonight, and we're going to get organized so I actually know what I'm doing on Sunday, and hopefully that will help us win.
That was your first game. You should go try out for the NBA combine. You should go do a bunch of stuff if that's your first game and you're playing that well. I do have one more question for you. What is the correct way to tip a bucket hat? Now, I want to build this up because everyone has been asking this question. For some reason, that's all the caster's desk could talk about. So they seem a little bit distracted. I do want to tell the casters we are going to get the official. Oh, they're getting they're getting direction about. No, they're watching. Okay. Guys, we're going to get the bucket hat tip here. So can you please exact a bucket hat tip, please? Hold on, sorry. Can we get a drum roll from the audience real fast? You can just pound on your, and go ahead. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, go for it. Oh my God, give them a round of applause, everybody. That was Team Weaves. We're going to go right back to the caster's desk. Thank you guys, and thank you guys.
Thank you, Alex. We're back. Always good to finally get the critical knowledge.
Yeah, it's I've now figured it out. We were sitting here like very kind of like stationary, very rigid, and kind of like
you have to put your
hat.
whole body
It is a full body thing. There's a whole like it's almost like a bow with the hat. So it's good. I now know. I learned something today.
You always got to learn a little something new. Got to be able to find that stuff on out. But maybe if you want to learn a little bit more about your health, we have one of our sponsors, A Way of Exogen. They have their healing haven right here at PAX Arena, or at least right next to us here at PAX East. So if you want to stop by, chat to them about kind of headache relief and all that, and headaches caused by gaming and how maybe they can help out with that a little bit. Or you can just check out their product in Exogen. It's a great headache relief. You know, a lot of folks with gaming, sometimes that can trigger headaches, make things a little tough when the thing you love can also sometimes cause you a little bit of pain. So a great medication, and great of them to be able to sponsor us on through.
Yeah, sometimes those losses, they come tough. Excedrin's there to kind of get you through it.
Yeah,
get you through the rough moments.
Always able to keep you alive and keep you on going and feeling good within your game. So thanks so much to them for making everything possible here at PAX Arena. And we thank you guys for joining us. We have plenty more action here for Splitgate. The Almost Pro will be coming back in just a moment. But before we go to that, we have to look one more time, just to renew, to learn how to actually work on that bucket hat. That's the proper form. So we freeze frame here. We wait.
There
we
it is.
see the tip
Slow-mo.
all the way on down. The follow through, you have to put your whole body into it.
Yeah, that's what I was missing. I didn't have the full body. I'll get it right next time. Before we come back and do another PAX, I will practice my form.
Yeah, you got to study up on it. You got to keep this on going. But before we do head to that break, we have one more word over with Alex on the stage.
Now, guys, we have a lot of fun here at the PAX Arena. We're tipping bucket hats. We're playing games. We're winning championships. But sometimes we got to get serious. And when we need serious computers, we here at PAX Arena turn to MSI. It's our official hardware sponsor of the PAX Arena, and for good reason, because we only use the best here at PAX Arena. Now, in a production like this, so much can go wrong. One, you could hire a mediocre host. Two, you could have a giant LCD wall explode or a stage collapse. So many things have happened in my long and storied tenure as a host. But you know what's never happened? Having a problem with an MSI computer or monitor or peripheral or what have you, because they are the best of the best, which is why we choose them here at the PAX Arena. You can check all of our players playing on all MSI gear here at the booth and for good reason. They are the best. So come on up. You can come up to the stage if you want. Peer, don't touch anything, but you can look at the amazing stuff that we're playing with here. The headsets, the monitors, the desktops, everything is top of the line, very shiny, and I'm lucky to just be touching it. This is a little personal anecdote of mine. I didn't ask them if I could tell this, but I have an MSI monitor. I've had it for 8 years. One time I went to a LAN party, and I was putting it in my trunk. I left it behind my car, and then I went to go back up out of my parking spot and hit it with my car, and it's still my monitor. It looked even better after that. I hit the monitor with my car, and it still worked after it. I love my MSI gear. We love it here at the booth. Go check it out. Give them love on Twitter. Come up. Ask me questions. I'll tell you some stuff about the gear, and that's why we love MSI here at the PAX Arena. But we have more action to get to, so enough about what we love. Let's get to a break, which I love because I get to sit down. We'll be right back with more PAX Arena right after this. Do not go anywhere.
Then boil for 3½ minutes. Then you can salt to taste.
How can I help?
I need more eggs.
Now, even the biggest headaches are toast.
Excedrin keeps your head in the game.
For no more throbbing noggins.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Welcome back into the PAX Arena, everyone. We'll be going into our next match. We just finished up the upper finals. We're going to be getting into the lower finals, find out who our second team out of this group in Group B will be punching their way into Sunday's final to compete for that $10,000 prize pool for the Almost Pro Splitgate series.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting one to take a look at here. We already have 3 of those teams that's fighting their way on in, and to be honest, that first match that we got to take a look at between us on stage, Ball and Angles, they really pushed it to the limit.
It was
so
close.
Being able to have them down in that lower final, sure, you win this match, you're a step closer to qualification, but that's going to be tough for either of these teams.
It's going to be tough. That one just went to 3. I mean,
Yeah.
that was a close-fought battle. It went back and forth. We talked about it a little bit. Could have gone either way. They're going to get another chance at it, though. We talked about it in the game. Hey, neither one of these teams is lost yet. It's double elim. They have a second life. Well, this is the final life. This is the moment. This is where you've got to step up. You have to get your win here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is still more pools to go, but it's going to be a tough one. But the one thing that might make it a little bit easier is the hardware, the peripherals you get to play with on stage. It's all of the absolute quality because it's all from MSI, who's the official hardware sponsor here at PAX Arena. Pretty much everything you see up on that stage, the computers, the monitors, the mice, the keyboards, all of that is straight from MSI. All their stuff is the absolute finest. For any of your gaming needs, make sure you do check them out. If you're here at PAX with us, check us out here or online on their socials or over on their website as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite literally everything. We can't, obviously to run a tournament, you need some equipment.
Yeah.
And we quite literally could not have done it without them. So big shout out to MSI on providing us all the hardware.
Team names
and
on.
We're going to see that hardware get put to use right here in our opening game. Jumping into Abyss, we're going King of the Hill once again. Daddy Panda up against I Need Healing.
Going to be an interesting one in this one. Both these teams have been fighting their way through that lower bracket. We say I Need Healing, really pushing Weebs to a very, very hard-fought game. So excited to see what they can pull out on this one. But early engagement looking solid for that squad. Immortal Marcus picking up a nice little double kill and, well, won't be shut down quite yet as Delta does try and hold that line, but not enough. Good tick already working towards Daddy Panda.
Yeah, first hill, strong opening here for Daddy Panda. They're going to open up and get the first 25 seconds and continue on. Finally, it will switch over into the hands of I Need Healing momentarily as they get things started. Chase down 2-on-1. They'll close that one out. Good team play from them, from Sin and his teammate to get that elim. Moving back towards the point. Now they have a 3v1. Sorry, 2v2 actually. Double kill comes through for Immortal Marcus. That's a big play for them, but nobody really able to take care of the point. Finally, they do get in there, but they weren't able to get that drop down and get those immediate points. And it will be swapping here. 54 seconds, so new hill is up.
I mean, those respawn times, they feel long, but they're really not that long. I mean, within 10 seconds of done, you can be straight back at that hill ready to fight again. So if your spacing isn't quite right for the team who maybe finds some of those big kills, it can be really difficult to convert. That's where that team play element comes in. And, well, it might be looking a little bit better now as Immortal Marcus just continues his reign on this hill.
53-12, double kill comes through for Immortal Marcus. Big plays, he's gonna move in, take over control of the hill. That SMG, again, we talked about it last series, huge on King of the Hill maps, especially this one where it is a lot of just close quarter, CQB, close quarter combat, or CQC,
so many different acronyms for the same thing.
Alphabet is not my strong suit. Math, alphabet, just not casters things. So, but winning those close quarter combat situations, that SMG gonna come in handy time and time and time again.
Yeah, it's always good to get those weapons on the board, and things get a little bit awkward here. World is completely isolated, and somehow no one dies for as long as they do in that engagement. It's over now, so awkwardness is done. We're all good in this one, and I Need Healing do come out on top. That hill is in their favor. They're finally starting to get some time on the board, but I think the spacing here is really solid for Daddy Panda, right? Isaac was just waiting. He didn't push in alone until his team was there, but it'll be enough. It's dozens down to just one player here on the hill, and with that kill found, this is getting more and more likely for that to switch back in the favor of Daddy Panda.
Well, Marcus is going to go ahead and rotate out off the point, goes a long way, allows his teammate to come in, knows that he has to reload, right? You see him go through, reload one gun, switch over to the SMG, make sure that he has ammo to make those engagements. During that time, he also puts himself somewhere where he's not going to be the focus, right? I have no ammo. There's no point in me standing here and taking shots. Rotates around, is able to make good use of that, comes right back in and straight back into hill control.
And he is, so You may have these good weapons, but what can you convert off of them? That railgun recovered for World, but not really fighting for this point just yet. That hill control staying staunchly over towards the blue side of Daddy Panda. But now the fight comes back on forward. Delta trying to make something work in that position. However, again, it just comes down to how far away those teammates are, how far they're staggered out off of those deaths, because there's been so many of these moments where it's players like Immortal Marcus, players like Flytrap, who are just roaming around, taking those fights at distance and shutting players down before they can even get in towards that hill.
Yeah, and some of those times it's good to get those kills kind of off the point, but a lot of times I've been referring to them as empty kills, right?
Sure.
In King of the Hill, you got to play the objective. You got to be able to play it.
Absolutely.
If you're getting elims too far off the point where it's not making an impact at the point of the objective, sometimes you're not there to help your team. You're not actually playing to the objective. So you can see that Delta's kind of going off. He's 18-8, but it's not showing at the end of the day in the objective points.
Yeah, because so many of those have just been killing those players that are roaming, that are extending a little bit further. And the thing is, you might look at that and think, why is Daddy Panda taking these fights if they don't need you? Well, it's just to buy time. It doesn't matter if you die. As long as you kill at least one person with you, you keep that timer ticking in your favor. It doesn't really matter where the duels are happening, as long as it's keeping your opposition away from the point. And they've done a really great job at that.
Right. If you're controlling the point and you're now stopping people from coming in, great. But if you're not controlling the point and you're just fighting out off the point for no reason, that can be problematic. You want to find your way over to the objective.
Which is why you need some of that discipline, right? You realize that they're just trying to stagger you. They're trying to keep you away from that point. So play together, hold by 4, fight back on in, and well, you might get towards that point. You cannot claim it. Isaac, the sole defender, practically out towards this hill and still doing so well for it. Almost another kill in this one. He'll close that one out. Isaac is looking unstoppable.
And he's doing it all with the pistol right now. He's just full auto in that thing, letting it do its job, and then making the swap at the last second after he gets a few shots in. Make that swap to the BR, one burst, get the finish. Great use, making sure that he has ammo. He's not wasting the heavier weapons ammo, holding that, so good resource management.
Yeah, and now as well, that bat will come online. These power weapons very much under the control of Daddy Panda, and that BR find a little bit more over for Isaac. Hill does swap on over. Now I Need Healing, the ones in control. We get a look at how these retakes will look for Daddy Panda, and thus far, it's great. BFB, run on in, create that space, find some big kills, but no more will be found. Still, Hill in their favor, but with the BFB recovered, Sen's trying to make something happen. A killing spree, and the point grabbed.
And a triple kill, and 2 of those coming off the back end of that bat that he just picked up. And the thump behind that bat is just so satisfying every single time.
Yeah, it is ridiculous to see the impact you can find with just one of those power weapons, and I think there's so many to be controlled. Off some of those kills, Delta comes in, helps on out. So this swings back the way of I Need Healing. The early game looked so good for Daddy Panda, but now there's plenty of time to swing this back on around. That's kind of the beauty of King of the Hill. You have that reset point. Once that hill respawns, it's a new game, it's a new opportunity.
Coming in, there's the railgun, finds one, looking for a second. Nothing there. He has Immortal Marcus down. He's trying to got him on the point. He's just trying to kind of play Overwatch here and give him the assistance that he needs. There's one player down below him. He's going to look up. There's the shot. Down goes Lunatic. Has a second one lined up. Can't get the charge off in time. His teammate will come through and get the revenge kill for him.
Yeah, those trades are so impactful to be able to pick on up, to be able to keep you on going. But Delta, again, finding some of these big kills, looking for the third, but it's just that trade on through. He goes down, so now it's tough on the point, but no one, again, can get rid of Isaac. Almost 30 kills on the board, and that timer still ticking in favor of Daddy Panda.
Looking for a shot here. We're going to jump on board with Immortal Marcus. Can't line anything up. Going to drop him. We're going to actually go to the fly cam here for a second. And here they are, making the press into this lower one. This is where the SMG just does work. There's so much close range fights here. Don't need it though. Why not? Just drop down, give him a punch in the back of the head. That'll get it done. Killing spree, the triple kill. Can he get the 4 kill? Looking for the fight. In comes Isaac, and he makes a great play. Throws the portal down behind him, throws it onto the pillar in front of him. Players waiting for him to come around the corner, expecting it to be a standard arena shooter. No, this is Splitgate, my friend. You've got to be aware of these portals.
This is something special, and I think this is what can really differentiate those great players in a game like this. Sure, anyone can shoot the players at range. When you have time to think things through, right, one portal here, one portal there, you set it up. It's this whole plan you've drawn out in your mind. But when it gets to those CQC battles, it's less about that and more about just kind of having in your mind, I'm going to use the portals at some point in this fight. Where am I going to place that? Having that portal awareness of where one is, which one you need to replace. It's really tough, but it can be so, so good.
it can even be one where I'm going to use the portal, but I'm not actually going to go through it.
Yeah.
You can play mind games with people, throw a portal where they're now worried about you coming through that, and then just go the other way around and just run it on foot.
Yeah, because when it is these higher time kills, it's just what? Making them look away for a second, making them stop shooting for a moment, pull out that EMP grenade. Any of those minuscule moments can push things in towards your favor in one of those big fights. And, well, a big opportunity, a big attempt here for Ren Akuma. And it doesn't quite work out alone in that endeavor. None of the team to help on through. It feels like they're kind of taking these duels individually, right? Staggered on out. You need heroics, and no heroes have stepped up.
Man, Delta has made a valiant effort on the side of I Need Healing. 92 objective points, 42 and 17. He's been getting involved, but the team play through and through on the other side out of Daddy Panda has just been there. Isaac, Immortal Marcus, Flytrap, all fairly even. I mean, Isaac's got a few more kills, but it's been pretty solid all the way through on the team there. And then a ton of objective points still out of Ren Akumo. Though he may not be leading in kills, still a big piece of that win that they just took down.
Because you need those players that aren't going to grade for kills, that aren't always going to be fighting on forward. You need those players that can be a little bit more passive, chill out, hold on to the point, hold on to those power weapons, and let their teammates just have that freedom.
Sometimes just being, it's going to sound worse than I intended. Sometimes being a body on the field in the right spot, you may not be getting the elim or the trade, but you're basically preventing. You're one, acquiring information, two, you're not allowing somebody to come down that lane. That is sometimes massively impactful at a level that doesn't show statistically on the screen.
Yeah, I think that just looking at kills, you can really start to paint a picture where, sure, one of these players is just completely winning on out, but at the end of the day, it is a game about control. It is a game about bodies. If you're putting down those portals to be able to keep yourself in a position where you're pulling distractions, even if you're not getting those kills, you can still do so much for your team.
Ton of work done on the team, on the side of Daddy Panda as they take down that first game. King of the Hill on Abyss is now done, and we will take a look at the replays as we start to get ready to make that move over to Crag. Domination for game 2.
Domination is one that I think really works better for teams that have kind of that more consistent fragging power that can play a little bit more spread out. King of the Hill is very much a game mode in a way similar to TDM, where you can just kind of play as a pack, work on this hill together, allow your players that can find that big impact, like in this case Isaac on Daddy Panda. It's a little tougher to do that in towards domination because you have to be worried about so much control across the map. It's going to be more a matter of setting up your positioning early, getting a player like Isaac out towards mid so he can be rotating around, so he can keep those hills under control.
Especially when you're trying, really that team play, right? When you get the 3 cap, that's when you kind of become that 4-man roaming squad.
For
and
sure.
It's almost like King of the Hill, right? But you have to be able to get to that point in domination. And a player like Delta is going to be very disruptive to that because he's going to be able to kind of freely run around and do what he was doing, get those elims. He was fragging extremely well for his team, and he can go ahead and break those domination holds up, and that'll allow his team to come back in. We watched it happen in the last one. They made that swap over, and then it pushed them into game 3. Will we do that again? I'm not sure if we're going to see the repeat, but I think there's a chance.
Yeah, and look at this. You see the team synergy coming out, handshakes, fist bumps, whatever you could want out on LAN. Have some fun with that one. Also, lovely people watching out in the crowd.
Yeah, we got waves. We got nose. We've got we've got all of the different emotional gamut ran there in the crowd.
The 5 stages, I don't know. I don't think
The
the
5
5 stages of Splitgate?
5 stages? Yep, that's fine. 5 stages of
Something like
Splitgate.
that.
I'll go with that. That works for me.
5 stages, 4 players. You got to divide and conquer in some way or another. But we hop on into Crag here. Domination, our second map in the series. Daddy Panda looking to close out quickly here. I Need Healing. Their tournament life is on the line, at least here for this pool.
Opening up immediately, you saw that player jumping up, looking for that sniper rifle, trying to get the power weapons under control before you get the objective points. And really, if you can take the high ground on the power weapons, you can get control over it. And it looks like that sniper's still up. Player went up there, was not able to get it. They must have gotten taken out before they got there. So we'll see if anybody rotates up to go ahead and grab that. Right now, though, we're on board with Sen. Going to swap over to Ren Akumo, who's in a fight. Will not win that engagement as he goes down. And back over to Delta now, who is trying to flip this over and take control of this site. They will take over control of A.
So that's a really interesting way to start this game off, because you look at those opening kills and you think, sure, I Need Healing is in a really good position. They have their flag, they have over towards mid in that B site as well, but on the other side for Daddy Panda, what they do is they're comfortable to concede. They actually fully work that flank, put the pressure from the C side of the map, but it doesn't fully work out. Now they'll just have to regroup, take this fight as a squad, and, well, it feels like largely this has been a fight of defense, not really being able to get too deep forward. The players that are in positions, well, they're isolated, and they're being taken down. This is where the individuals of I Need Healing can thrive.
Gonna jump on board here with Lunatic Tom. We watched a Tokyo Tom go off yesterday. We'll see if Tom has some big impact here for this squad. World is now trying to defend this point in a battle up against Immortal Marcus, who will take the lead or take the win in that fight up against Delta. Not going to win that one. Delta having a little bit slower start here. He kind of had that big explosive kill start to the beginning of that King of the Hill match. 3-3 here so far, so that fragment hasn't carried over yet, but they have maintained the lead thus far, almost doubling the score of Daddy Panda.
Crag is really a map about mid control. It's about holding on to that B flag, and it's also about holding on to those high walls, those angles that we see right here on our screen for Sen. He's kind of camping out above, waiting for that sniper to respawn, and when he's needed, when he's activated, he can just send it on in. The shotgun for a double defense of middle, still looking strong for this team, and now they're at the point where they can just keep fighting. They can just keep extending. Someone's trying to test A, we'll work on over there. It's this death ball strategy that you're allowed when you have that mid control.
That's definitely what you want to do there. Start reloading that shotgun. Sen will have that. We're going to swap over to Delta for a minute. Carbine out, up against Isaac. They'll get a team shot into him, gets the double kill, gets the finish. So Delta was 3-3 moments ago, now 8-4, starting to heat up here. Gets another one, has a killing spree before he finally gets taken down.
Yeah, and now it comes down to when is Daddy Panda going to take that time to work together to just try and fight out towards B. Now seems to be the moment, and they're winning it thus far. Isaac, some big kills to pick on up, and that B hill will finally be captured on through. Still, Sen is in the picture and is fought back in. They neutralize it. It looks like they've won the fight, but it was just I Need Healing conceding, fighting back in as a team, working together and winning together.
What's been really interesting is that they are just comfortable saying, hey, we want A and B.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about the triple cap. I'm not trying to end this game early. I'm not trying to set a world record pace. We're just going to do what we need to do to get the job done. We're going to hold these two sites. They're basically running 2 people at each site, or
sure.
2 at one up top in the middle, 1 on the other side, so that there's at least some sort of supportive team fire for every engagement.
And the thing is, that's been realized by the side of Daddy Panda. They're trying to flank. They're trying to take control of A and C to try and pinch back in towards that B middle of the map, because they've realized that that's their biggest issue. However, it's not working because they just end up getting fractured. One player is still fighting out towards B. That A hold is being realized, and then I Need Healing just rotate on over. Superior arms and superior positioning to be able to win on out.
They are going to finally break this hold for a moment. They have the 2 cap. They have A and C. That's kind of what you needed to do. You needed to come in and flank in from one side of the hole and then push towards mid. Take A or take B, then push and worry about that guy in the mid.
We've seen them doing this a lot, though. They're constantly able to get A and C. It's kind of a matter of holding it and converting that into B, because I imagine they're comfortable here to hold A and C and try and pinch in towards that B site. They're always fine to concede 1 point of space. However, no matter if it's isolated duels, it still seems like it's working great. Flytrap recovers that rocket launcher, the weapons in their control. They have the shotgun, rocket launcher, BR, all within their hands. So even if it's kind of a weird setup with A and C together, they're making it work. However, C site lost. Now they push back in claim B. I think that was the plan all along. It wasn't about holding A and C. It was about buying rotations off that B site so you can hold on to your 2.
Right, and that's kind of what I was trying to allude to, right? You need to come in, you need to break one side and then come through. You can't make the press through middle where you're going to get team shot from below, the mid, the sides. You got to get that one site, push across, bait them into trying to go for C, which will soften up that second point, go over and take it. And now you've got the stronger hold in A and B.
Yeah, and they'll start to tick on up, looking to tie things a little bit closer here. As in mid now, Gauntlet just being ran. Immortal Marcus has his portal set up. He's rotating on through, and it feels like a reverse story. I Need Healing is now in these spots where they're isolated, where they're fighting against a player with a sniper rifle at range, like Isaac. This is very similar to what we were seeing in towards that first map in King of the Hill, where once those power weapons are in control, once you set Isaac up in a position, his team can just bunker down, hold, and you have a player like him rotating around and just fragging out, staggering the opposition.
Great turn out of Sen to just obliterate the sniper with that burst out of the BR, hits the headshot and gets the elim. So a great turn out of him. Actually turns this around and could be a big win for them.
Could be, and they're able to capture B. It's a matter of holding on to it, though. Lunatic Tom Takes one kill there, and now Daddy Panda completely pushed away from this one. Even that additional point getting contested. A and C both have fights going on. This is isolated. These are individual fights, and it's a little awkward. It's B-side. It is the big priority to Daddy Panda to hold on to this space, and thankfully for them, well, they still have Isaac just rotating around. He's kept his portal up on that high billboard. He's kept himself in a position to fight, and he's thriving in it.
He's been making these great laps here on the side of Isaac, coming in and defending the point, getting back up to the top, going back to the other side, making sure that he's present for each one of the fights, and it did bring them almost back into a tied situation, down by 80 now instead of 120, 130, but the triple cap now for the side of I Need Healing. This is just blowing that wide open again.
And this is a change of, this is what we saw. It basically roles reverse from the first part of that game where it was Daddy Panda always with their A control, never with anything else. I Need Healing, they were in that same position. They were the same kind of worry of holding on to that space out towards mid. They just fight for A and C control, crunch on in, and isolate those players in the mid.
And another great rotation. The second the rocket comes up, World's there, makes the pickup. Now going to make the press in, looking to try and get a finish on this player who has gotten away from them. Nobody there. He can hear the fight outside. Going to go ahead, take a moment, make sure he gets that reloaded before he goes in to take the fight. And it looks like no one's there. Sen cleaned it up.
I Need Healing now, just about 80 points away, but they've lost A and C yet again. It's that same reversal. Question is, can they hold on to this space out in towards mid? Because, well, they're close to that 700 points. As long as these 2 points are held on to by Daddy Panda, they'll be able to keep this one on going. The rocket launcher for World, he needs to win out on this fight, but fails at it. Marcus takes him down, so now a triple cap going the other direction.
This is actually huge. So had it been a 2 cap versus 1 cap, it would have been a situation where I Need Healing still would have taken that down. They had to get a 3 cap, or they have to get the 2 cap and continue to take that 1 point away. They can't let any time go to the side of I Need Healing, who do take back that A site and are slowly ticking towards that 700 points. Only 50 more points needed, and they've now looked like they're going to take down the B site as well. They've at least stopped it and slowed it for a moment.
That they have. Still, be retaken. That's big. As long as they can hold this space, I think now they're close enough. It's going to come down to the wire, though. As long as this A flag is still ticking, then it really favors I Need Healing. And their priority right now isn't necessarily winning the fight, isn't necessarily taking that B. It's just shutting it down. If both teams have 1 flag, then it will just be the inevitable for I Need Healing to win. But they want a little more than that, trying to fight out towards this B flag. Only 20 points away now.
At some point, they're going to have to commit people to that C site. They have to do it. They have to do it right now. Only a few seconds left. They do flip that over, so down to 14 seconds left on the other side. The double cap, the triple cap, they could go ahead in this moment. If they can make this hold and get a couple elims right here, this could win it for them. They need to start taking them down. Trade goes through. 2 down now on the side of I Need Healing. Body count advantage goes to Daddy Panda. What can they do with it? It is going to be down to the wire now. The lead will go the side of Daddy Panda unless one of these sites get taken over immediately by I Need Healing, and they will pull it off. Daddy Panda pulls off the reverse there. Halfway through the game, it looked like it was going the other way, but they close it out.
What a massive comeback for them to be able to find. They realize that it's not just relying on claiming their 2 flags, but capturing more at winning out on the count, winning out on the mathematics. They make it all work, and you see how excited they are about them. That was their tournament life on the line, and they hold strong. They take this in 2-0 fashion and stay up.
Yeah, they'll get to go through and play in that lower finals now to try and go into tomorrow. So great job. I mean, that is one of those wins, and that's one of the things in Split. Domination seems to always be the spot when we're talking about at the pro level, and it looks like it holds true here as well. That is where crazy upsets and crazy comebacks within a match are going to occur. And you can see that they're, even with the mask on, you can kind of tell there's some heavy breathing. They're trying to get their heart rate back down. They're still like, we just did that, right?
I feel like they were like getting ready for TDM. They're like, this one might be over, but they stay in it. They hold their nerve. They keep things working in towards their favor. And now, I mean, I almost want to say it's a treat to keep on going, but it's really not. Ball and Angle was a team that looked so incredibly good, but Daddy Panda showed some impressive stuff. Being able to hold your nerve in such a high-pressure situation, especially when you're in front of an audience, you're here at LAN, you probably have relatively little experience with that, still being able to come back and win that on through is so incredibly impressive.
Yeah, great play out of them. Way to hold, and it's so easy, right? At the point that they were at, they were pretty far behind in points. It's very easy to kind of like, hey, we've got one more game. Yeah. Let's start focusing on the next one. But really, even at the pro level play, when we talk about teams, you know, tell storylines, it's when those moments come through. We're going to take a look at some of the replays, but it's those teams that kind of hold their nerve and say, no, the game's not over until it's finished. Until it says somebody's won, you got to stay in it, keep fighting for it. They did just that, and they take it down.
That they do. Those very close situations are where you can really differentiate those good teams, those that have the potential to keep on fighting within this tournament. Still, even if they are eliminated, we saw some really good moments out of I Need Healing. I think especially in that second game, the way they were locking things down, holding that space in towards B, they had really good ideas of when to concede the fights, when to work back in together. That teamwork was really great, but the thing was, unfortunately for them in that first map of King of the Hill, that control was never in their favor. They were always fighting back from a deficit. It felt like it took them a little bit of time to get themselves warmed up, to get themselves ready to go, to be able to nearly win out on Dom, but slower bracket already. You've lost your second chance, and unfortunately that means they're out.
Yeah, it was one of those ones where had they taken down that domination match, I think it definitely could have gone either way when we got to the TDM. That was one of those ones that could have been close again in that game 3, but you know, sometimes the day's tough, and sometimes it's your second. Unfortunately, you're in the lower bracket, and they will have to go home. But great, valiant effort from them in those 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely. And now for the team that does take things on home, Daddy Panda. I guess we can talk a little bit about our expectations versus Ball and Angle, because it feels like their playstyles are fairly different. That Ball and Angle team was one that was very much consistency, right? All the players finding their impact, all the players getting really similar numbers, lots of team shooting, lots of grouping. That's a little different from what we saw out of Daddy Panda. They were a team that very much kind of established that control together, and then they let out most of their players on a roam, left Isaac to kind of be that anchor to kind of pull that attention, and the rest of his team just kind of worked on the objective, found kills of their own, and it worked really well for them in this match.
I think one of the things that to kind of look at for them in going into this next series, because in a best of 3, we know that we're at least going to game 2, and we're going to see that map again. We are going to see Krag, we're going to see Krag domination, is that they were put in a really tough situation. They were able to find ways through it. They tried multiple different attacks, attack through the middle, attack A first, attack B first, until they could figure out what it was they needed to do to crack that hold and then take it an advantage for themselves. So I think that that's a great warm-up for them before they go into that next series. They'll have some information to kind of go off of, know what worked, what didn't, and see if they can apply that to the next series.
Yeah, I think what is nice, especially in towards this pool play, is that even if you are a team that is maybe a little bit less experienced, you spend a little less time working in towards Splitgate, you can still find big impact because it is the same 3 maps. It is the same 3 game modes. You just have to get used how to play across these different modes. And once you have it down, well, you can find some really good moments.
A ton of good moments. Really, the replays shows a few. We can only show so many replays. That series as a whole was a back and forth battle. There was a lot of high energy, very impactful moments all the way through, and we're getting those at every level of play, right? Splitgate is just one of those games that's just so much fun.
Yeah, it is a ton of fun indeed. And I think we've seen that here. It's some of these teams like yesterday we saw come in with a lot of preparation, a lot of time in Splitgate under their belt, and some of these teams that maybe have had a little bit less, but still are kind of learning as they go, making it work and finding these really exciting runs. Still, though, we have another team to qualify from this pool and a second pool up today. And to get all that ready, we have a short little break. PAX Arena Almost Pro 10K is back straight after this.
Sources say Class 9 Meteor is headed straight for Earth. It's just in, 2 young graduates are taking on the task by themselves. Tomorrow's the day we find out if their laser works.
We did it.
Oh.
Thank you.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Headache triggers incoming.
Intense stress. Sensory overload.
Loud noises.
call for backup?
Excedrin fights headaches fast. Now, even the biggest headaches are toast.
Excedrin keeps your head in the game.
For no more throbbing noggins.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Excedrin.
Welcome back here to the PAX Arena Almost Pro 10K tournament for Splitgate. We're still in our pools, but we have another one of our qualifying matches coming on up, which should be pretty darn exciting. Avocat or Mimi back here again with Supersonic. We just get to watch a pretty awesome matchup there.
It was a
close
close
game, but Daddy Panda now an opportunity to qualify.
I mean, a close one. It was a tough loss for the other side. Daddy Panda pulled off a big kind of comeback windfall win there at the end of that game, and now they're set up and poised to go up against Ball and Angles here, who we watched in that previous series. It was a close one as well, so this is going to be one of those ones where I'm not sure which way I think this one's going to go. Yeah,
Could very much be either way, but at least for Daddy Panda, it has been a pretty long day for them. They have been fighting for a while down in this lower bracket now to try and find their route to qualifying. You know, sometimes when you're gaming for those long times, when you've been playing for quite a while, those gaming triggered headaches can happen. You know, it's kind of comes with the territory. It's always unfortunate. The thing you love can sometimes cause you a little bit of pain, but it doesn't always have to be that way, because one of our sponsors, Excedrin, can help on out. They have their medication just to help out with those gaming related headaches. They're set up here right across from us at their booth here at PAX East, and also online, of course, and in pretty much any store where you can grab their stuff. If that's something you suffer from, make sure you do check them out, and a big thank you to them for making everything possible. If you are at home, you can check them out, www.com, Excedrin Gaming.
Definitely give them a look. They'll, as she said, they'll help you through some tough times, those headache moments and those long days. One of the things to talk about, though, is sometimes those long days can also kind of keep you hot all the way through.
For sure.
So if you take care of the headache, it might keep the trigger finger warm and get you ready to go into that next series. So we'll be taking a look here. Pool B, lower final, the head-to-head, Daddy Panda versus Ball and Angled. We'll be watching these two teams go at it. One will unfortunately be going home, but the other will be setting themselves up to go into the matches on Sunday and compete for that money.
Yeah, $10,000 on the line. And the teams that we have facing off here, two that we're familiar with. They've been playing on stage quite a bit. Daddy Panda, like you mentioned, just took things home to be able to fight for the spot in the lower final. We saw great things from all these players. I think the standout has definitely been Isaac, and in some of those maps, Marcus as well. They have a really interesting style. It's kind of Isaac a lot of the times isolated out on his old, kind of being that scout, creating that chaos, and the rest of his team has looked really good at kind of that objective play, backing things up, finding those clutch moments, whereas for Ball and Angle, it was a little different. It was a lot of the team play, a lot of kind of working together and having very consistent kills. So it's going to be an interesting stylistic matchup, and it's going to be one with a lot on the line here.
Oh, jumping in, getting things started, and we're going to see that railgun immediately grabbed by Jello. Finds a second kill, has two. Going to go ahead and close off one of those portals, looking to just support the team from above. Finds Immortal Marcus from the side, looking for another. Can he get Isaac? Will not. Isaac will get the turn and take him out. But a good opener there. Ton of kills.
Yeah, really good way to get things ongoing. So Ball and Angle starting to get some of that time out onto the hill, but the fight stays competitive. A couple of those weapons picked on up, and now the fight going very well for Daddy Panda. Still, Rectoroni sticks around, finds a couple frags for himself. Not enough, though, as Isaac and Martin, or excuse me, not Martin. Martin, I don't know if that's a man. Actually, in the server, Marcus instead. Got to give some respect to him.
Yeah, Flytrap did go down there. We were on him for a second. He was kind of throwing out the shots with that assault rifle. He goes down. They end up 2 down, and they're in a 2v4 situation. But because he put out enough damage, the other two were able to kind of just do single-shot cleanups. They end up getting the 3, and it ends up going their advantage. Double kill comes through before he goes down. Marcus, last one left alive, and he's going to be up against Jello. He'll win that. All 4 will go down. That'll keep that staggered respawn going, give them a few seconds of body count advantage. Now up against Jake here is Marcus, finds another. That's a killing spree, just going off, finding one-on-one fights constantly and winning them all.
Yeah, 7-1 on that scoreboard straight off the rip. And I think the way the Daddy Panda is just playing around buying that time, buying that opportunity for their teammates to respawn and work back in has been really excellent. Once they have that control, have that space, the person who is there the longest is willing to keep fighting. Even if they die, they buy time for the 2 or 3 other members of their team to work back in. But in this one, the isolated fight's maybe going a little bit worse for where Jello managed to pick up a double, but the defender still there in the hill, still in the favor of Daddy Panda.
On board now with Rectoruni, looking to see if he can line somebody up. Going to be running around, nobody to line up yet for a shot. He now knows that Flytrap's down below, but he's trying to make sure behind him. Good use there. So we talk about portals a lot, throwing down, at least having a portal somewhere so that you have an exit ability to get out. You want to have one portal set up somewhere at all times if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of having that home base that you can work off of. If you're one of those players that's a little more experienced, ready with that kind of triple portaling, it's what you can work off for that. And even if you aren't using that tech, it's still great just to be able to kind of dive back and forth on in. And for Jello, working his way out of his portal, finds one in this one, trying to contest this hill back in favor. But again, it's one of these isolated missions. It's Jello out of his own. Those kind of roaming defenders take him on down, so that time keeps working the way of Daddy Panda.
Looking for shots here, gonna find Jake. That's gonna be Flytrap taking him down. Now looking for shots down the hallway. Finds it with the SMG from Marcus onto Rooney. Gonna look up top, two there. They'll get the better of him as Jello comes through to get the elim.
BFB recovered now, and it's finding big work for Flytrap, just trying to sprint on down towards Chowder. I think that BFB is one of those weapons that is so well paired if you're very adept with those portals. As we can see here, Chowder picks it up, finds that flank, and he's hunting for another. Will whip out the rifle instead and finish that job, but still, great double kill to be found. And Ball and Angles, well, trying to get that hill back under their command, but those are kills that don't really matter. They're out on their own. They're not getting you that point. They're not getting you that time.
For another shot, that's going to be that railgun. Finds one, trying to line up Jello. Not able to get it, didn't feel comfortable. Goes ahead and lets go of the trigger. Finds that one, gets a double through the portal. Jello, last one left alive on the point. Going to be able to get a few shots. Cleans that one up as well. Not in time to classify it as a triple. I, in my heart, will call it a 4-4, but he takes 3 down.
Yeah, that he does. Big work out of the man. Still, Marcus looking to contest on forward, but his team not there quite in time, so Chowder picks one off at distance. Now this is where the BFB thrives. This is where the BFB finds its impact. The double kill for Flytrap, and that hill still in control of Daddy Panda.
If there was ever a hill built for the BFB, it's this one. Unfortunately, as I say that, the BFB did not get utilized properly, and he does end up dropping down. Now, Hill makes the move over, and Chowder going to be the first one on point.
And that's a really interesting one. Daddy Panda had sent one player to rotate on over to hold that hill early on, but it ends up the teammates die on the point, so they get staggered on out, and that person who, sure, maybe they got 1 or 2 seconds ticking early in towards the hill, they die alone. The team is staggered on that retake, and Ball and Angles straight back in.
And here they come, Ball and Angles getting control over this hill. A battle ensues over the point. There's a killing spree for Jello, 22-9 right now. But you can kind of see what his role is. You look at the stats, he's 22-9. Lowest points, though, when it does come to objective score, being on point. He is that free roamer. He is your rogue agent that's going to run around and just kind of get those elims to try and soften up the other team.
And it's interesting you contrast that with the other kind of big player on the other side in Isaac. In previous games, we saw Isaac doing a lot of these roams, finding a lot of these kind of fights on the longer angles. But in this one, when the competition is a little bit closer, he spends a lot more of his time fighting close on that point, helping his team on out, working with that team shooting. It's been doing really well for them. Flytrap especially. I mean, proving close to the name, just planting on up, digging in the roots and trapping some flies.
Yeah, the trap is he stands on the point. He waits for you to come to him.
Yeah.
That is the setup, and it's worked well for him, especially when you got an SMG and the pistol in your hand. You got a lot of full auto power there. And shots now across the point. Going to get Chowder as he comes through the portal. Here comes the press. Second one coming through. Rectoroni will get him, or take him down. Sorry, that was actually Jakey that got the final shot into him to take him out, but the team shot comes through. Unfortunately, they aren't able to hold them off. So in comes Ball and Angles, and they're able to take over the point.
That's so painful when you can see it coming, but you're just reloading. Nothing to do against the BFB in these close fights. And even with the jetpack, still not able to get high enough. So Ball and Angle starting to take quite a bit of time. This gap lessening to just a few seconds.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where it started off rough for Ball and Angles, but as they've been starting to prioritize a little bit more on getting these power weapons, this one right now in the hands of Isaac, but the SMG, the BFB, some of those close range weapons, they've been kind of coming back into this one. Not able to get the finish there. 3 down now, 4 down on the side of Daddy Panda. Flytrap first one up. He'll be the one that has to try and make the call. What direction are we going? What are we doing? He's going to lead the way as he comes in to try and get towards that point. He turns that corner. They have a team shot. They do take down one, but they trade out 2 for 2, so even battle thus far for this point.
Even indeed, and now that lead will again slip away from them. Daddy Panda do good. That team shot excellent for them as Ren takes down Jello at range again. It's these respawn timers ticking on down, but with everyone up for Ball and Angle and some of these power weapons just around the corner, they can try and fight this one as a whole, and they're doing great at it, pressuring Daddy Panda back down the staircase and claiming that hill away from them.
Waiting for anybody to come as they set up for this next hill rotation. First on scene, Daddy Panda. They've got 3 on point already, and the rotation isn't there quite yet from Ball and Angle.
And that shows really good kind of mid-game calling out of them. They realize, sure, we've lost the fight over towards the hill, but that's not what's important. The next hill is much better. They'll hold down. They'll claim that space early, and then it just puts Isaac in a position where he just has to chill out on the point. Bragg, Flytrap is there to help him. The whole team just dueling and winning.
That was huge. So one triple kill comes through for Flytrap. He doesn't get the finish on any of them, right?
Yeah.
He on the spray on a single clip gets damage into 3 players, gets credit because his teammates come through. Another player took out another one of the guys on ball and angles, and they get a full squad wipe. Just gave them 8 full seconds freely, plus the travel time back to the hill. That was a huge wipe there.
I think if there is one thing to improve on, especially for ball and angles, it has been their kind of rotations to retake in towards these hills. It's been a lot of moments where we just see them just hoofing it, just taking their feet, running on over. There's some good routes you can work with on the portals, but this map in Wave of Abyss, it can be a little bit slower. There's a lot of walls up, so you have to have a lot of knowledge to be able to get those rollouts, to be able to get in quickly, and well, Jello gets in, but doesn't get anything for it.
Coming down to the final moments here. Looking for 250 on the score line, 220 coming up on the board here for the side of Daddy Panda. As we get ready for this hill, it does say hill lost. We can hear the in-game announcer talk as Ball and Angles gets a hold of some weapons. The bat and the railgun in the hands of Jello. We'll see if he can make a lot of impact with this one. Thus far, it's doing just that. He's got 2 elims as they push over towards this hill. He's coming into support. There's a bat for 1. He gets back out. There was actually another player there that he could have ran down and taken out, but he was kind of portaling as he was coming in.
Yeah.
Hard to react at that quick.
And you don't have to get that greedy. You don't always have to take that other fight, as it will just be that time ticking on forward. Still, it's basically one team fight away from the close here, and that portaling is excellent. Get behind, find a frag with that BFB, and should soon be able to get this hill back on, unless Jello has something to say about it, and thus far is doing well. Holds down the fort, and the player even falls off the map. That's a gift given over to Ball and Angle.
Jello is just hunting at the moment. He could not care any less about the objective. He is just running around, harassing everyone he can get a piece of out in the mid, not allowing them to get those quick rotations. Gonna find another. He is on an absolute tear. Finally, his reign of terror comes to an end as he goes down.
That he does, but now this hill control will still be under that of Ball and Angles. However, they're under a lot of pressure here. Still, it's these moments where these fights individually are given on over and are capitalized off of by the side of Ball and Angles. You need to group up. You need to play this one a little bit slow, and they're trying to do that now. The fight on in. They find the first kill in this one, and Chowder's forced away. The portals will try and keep him up, and he grabs a double. Hill still under their control.
Huge from Chowder there. That was one of those moments where if you don't get in and take control of that and they get a good solid hold, they could have pushed this very close to the end of the game. Now, rotation, everybody trying to get to that hill. Nobody was there prior to it getting that, making the move across the field. Now they're there again. First one on site to get control. Ball and Angles, they're trying to scrape this one back together. Only 2 points off when they were behind by over 40 at one point.
Yeah, it was a massive deficit, but now look, Hill is under control of Daddy Panda. Chowder again, a hero, keeping his team in this, keeping his team alive, and might just be looking to close things on out. Still, another player on the point. Marcus fighting, and he goes down. So this timer, it is working towards their favor. We're tied up, and Ball and Angles manages to take the lead.
They're going to have the advantage here coming into this, too. They just put the team on a full wipe. They're coming off of a slightly staggered respawn coming back into this point. Only 5 more seconds needed here for Ball and Angles to pull off this comeback win where they were behind, and they will do just that off the double kills. Huge from Jello. 48 elims.
That is ridiculous out of this guy. It felt like every time we were on board with him, Railgun is in his hands, BFB is in his hands, SFG is in his hands. He knew the timings. His team gave him the freedom, right? You let Jello out on the loose, you let him roam, you let him frag, and he will deliver results.
Yeah, I kind of was like, yeah, you're out there, you're doing elims, but you're not getting objective points. He goes, you know what? I still don't care about your objective points, Super. I'm just going to crank my elims to triple, and we'll just see if that has an impact. And, well, it had a massive one. He went through and just was not allowing them to get back on the rotation.
Yeah, and sure, the kind of roaming kills were awesome, and he did really well at them. But I think the biggest moments for Jello, he had 3 clutches in the end there. Pretty much 3 1 versus 2s where he is the only man left on the hill. The rest of the team is either too far away or on that respawn timer, and he succeeded in all 3 of those instances.
Yeah, he succeeded in all 3 of those instances, and then off of those, once a teammate came in and filled the spot on the hill, he then went back into kind of his figure 8 running portal up top, drop back in off of a different angle, never jumping out through a hallway and then coming back through the same spot that he left through. He's always going to go out and come in from a new angle to try and give himself an advantage in those fights. And it worked time and time and time again. We'll take a quick look at this replay from game number 1.
Yeah, Jello, it felt like a star, but there were some big players that we had really hyped up going into this game on the other side, in Immortal Marcus and in Isaac, and it felt like they were getting a lot done very early on, but then we just got to this point in the game where Jello was on the loose. He was finding his individual stuff, Flytrap was holding down the fort, and then it didn't really matter what everyone else was doing. This is a team that has so many individuals, so many people that can step up to that plate and completely take control of a game.
And you had Flytrap also during this moment, right around this time. It'll probably come back to him on the replay at some point. But I remember he's 21-10 at one point, and you're kind of talking about the trap. He was doing a great job for them as well, right here on the point, kind of controlling the flow into the point, making sure that he was taking out those players as they pressed in. So there was a ton of great plays, great moments on both sides. But in the end, Jello's late game terror was the difference maker.
It really was. That bat finding so many big kills, especially in towards this late game. And I think the play style, that kind of roaming setup, started to come back to punish Daddy Panda. The pop-off. You can just see how much it means for them to be able to pull that off.
It literally popped the beanie off of his head.
Yeah.
Underneath it, like, even with a headset on over the top trying to hold it down, it still popped off the top of his head.
Yeah, popped off in that one indeed. Someone is completely ready here. The full gas mask
yes.
on.
Yeah.
Gotta stay safe.
He's 100% safe. Yeah, we heard the voice in the middle of that game, the voice from above of PAX, the PA, reminding everybody that this is a masked event.
Yeah,
he's more than prepared.
I think he's incredibly safe. You love to see people taking their safety seriously. But we're about to hop back into the action here. Crag domination. Will this be a different story, do you think, for Daddy Panda?
Ooh, I don't know. This is one of those ones where having a player like Jello, who is doing so well in those individual fights where he can kind of go and pick a point and be that difference maker, he's going to make it difficult for somebody to try and do a 3-cap on them, which should keep the game close or really push the advantage towards their side. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ball and Angles come through and have kind of a really strong performance here.
Yeah, Ball and Angles, I mean, they looked pretty solid at this in towards their previous series as well, so we'll have to see how much that continues. Early on, it's looking good. A and C control, we saw a lot of this in towards that previous series. You take the extremities first and then crunch on in, grab that triple cap. So many points early on here.
So great job here off the rip, going ahead, getting control of everything. They had a small triple cap there out of the gate. That's going to give them a little bit of buffer, give them a little bit of time to talk in these situations when they are not in the hill advantage, when they don't have 2 points at least. They'll be able to talk a little bit more. That early game, kind of getting that pressure off of you early, is kind of a nice feeling when you're competing.
Yeah, it always feels good to be able to get all that early on. And here for Ball and Angles, we're seeing a lot of this kind of being able to concede that space and then just working as the death ball. When you have all 3 points, or even when you just have staunch control of 2, you can do that really easily. They give away B for a moment and then completely crush back on in. They force Daddy Panda to turn their attention over towards that C site, which Ball and Angles is perfectly comfortable conceding.
As they do get control of A and B, and we saw how dominant of a hold that was able to be with the play styles in the previous matchup, right, where Daddy Panda was in. That A-B hold was so strong when they were utilizing that top side. I'm curious to see if that happens the same way. It seems like both of these teams are much quicker in their reactions, and it's not going to allow for long holds there on top.
Yeah, the battle rifle out, trying to get a shot on through, but nothing really connecting. Again, it's this mid-control where they give it away, they come back on in. It's just a wave. You crash out, crash back in, and work really well at it. Isaac, though, will try for some heroics in towards the point, but it's only one before his teammate falls. Now he's alone. You have to push away from that one. Your team is staggered on off. You cannot really commit to that fight and have a good chance at winning it on out.
On board with Rectorunid now. A and C currently under Ball and Angles advantage, but Flytrap will get an elim there as he is the defender for B. And you can see the fight happening over at B, but because everybody's kind of pressing in and doing it kind of in lemming fashion in a one-on-one single file line, you didn't get much out of it, and instead you gave up a different point because you're now down in the man advantage, and the one guy got to take 2 while the other 3 take your other point.
Yeah, that you do. A couple of these big weapons online. Rocket launcher, shotgun, all recoverable, and it goes into the hands of Ball and Angles for Jakey. It'll be a great way to get things started for him, and that he will. This point should soon be captured. ANC control seems to be the special sauce for this team. When they hold down that space, will be, even if you don't have it, you still have the control of everything else, which effectively means that it is your space to hold unless Marcus can do something about it. A double with the rocket launcher. This B site is his.
He throws one to the right on that first hill, softens a player up, turns, basically rips the head off the other one as he catches him in the forehead with a rocket, and then catches the third one as well. So just great use of the rocket launcher.
And his survival is so important there, because that means that this fight over towards the A site, it's a pinch. It's not just a solo duel. You get those kills in B, you work back in together, and you can reclaim that space really well.
They're working on that B hill now. They will take it down on the side of Daddy Panda as they try to regain a little bit of ground, behind by just under 80 points right now. C-site under control for Ball and Angles. That A-B hold that we saw in the previous series, not holding long enough. I couldn't even finish saying what I was going to say before the A-site gets taken away from them.
Yeah, it's been really quick in these exchanges back and forth, but there's been one strong point. Ball and Angles has practically always had their space out towards C. They're always comfortable conceding space, re-pushing it together. You can see in the numbers here, Chowder is off roaming on his own. Everyone else has been working together to hold on towards those points. Chowder's job is to just stagger the opposition. He's done a great job with that. Whenever there's a team fight, it's basically a 3v3 with one roamer coming back on in way of Chowder, and that means so many of these fights are won out by Ball and Angles.
Yeah, I mean, we're still early in this game, right? But if we say we're a third of the way through and we multiply this out, or over half actually, Jello, not really the same pacing here that he had in the previous game. Not necessarily the same impact, and that is because it's not as predictable where those players are going or where they're routing to, because everybody's going everywhere. You got 3 different sites instead of the King of the Hill. It's a little bit more predictable, and Jello not quite having the same impact here that he did in the previous game.
But again, we've seen for this team as well that sometimes that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Other players can step one up, and this one Chowder's been doing well for himself, but you would hope to see a similar performance out of the big man in way of Jello, and he'll look to do it now, fighting out towards this B site. Does well in close quarters with the melee and tries to use these portals to keep himself up. Unfortunately, misses out on that high wall portal.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Looking for that high wall portal, trying to throw it behind. Unfortunately, just a little off to the left. Had he gotten that and come through that portal, would have been a nasty flank. Just unfortunate, under the pressure, couldn't get that play off. Couple good kills here on the point. Jakey gonna get eliminated. Flytrap the one making the plays on that B site, trying to take it over.
Jello does wait for that rocket launcher, now recovers that in towards his hands. A big weapon to have for the man, and it already finds 2. A double for Jello. Sight taken easy as that.
Yeah, comes through, picks up the rocket. We're like, okay, Jello's got the rockets. See what he can do. Immediate double kill. Just coming through, making use, and there's that low side that I was talking about before. Immediate power swing across. He has vision of the whole map. Nobody up top that he can make the use of, but as he rotates around, he finds another with that rocket launcher and gets a 3rd kill with it. Still has a shot left, too.
Started out as just a rocket launcher. Now this man is making himself a fighter jet, just flying through the air and landing straight on the face of Marcus. A killing spree for 5.
B site, only one under control currently. That's in favor of Ball and Angle. C goes over to Daddy Panda. Now it's going to be a battle over that C site. That one also going to go the way of Daddy Panda. Close battle as they keep this within 40 points. And again, we saw just how much of a swing you can get in these games in the later half on this map. See if that comes into play once again. Daddy Panda had that huge kind of windfall comeback in the last one. This time they're behind again. Can they do it again?
I was waiting for this to come out. Jello now has that set up. You saw him trying to hit that portal towards the high wall earlier. Now he establishes that. When you have weapons like the carbine, like the sniper rifle, being able to have one portal safe in the close quarters, go high, wrap your opponent. You see it working here. 1 kill a second. Jello grabs hold, and hey, he's straight back in the air again. Isaac has no idea where to look, and for good reason. Collection Agency, B site still held down.
That was such a nasty start to that, too. The first one on the left, the no-scope, the whip to the second, gets that little flick over onto that second player. Of course he wants more. He always wants more. It's Jello.
He's hungry for it, and he might just get it in this one. Flytrap giving him some trouble, but still not too much to handle for a guy like Jello. That B site, though, does swing back the other way, but that's the only point held on to. Ball and Angles, again, with this extremity control. A and C within their grasp.
Coming up on that 600-point mark for Ball and Angles. They'll have only 100 points more needed. They're just under 100 points ahead of Daddy Panda. But this is a situation Daddy Panda has been in before.
It's true.
Quite literally moments ago in the previous series. So we'll see how they close this one out. If somebody's going to pop off once again, Jello, though, back on board with him. Shotgun in hand. That's going to be a big impact play. Looking for that second shot. Does find it as he goes up over the top. Now shot into the back. Going to cut him off on the other side. He knows. He's tracking him. He knows he's there. Got to get him.
He can hear, he can see, he's ready to find these kills. And with now this C-site swinging, this triple cap, they only made it up for a couple seconds, only 70 more points to take this one on through. And it's coming down to just these individual fights. Isaac gets a couple, but Jello stays alive. That point is still there. This deficit is massive. This feels nigh on impossible for Daddy Panda.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where it doesn't feel like it's quite going the same way. They don't have that same energy, that same kind of momentum swinging towards the end of the game they did in the previous matchup. Nobody with any points on the board at the moment. B immediately taken back for the side of ball and angles. Rocket launcher going to come out from Chowder, and the power weapon control has been solid all the way through from ball and angles, and I think it's been the difference maker.
Yeah, and it might just be the end of this one. 7 more points to go. A-site, C-site in control. That'll be all. Ball and angles 2-0. They qualify into the playoff, and the Pandas head on home.
And that does complete the Group B. I wanted to say Group C. Group C is where we're going. Group B is where we're coming from. Group B taken down. Ball and angles will be the second team to punch their ticket into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, that they do really good games out of them, showing that even down in this lower bracket, they're just still going to find some good moments. The way that they play within these objectives, allowing their star player in Jello to thrive, to have the massive impact, but also having a fantastic core. The rest of the three to fall back on. In that game, it was a different style. Jello holding out towards mid instead of him being the roamer. Chowder picking up that position. They've shown us a lot of different looks, and they've looked good in all of them.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting, right? So Jello had that huge pop-off in game one. But in game two, it took him a minute to kind of get his footing. It felt like he wasn't quite feeling himself the same. Then he got a hold of that rocket launcher and that sniper rifle, and then he came through and did that double flag, and it was like, oh, well, this feels like that's probably the way this is going to go at that point.
Yeah, it does feel that way indeed. So now our fourth team joining in towards the playoffs, and honestly, a really exciting one. I think that, sure, yesterday we had a couple teams that were just bulldozing their way on through. Quick, easy route on in, that's always good, but being able to have more time up on that stage, more time kind of getting used to how you want to play as a team, how you want to work together, and how you want to play in this environment can actually be really helpful. Even if it feels a little bit worse to have to fight through that lower bracket, you have more opportunities to prove what you're worth. You have more opportunities as a team to find yourself in these tough positions and figure out how to reply to them.
It's why storylines like that happen, right? Sometimes sometimes playing through the lower bracket can be a huge, a huge boost for you because you get to stay warm, you get more reps, and you get more time, and you get more comfortable. Especially if you're somebody that hasn't played on a stage before, the more time you can buy yourself up there with crowd, but having to hear us and everything else that's going on around you in the room, getting more comfortable with that is always going to be a good thing for you. So sometimes those lower bracket runs, they pay off in dividends.
Yeah, they really do. And I think that experience can kind of win all. It can even trump skill sometimes. If you get stressed out, if you find that pressure for yourself onto the stage, well, that's where things start to go wrong. That's where upsets start to happen. And I think that we do have to give some credit on over to Daddy Panda because they proved that they have those moments, right? Absolutely. I think in the previous series, that massive comeback and domination, to be able to even get to this point is still something impressive to remember.
It's one of those ones that they had that huge comeback win in the previous series. They made these close. This wasn't like these were blowouts by any means. These were two close games. They had a ton of effort that they put out, and they did a great job throughout the day. And they had, unfortunately, they didn't come out on top, but you have to give them credit. They put in a lot of work.
Yeah, that they did. Looking back at some more of these replays, again, it felt like the power weapon control was a really big part, especially on that map number 2 of domination. That rocket launcher, Jello had it so many times. He was just flying around the map with that weapon. And in a lot of these situations, sure, having the power weapon is great, but the way that you route with it is even more important. And Jello just put on a masterclass for that. Constantly with a portal on that high wall, constantly just running these routes, just circling on through, always in a new position, always punishing his opposition.
Well, we talked about it in the previous game, too, and they showed it in the replay just a moment ago, where he got hit the body shot with the sniper and immediately auto-swapped over to the carbine to get the finish, where before he wasted a couple shots trying to panic, get that second shot. So you could see him evolving almost as a player and how comfortable he was as the series went on.
Yeah, you can see that comfort coming on through, and, well, you can see the success now as they do work their way in towards the playoffs. But to hear a little bit more about what it took for this team, we have Alex over on the stage.
All right, I'm here with Jello and Chowder. from Ball and Angles. Are you guys just a fan of prison food, or where did the chowder and jello come from?
So when I was 12, like most 12-year-olds, I unfortunately was an idiot. And
Speak for yourself.
All right. I was an idiot. I can't speak for all 12. Apologies to the 12-year-olds. And
I've had to give 2 of those today. Don't worry.
Just saw Chowderhead was open, took it, just unfortunately never looked back.
I think if you call somebody a chowderhead in prison, you will be killed. So just be careful where you say that. But you guys are part of also Ball and Angles. Is there a safe for work way to explain that one, or should I just move on?
They misheard us. It instead of that edgy Fallen Angels name, we thought Ball and Angles.
Okay.
But I guess they misheard, so it's a Ball and Angle.
There you go. That's branding. I'm sure that's not trademarked. You got a team name. You guys had a great performance. Every time you played, honestly, you just when you guys lost, you went up against another really great team. This time, super dominant performance. Jello, in particular, they used a lot of 10-cent words describing how you played. Expertise, masterclass, all above my pay grade. I thought you were great. What do you attest that to? Is it you got a lot of movement around with the portals. You were really great about placing, closing stuff behind you. Also really great at controlling the power weapons. What do you think was your biggest asset in putting up those huge kill streaks?
I played a lot of Halo over the past 10 years.
Never heard of it.
And a lot of Portal, so that and a couple hours a week on AIM Labs.
That's the one where you talk to your friends on AOL, right?
AIM Labs?
No, different thing. Sorry. So you're just saying a lot of FPS expertise there, but you were really moving with those portals. How long have you been playing Splitgate?
I played a bit of beta and I dropped it because nobody was playing beta. It was closed beta, okay. So I didn't know a lot of people with invites. When it first came out, everyone was on it. So.
Well, we had a kid who'd never played before, so you can't be cool guy of the day, but that's still pretty good. What are you guys looking to do as you move forward in the competition? You guys are obviously going to be back on Sunday. What are you guys looking to do as a team?
As a team, we have a combined total 25 hours in Splitgate going into this. So really, we just sort of joined this because we're all big FPS players and we all like to have fun. Going into Sunday, we're hoping, like everyone, we're hoping to win. But really, we're just looking for some great competition.
There you go. 2 mic drops from 2 mushy foods. Give them a round of applause from Ball and Angles. We're going to have more Splitgate action coming back in just a second in our 10K Almost Pro Open. But right now, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back to me. How exciting. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Then boil for 3.5 minutes. Then you can salt to taste.
How can I help?
I need more eggs.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Headache triggers incoming!
Intense stress. Sensory overload.
Loud noises!
You call for backup?
Excedrin fights headaches fast. Now, even the biggest headaches are toast.
Excedrin keeps your head in the game.
For no more throbbing noggins.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Hi there, friends. It's me, your old pal Alex, and I'm here at our booth still, but I'm at a different part of it. Now you can see me in less lights. That's good for all of us. I am standing here at one of our partner tables here, though. It's the COPE table, the Coalition of Parents in Esports. I'm with Chris and Shay here, and I just kind of want to get a quick breakdown so that the audience understands what COPE is, what COPE does, why it's so cool, why we partner with them, and just you guys want to do a quick elevator pitch for everyone out there. What is COPE? Why is it important? There you go.
Hi, so I'm Shay. I'm known as Shaymon on Twitter, and we are Coalition of Parents in Esports. We're parents of players who recognize that esports is really great for kids when you get involved with them, and we advocate for more parents getting involved and letting their kids actually have screen time.
Wow. I mean, that's it's really, as far as I understand, it's all about positive reinforcement when it comes to video games and esports in kids' lives, which is great because imagine where I would be if I had any positive reinforcement at any point in my life. But enough about me. Let's continue talking about you guys. It really is about, I mean, you guys kind of call out something that might be invisible to most people, which is the stigma that exists in parent circles surrounding video games and esports. Why do you think that exists, and what do you guys do to combat that?
I think the lack of awareness of all the great things that esports has to offer and the great career paths here leads to the negative stigma. So, you know, the fear of the unknown. So the more parents know about it, the more kids talk to their parents about it, the more that stigma is going to decrease.
And what kind of outreach do you guys do? I mean, obviously you guys are here, but what kind of outreach do you guys do to parents and kids to get them involved, to get more information out there, to remove some of that stigma?
We're on all social media, and we do a whole lot of stuff with education, both for gamers who want to succeed here and to their parents on how to get involved and support their kids. We also try to get programs into schools because for it to have credibility, it needs to be respected like any other sport.
Yeah, and that is something that I always respected as a kid is what's schools. I mean, that's really for the parents, really. Is the kids are just like they want to do it, but it's parents really respect when institutions like schools and stuff respect video games, right?
Exactly, and that leads to colleges. There are so many colleges that have great programs now, and they even have scholarships. When parents hear that, they're going to get interested.
And why do you guys know about this? I mean, for those of you out there, you might just be a cool mom with a bucket hat, and that's worth some points. We can all agree that, but how are you guys involved in this community?
So I started here when my son started playing Fortnite at about the age of 13, and he got really good at it, and he is now a pro player for Fortnite, and he actually is, been on your stage today playing a game he had never played in his life.
I know, and he was very good at it. And then he yelled at me for laughing at him. I want everyone to know I'm a fan of the hat. I just have to make fun of everybody. So I want to make that very clear. And Chris, you're also a parent of an esport player?
I am. My son is Skeptic. He's a pro Fortnite player, content creator. He's been playing. He'll be 18 next week, and he's been playing since he was 13, professionally in the spotlight, doing his thing. And it's been a dream of his since he was, 5 years old. He's wanted to do this, so it's been great.
So naturally, you guys are super involved in the video game world because you are a part of it. You are, I mean, without you, who knows where your kids would be in video games, because it's really important for whatever a kid wants to do that their parents are behind it. I think what you guys do are awesome. If we could direct anyone anywhere to help support the cause or just know more about it, where can we point people on the internet to learn more about this if they're not at the convention?
So go to our web. It's cope.gg and sign up for our mailing list. Get involved. We have lots of programs for you, and you can actually become a COPE parent if you want to help us out. We're a nonprofit, so go check us out.
There you go. If you're at the convention, come check out the booth. Talk to Chris and Shay. Maybe you'll get some more bucket hat tips. Don't hesitate to come by here because what they do is super important, and they're really cool people. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys for giving us the time. We're going to kick it right back over to the caster's desk for more of that Splitgate awesomeness right now. Over to you guys.
Yeah, well, we're coming back on over to us. Thank you to Alex and to the people over at COPE. Love games, love having more people being able to be involved with it and being able to have esports as a career. So if you're here at the convention, make sure you check those folks out.
No, I love everything about that. Parents being involved in esports is something that's super huge. It's one of those things that I luckily am somebody in my age demographic that did have that. My mom was just always super supportive of whatever I wanted to do. And I think that without that support, I probably would not be sitting here hanging out with you right now. So it's super cool to see an organization like that kind of trying to help bring more awareness, because there is more than just us sitting here and the people playing on stage, which is very different. There's so many positions behind the scenes, people in our ear that are talking to us, engineers. There's so much involved, and there's so much more growth that's going to happen here. It's not just video games. It really is a huge community and a ton of support. So shout out to Cope.
Yeah, awesome, the stuff that they're doing. But hey, you know, we love having more people involved in esports, more people trying to play, more people trying to compete. And what a better way to start than here at the Almost Pro tournament, right? We have our third group now, group number C. Number C? C is not a number, at least as far as I'm concerned. Maybe I need to go back to school.
It isn't caster math, I'm sure it is.
Yeah, close enough.
Something like algebra or something, right? It's a number.
Yeah,
We just don't know what the number is.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get that far. We'll try and figure all that out. We'll try and do the math. We'll try and figure out what's going on. But what we know is that 2 more teams are going to be making their way in towards that playoff day on Sunday, and one of these teams is going to be one of the qualifying teams. Wash Goons, Spontaneous, they've already been fighting their way through Group C, and they found themselves in towards this upper final.
Yep, Wash Goons versus Spontaneous. So we're going to get to watch these 8 players go head-to-head, punch their way through, and then we'll be kind of dropping back and letting Bitey and Rome take you guys through the rest. But we're going to get through this series, and we get to send another team through, which is super cool. 2 back-to-back games, or is that 3 in a row that we get to send people to the championship?
Very exciting.
We are blessed up here on the desk today.
We're having a good time, and these players have as well. Spontaneous thus far, looking at their run, they have been looking unstoppable. 3 2-0s to find themselves in towards this upper bracket, and Wash Goons as well. Clean sweep. They only had to play 2 games to make their way up here, but still very impressive showing from both these squads.
Well, we're going to get to see a whole bunch right now as we get a look at a couple of the players. Okay, a little hockey fan there, some Star Wars. Good all the way through so far. Let's see. Okay, well, esports division, Transfuse.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is. I'll have to find out afterwards, though. You know, I've got this.
If they win, maybe we learn in the interview. Who knows?
Yeah, I got this fancy little thing that I can hold in my pocket that I can like Google stuff. And
I don't know
it'll
what
give
that
me
is.
Answers. I'll teach you all about it when we get out of here. Right now, though, we got a game. Game 1 of the series here between these 2 squads. Wash Goons up against Spontaneous, trying to get the win here in this series, make their way to Championship Sunday to play for the money matches. Double kill, looking for the triple, has a great opening there. Moon Knight 60 gets a great, solid opening push.
Yeah, really good way to start things off. I always wonder, players with the really like long numbers at the end of their names, I always wonder how they get them. I feel like for a lot of people, it's like what Xbox or PlayStation or Steam or whatever assigned to them when they try to sign up with that name.
Yeah, you sign up and they're like, oh, sorry, we don't have this. Would you like this with this number on the end of it?
Yeah, maybe some really
If it was
important
4
number.
digits, maybe I would have guessed that it was like his Discord account, right? You know, like
just
the
advertising his
hashtag
Discord
for it.
account.
Yeah,
That'd be
that's
just
the new name.
next level.
Maybe that's the next. Maybe that's the next move. Is like social media moves forward. It's no longer about your Twitter, your on-game handle. It's just your Discord.
Collecting Discord friends. Personally, I just like to get some LinkedIn connections and find as many as possible.
I mean, I'm kind of sold on Discord at the moment. I had a bucket hat that said Discord on it earlier, so you know.
You get around, and Wash Goons, they're getting some points on the board here. Finally do lose control of the hill, but had a great job early on of claiming the space. Now they will concede for a moment, lose a couple members, and look to fight back on in, but this is a really good pinch. In the low ground, you have Jess Stuga, and on the other side, Deadlie working together as well. Those power weapons recovered, a killing spree to come on out, and that point back under control.
Great use of the elevation there, making sure that he was basically just kind of head peeking there, not giving the opponent a lot to shoot at. He's able, his 2 teammates also, you know, going up and body blocking for him. Also the enforcers coming through. They get up in there, get involved, and allows him to come through, get that triple kill. So solid team play once again. Right now on with a large hugger. What kind of hugs? I'm now interested. I may need to get myself a hug.
Maybe. Got to go up to him after.
Everybody always needs a hug.
Everyone does. You know, what? You can't go wrong with it. A couple more seconds before this hill closes on out. And you see that Watch Goons have taken the approach of, hey, we lost this fight, we'll concede this space and instead worry about the next hill, which they already have control of. So now for Spontaneous, comes down to how well they can fight to work back in. All their players are up, and they have a couple big weapons to work with. This flank is so good. The portal behind is looking to get a little bit more. Excellent work there out of Deadlie. Wants the third, but they've had to concede the point and all of that. Sure, a flank's great, but if you don't have players on the other side to help you out, it doesn't find too much impact.
Decides to go ahead and back his way out of that one. Deadlie realizing that he was just kind of holding the ground, and all 4 players of the other team were there looking his way. He didn't get one of the elims, couldn't get a pick. Decides to back out, waits to make that rotation back around, and makes it back in. Waits for the team to come through. They come through as a squad, comes in, killing spree. Why not? Go ahead, just make the plays.
The railgun now recovered. Deadlie Massive stuff out of them still. That point, the more important factor now with that grab, you can just stay on these extremities. You can just keep working these fights on the roam. And Exhale coming up in a moment, and Deadlight is ready for it. Locks down with that railgun. Will die in the process, so this hill picked up by Spontaneous.
On board with Spent Silver. He's going to pick up one as he controls this hill. Gets hit and blindsided from that right side and shot from the front. Down he goes. Another one drops on the other side as Hugger gets taken out. Double kill, triple kill. He got a couple shots in somewhere and his team cleans him up. Guess gets a bunch of kills.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff to grab for him. And I think this lower point is one of the toughest to retake because in those close quarters, if you don't have the power weapons, you don't have an SMG, something along those lines, a BFB to hold on to those close corners, things get pretty tough if you just have that carbine on the retake. They've been attempting it, but Moose just kind of routing around, playing within those portals, just punching anyone. That melee within close range is so devastating.
Shots down, fight here, 1v2. He's going to end up losing that one. Spent Silver is who we're going to jump on board with for just a moment before we make the switch over to Deadlight. SMG in hand. He's 24-6 thus far. Kind of the main slave for the team comes through. SMG into the punch. Great job to make that switch. Save that ammo. He's going to get another one here. We'll have the second kill, one through the doorway on the left here. He's going to come in and make the chase. Teammate comes through. Collection agency for him. That's 10 in a row.
10 kills picked on up, and this point still under their control. This team in Way of Watch Dragoons has done a really good job at moving with that point and kind of preempting it a little bit. They're really comfortable conceding the last 5-10 seconds of a hill as long as they have staunch control of the next one, can set up for that team shoot, punish the people rotating on it.
I really like the way that we've been watching Deadlight play again. And it goes back to that kind of opening play we were watching him do where he decided to back out of the fight. He's not taking fights unless he knows he has the advantage. He's only setting himself up in positions where he feels he's going to be able to get an easier win. He does not want to just take a straight up standing in the open gunfight with anybody. He wants to make sure that he's coming in and gets that blind side, gets that opening advantage.
And the thing is, this game has so many opportunities for peel. You can just have your portal down behind, you can work your way on out, but Deadlight does not want to leave. He wants to stand and try and fight, but maybe it's a little too much. Does die in that one, and now Spent Silver, like we were talking about, doesn't want to overextend in this one, does not want to take that disadvantageous fight, so instead, peels back, waits for his teammate to work together, comes in from behind. Those flanks are so good.
Waiting as they control this hill. There's the railgun, gets one before he goes down, and that'll end up handing it over to Deadlight. Probably the last guy on the other team you want to have handed that off to as he gets one, takes out Hugger with one shot, now looking to see if he can find anybody else. It looks like he's trying to play out into the front, kind of like how we were talking about Jello on this map, where he was kind of doing the cutoff in the midfield, trying to stop those rotations in, cut off some of these angles, or at least the rotational angles that are on foot, holding those down.
Look at Luciano, just sitting in a corner, chilling out with the bat, hoping that someone will come close and be able to find that ratty little angle. There it is, Luciano.
Gotcha.
Patience pays off.
Sometimes patience is key. A lot of the times in Splitgate, patience isn't always key. You typically need to get things done. You need to get them done very quick, but every now and then, it's going to pay off for you. Double kill comes through. That's a killing spree there for Moo960. Now looking to try and find a third. Can't quite line up the shots here. Full clip goes through. He doesn't get the finish, but it's all right. Teammate's there. He'll get the finish for him, and then he gets the next one. That's the double kill.
Yes. Spent Silver, the one to help out with both of those kills. The team shoot for this team has been excellent. You can see kind of the point distribution helps out. You almost have two pairs. Testuga and Moo are always on that point. Close, Deadlight, Spelt Silver. They're holding off further away, keeping things locked on down. It's worked excellent for them as they take the first map.
I love the energy here, getting up, keeping it. I can hear him through my headset at the desk, and
we're probably like a good 40 feet?
40, 50 feet away. The energy level out of that man is... I don't have a word for it. My vocabulary is not.
He needs water after that one. Take a sip.
That amount of yelling, yes. There you go. Rehydrate.
If you make it to playoffs, you can't lose
your
voice.
Gotta get that hydration in before the next game. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Don't know if he knows that he's on there, but definitely a big goal. He definitely needed that one. So we'll be getting ready to go back into that second game. He had a huge impact throughout. Really, the team as a whole, all really kind of abided by that same thing I was talking about. They did not take fights that they thought that they were going to lose. And you do see that a lot happen where sometimes you get caught up in the game and you go, I got to make a play for my team. At no point are they forcing that situation. They make a play when they need to, but they're not trying to just force plays over and over again. They're just trying to make sure that they're not giving up ground.
Yeah, as we take a little look back at the replays, it feels like so many of these moments, it's just realizing that just the higher expected value is just in waiting. You said the patience can be a punishment sometimes, and that's when it's in the long term. That's when you're near waiting, you're not taking that point back. They realize they have time to play with, so just spend that extra 2-3 seconds to get a fight that maybe swings from like a 50-50 to like a 60-40 or 70-30, something along those lines that they're very likely to win. I think on this hill in particular, when we saw a couple of those flank kills come on through, one player disengages, waits for the teammate, pinches in from the other side. Really smart stuff.
It's really about the advantage of just at least having that opening shot. If you can gift yourself the opening shot in the first hit in the fight, you're so far ahead on that.
Yeah.
That you've now got the advantage, and that's really what they look for. Fragtastic that came out from Deadlight, just disgusting play all the way through, as he had a massive game.
And the power weapon control was solid, right? Like, I feel like the majority of the time we did see those power weapons picked on up by the side of the Washed Goons, but it was never that they always needed those weapons. They were really comfortable just chilling out with the Carbine, kind of conceding that space, working together instead. And while Spontaneous maybe had those railguns, had those BFBs, it didn't feel like we saw a lot of big performances with them.
Well, it's hard to do when the guy is not wanting to engage you because he's going to run away because he doesn't have the... He sees the BFB, he goes, you know what? I don't have an SMG.
Not worth it.
This isn't a fight I want anything to do with, and they just walk away. And that can also be very frustrating when the other team recognizes what you have and knows what they need to do to counteract it or just negate it entirely.
Kind of taking those calculated risks, only taking those fights you absolutely need is massive. But now we have to figure out, will this change on up? Will Spontaneous have a better go of things in domination? Our map number 2 here.
We will find out. This thing starting off, wait and see who goes where first. Opening up, we're going to see Spontaneous make their play over for the A site now, pressing into B. Finds one, can he find the second? He's looking to get the finish off. He had a few shots in, 2-on-1. They will get that, so the opener will go where they get B site. That's the hold that we have seen work throughout the day. The A-B hold has been the main one on this map.
Yeah, and LSX is an end that I don't think we set a lot of in towards that first match. A bit of a slower one for them, but a really good step up early on there. Grabs that power up and holds down space in mid, but does now have to fall to a different player. Accident to hold the fort in this direction, and he gets pinched in 2 angles, a little too far forward, a little too far away, and don't think they have won quite yet. So maybe just a quick lobby reset or something along those lines.
I will. It's probably something going on, and behind the scenes they're going to go ahead and probably fix that lobby. Something went wrong. They want to make sure that we have the best in, competitive integrity that we possibly can.
Absolutely.
So it looks like they're actually coming out to check something. So player probably called for that pause, said, hey, something's going on. They're going to make sure that everything's up, running, functioning before we get back in. That's exactly what you want to see. It is unfortunate when we have to pause, but it is a necessary thing.
Yeah, as we wait to get our way back into things, I think we can talk about what we saw early in that one and talk about this map as a whole, right? That mid control is really pivotal. And I think Spontaneous, they're a team that looked good at kind of bunkering down, holding that space once they had it. They struggled a little bit more with these wider fights because Washed Goons was not giving those fights away whatsoever. They were so ready to peel on back that a team like Spontaneous that maybe works a little bit better once you're anchoring it down, I think they'll do well if they manage to control this B side. If they manage to win that early fight and take that space, then they're in a really good place. So as we hop back into things here, a second go in towards map number 2. This B fight, a big one for both these teams. They both put a lot of players into it, and the large hogger starts things off. However, Trades come back on through. It's 2 for 2 in that B site, taken by Washed Goons.
Oh, we're going to jump on board with Deadlight right off the rip here. He has 2 down on his team, but he is going to go through, be able to grab that rocket launcher. He's going to come through. It looks like he's going to make the play for the shotgun. No, he's going to go ahead and leave it behind. He wants to have some sort of range to his advantage. Rocket comes through. There's one. Looks up top, trying to find Hugger. Has a couple shots. There's the finish for him. So 2 down now. And they're going to come in, take control over that A site.
Honestly, really good to counter out the rocket in that way, though, right? If you're on the high ground, shooting up with that rocket launcher is really, really difficult.
Yeah, that's one of those things where you see him come through and rocket your teammate, and it's like, well, I'm a decent distance away, and there's nothing that he's going to be able to impact that is going to blow up. It's actually the side of the bridge is going to protect me from it. Great advantage to stay in there, but also Deadlight, smart enough player, he recognizes that. He's not going to waste rockets on you. He swaps over to that carbine, still gets the finish.
A little disrespect, too. Just testing out his crouch key over there on Deadlight. Just making sure that he can hold on to that space.
Yeah, they would never do these things in Splitgate. It's just, it wouldn't make sense.
That would be very disrespectful.
It just, I am flabbergasted that we witnessed something like this.
Truly appalled.
just the worst. A and B currently under control by Washington Spontaneous, holding down that C site. So the lead opening up as they continue to try and take control of that C site. They're looking for the triple cap, where we saw teams before very comfortable just saying, hey, we're going to hold A, B, throw somebody up top, 2 on one side, 1 on the other, get control of that third person that goes up top to grab those power weapons and continue to cycle. They're looking to try and finish this quickly. They want this over and done with. They're like, yeah, we love our time on stage. Yes, we have some great energy, but we're trying to get through, out, and get back to seeing the PAX experience.
Yeah, you can have both, play on stage, win a little bit, make your way to Sunday, have a day to chill on out. They're trying to get done with that one. A collection agency picked up by Moo. Only 1 death thus far has been the arbiter of the middle of the map here, and it's just looking to do more. This angle is so good, and the sniper up as well.
Sniper's up as well, not making the play for it, make sure he stays in the fight. Moo will go down, double kill comes through for Gastuga there. Will somebody jump up top and grab that, though? I don't believe I see it in anybody's hands. Carbine on 2 of them, so no sniper rifle in hand. It should still be sitting on the spawn there if somebody wants to go and grab it. We just don't have the camera angle to see it. The 3 cap coming through, though, and this is where things can get out of hand very quickly with a team like this that's rotating, everybody staying moving. If they can stop you, here comes a bunch of guys out of that tunnel. 1 comes through. Lucian gets a win on the far side. Actually a full team white there. So while we saw the 1 fight on one side, the other 3 went down in that battle. They weren't able to hold them into that hallway.
Oh, I think Accident realizes that the sniper's available. There we go. Does recover that one on through. So something to hold down the fort towards this B side, but the fight instead is going back towards A. So many teams love to do this. You hold one flag out towards one side of the map, you take the other, you pinch in towards middle, and it's working well for them. That shotgun for Spent Silver finds one. He switches on over to the carbine, grabs another in it. So now it just comes down to pinching. It comes down to finishing the job towards this B site. And there's really only 1 or 2 players in close to defend. A large hugger already down. More with the shotgun for Spent Silver.
Spent Silver, 18-2, doing work with that shotgun. Finds another, trying to find the next victim as he holds down this site. Portal open. He's going to go ahead, jump up top, see what he can see. I think right there he was floating and initially trying to get back through his portal. He just didn't quite catch it. Sometimes it can get a little tricky doing that when you can't see where you're going. It is a tight squeeze getting into those portals sometimes when you're trying to float off the rocket shot. I was going to talk about his rocket on his back and his lift, but rocket launcher, that works too. Why not? Just fire one of those off.
All the rockets, all the pyrotechnics needed to keep this one under control. Dead live. I mean, this is just him alone holding on to this site. New angle, and he'll connect it with the carbine, gets away, and look at that, closes the portal too, so he can't be punished from behind.
Immediately just on top of that, and those little things make so much impact. That's why you want to have a portal open. That's why you want to have that home base, as you were calling it earlier, with the portal to be able to get out of dodge, and then also recognizing in that moment that you can just shut the door. You can slam it in their face, and you can just walk away.
That you can. 500 points to just under 200 here. Washgoons is looking fantastic. Another triple cap coming back on now. They have all the points. They have all the weapons. It seems like they have all the kills as well. Spent Silver, how many times has he died? 3, to a total of 23 picked up in the other way.
Yeah, you sit there and we watched Deadlight kind of pop off in the previous one, and we were like, okay, that's going to be the one to keep an eye on. Now, 23-3 is Spent Silver. 22-5 is Moo, as they are just running through this game. They've had the triple cap multiple times. I have said this on the Pro Series, though. I never call a game done in domination. I have seen 450.3 cap runs happen. I don't know that we'll see it happen here, but I will not call this game until the game does it itself.
Yeah, it feels like at this point, though, for Spontaneous, they're getting to the point where you can just kind of feel that life starting to drain on out, right? You realize that things are slipping away. Maybe you start to take bigger risks. You start to feel a little bit more isolated. It's a really tough feeling to break, and especially when you're inexperienced on a stage environment and inexperienced in Splitgate in general, that's where that can come back to bite you.
The fight here up against 1. They'll lose that. Accident will get the kill, but it will immediately be taken back out by Moo 960 as they get revenge for their teammate. The push comes through, of course. Yeah, let me step out of the way. You have the SMG. Please, sir, come on by. You can go into the point first. Goes through, gets the first kill, almost gets the second, but does get taken down.
Yeah, they hold on to 2 points here, but you need all 3. Even with just 1 point, that timer will keep on going. They stop it for a moment, but this comeback, it feels so close to impossible. They will stop things for a moment, but that C point now recovered, so that clock, again, working its way on up.
Jump on board immediately as that player goes down. Back on board with Spent Silver now. He's going to be at 30 as he picks up another double kill for himself. And in the final moments here, another 20 seconds, maybe less than that, now that they've got the double cap, and we will be calling this one as Washgoons look to shut this out. Looking for that 2 wins on the best of 3, and we are just a moment away. They will do just that. They take it down. Watch Goons going to championship Sunday.
And you see already standing on up, the excitement there, the energy there. The Goons are feeling good, not washed today, as they take this on home. And they're our 4th team in towards the playoffs.
I love this guy. The energy at the end of both games, immediately up, and it's one of those ones where you're sitting on the end. A lot of teams, when you get to pro play, you usually take that guy. He's sitting in the middle of the
So
stage.
he can just fist bump on both sides.
Fist bump
yeah.
everybody. You want that loud, boisterous guy that keeps the energy level up in the
For
middle.
sure.
But you know what? He's looking for a little exercise. He jumps up at the end. He runs down the full group, high fives,
yeah.
everything for everybody, still standing. Look at the energy level. You love it. You love to see the passion.
Yeah, and I think this is actually our 5th because we are into our 3rd pool now that they're qualifying out of, just hopping into the middle of that
I think
pool.
so.
Still, for Goons, I think one thing that's really interesting when you have a player like that, it's bring up the idea of who's your emotional leader and who's your actual in-game leader. Because in some teams, it kind of depends on the esports, but that can be a different person. Someone who just has the energy, who keeps everyone positive, keeps everyone feeling it, and maybe someone who's more dedicated to making the calls in-game. Sometimes that's the same person, sometimes that's a different person, but no matter what that dynamic is, having someone that can keep you excited, keep you hyped up, even in those tough moments, it is such a valuable thing to have, especially when you're in person here.
Yeah, even if you're not the end game leader, having just one of those people playing on your team, if something's going wrong, they can kind of be like, hey, right the ship. We got this, guys.
Yep.
Rally, whatever needs to be said, whatever energy level needs to happen at that time. I'm going to guess that he's probably the guy for that team.
Yeah, it's clear. When you can hear them all the way across the venue echoing throughout the arena here, that's where things feel good. Those trophies, what they are, of course, fighting for is now a chance in towards those playoffs.
Looking good. They also have all of those. It's kind of hard to hand a trophy and then go, here, figure out how to do this with 4 people. So we got the medals down there too. Put something around, give everybody a little something for their efforts. Gonna get to see these guys play again on Sunday as they compete for not just this, but they'll be also competing for $10,000.
Yeah, quite a bit there. But we get to hear from the man himself, Alex, over on the stage with an interview.
Ooh, the man himself. That's maybe the nicest thing anyone's ever said. It is generic, but still nice. Thank you. Hey, I'm here with Deadlie. You just won. You're very excited, very animated. You stepped up here. The first thing you said is, "I'm happy." I don't know. Are you supposed to be pissed about that? You played great. The team did great. Why are you happy?
I'm excited, man. You know, being back here at PAX, being back up on the stage, especially doing it with my great friends. I can't, as much as I can't do anything without them, and they were rocks and allowed me to kind of run around and do my thing.
Wow, I mean, that was very diplomatic. You gave it to your team, and your team really did. Everyone performed really well. There was no one star. Everyone carried their own weight. Everyone excelled. Where do you think that came from? Was that teamwork? Was that everyone just being good at the game individually?
To be honest, it's just the friendship we have. I think me and Spent especially, we're pretty close, especially, I mean, this is the first weekend I've met him. We've played a lot of games together, inherently, and they just kind of let me be me and do my thing. I have a lot of passion for this stuff. I just love competing and being up here. So just to do it with them feels amazing.
Forget esports. I'm going to hire you as a life coach. You're happy. You have friends. How do I become you? Forget Splitgate. I just want to hang out with you, man. You. I mean, first of all, I want friends, but also everything's clicking with you. Well, where did you find Splitgate in your gaming career?
So actually, I found it here at PAX East a couple years back. It was called the Wormhole Wars. Fun fact. And then they came back the next year as Splitgate, and I've kind of been playing it ever since, on and off in between tournaments and things like that. We decided, live in the area, figured come out and compete and hang out with some friends, have a good time.
Are you a plant? I've never talked to somebody so positive, and you also dropped an ad for PAX in the middle of it. Where did you come from? You're from around here?
Yeah, I'm from Andover in Massachusetts. Shout out to the AYS fam. Just doing my thing. Been doing this a while, and just happy to be here, man. I love every opportunity I get to do this stuff.
Awesome. Anything you want to say to your team as you move into the next round, as you face it out on Sunday for that $10,000?
I can't believe it's happening. I've wanted something like this for so long, and thank you guys for trusting in me. Spent, happy birthday to you, buddy. It's your birthday. You deserve all of this. Shout out also to the kids I work with at the Andover Youth Services. Love you guys. Can't wait to be back soon.
You work with kids?
I am the head of esports and gaming for Andover Youth Services.
Okay, if you win the money, are you going to spend it on, like, are you going to donate it to charity? Are you going to buy a pony for a kid? What are you going to do if you win the $10,000 prize pool?
Right now, I'm looking to possibly expand our esports lab right now.
I thought you were going to say, like, Death Ray. Like, yeah, I have a laser I'm building. I'm going to blow up the Earth.
No, definitely would put some of it towards that, helping do that, and also a little bit for myself. You know, gotta pay the bills somehow.
Wow, there you go. Give this man a round of applause. Deadline, everybody. What a guy. You can go back to your team. And he said something very, very important there. You got to pay the bills somehow, and that's something I know very well. That's why I'm wearing a tie. It's also why we have partners here at the PAX Arena, and one of our partners that we value very, very much is MSI. MSI is the reason for the season. They're the reason we get to do these types of tournaments. They provide all of the computers and peripherals and everything we need to make these tournaments possible. They have been supporting us. MSI is the official hardware sponsor of PAX Arena, and for good reason. They make amazing stuff. So whenever I can, whenever they let me, I'm chomping at the bit backstage to always shout them out because I personally love their products. We love their products here at PAX Arena. I just tried their headset on for the first time this weekend, and I love it. I'm going to steal one. Shouldn't have said that out loud. So go check them out online. Check out their website. Check out their products. Come up here. Check it out. Just don't touch any of it. It's all hooked together in a very specific way. But come check out all their stuff because MSI makes some really great stuff, and they're the reason we get to make great stuff, and I get to make mediocre stuff. So check it out, MSI. We'll be right back with more Splitgate after this break. Do not go anywhere. I'm going to steal one of these headsets. Oh, we're going to go back to the desk. Sorry. Back to the desk.
Yeah, you know, a desk break, close enough.
Yeah, we're a break for him. He gets to take a break.
That's what we're going on
It's
with.
all the same to him, right?
Here's the thing. I want the Wash Goons to win just because that was like the most wholesome interview I think we've had.
They set the bar at a level that I don't know that another interview will be able to top.
Yeah.
It was one of those ones I was very much there with him. I was like, at what point does the negative come out? You're just continuing to build this epic story to a level that nobody else can achieve.
What, his team is good in game? He's good in game? They
It's
seem like
birthday.
good people in real life. It's someone's birthday? What's
He
not
works
to
with
love?
the kids. He's like, oh yeah, take the money and expand the lab for the kids so that they can keep playing. But a little bit for himself. You do have
That's
to pay the
reasonable,
bills.
right?
The bills are important. Make sure your bills are taken care of so you can take care of the people you love.
Yeah, of course. And, well, to take a look back at some of these great moments that we love to see in the MSI highlights, it felt like pretty much a one-sided affair, especially once we got on over to that second map in Way of Domination. This team, they came to play. Once Wash Goons had pretty much any control, they were just rocking on through. Players like Spent Silver, players like Deadly, the man himself, you see there popping off. We're just doing fantastic in the server and outside too.
It is infectious when you see somebody with that level, and he said, I'm passionate, I love this, this is what I love to do, I want to do this all the time, and you can just see that passion literally oozing from somebody, and that's kind of what we got.
I
from
smell
him.
some passion in the room.
There's
There's
everywhere.
passion
It's
everywhere.
It's everywhere, and you know where it came from? It came from that blue side of the stage up there.
Wow. I thought like the little smoky effects on the LEDs was like put in there,
No, that
but
was
apparently
passion.
that's just passion
Passion,
that we can see live straight out in front of us. So yeah, another team representing in towards the playoffs, getting an opportunity to compete on stage, an opportunity to compete for all of that money. I mean, well, it was that kind of one focus within Deadly. It was the rest of his team really doing well too. Well, it was kind of him taking control outside of the server, and it was Spent Silver taking control inside. The other two players were having fantastic moments as well. Jastuga, Moo, all holding down the fort.
Yeah, they just brought it up on camera, so you guys see. You just missed it. It's quite literally infectious. The team just won in the pit to move on, and they'll get to play. I don't know if they're Group D or they're playing a lower match of Group C.
The lower matchup.
I think that's one of the lower matchups for this group, but they just took a win, and they all exploded like they were on stage as well.
Yeah.
And it's just awesome to see people competing. It has been a long time since we've gotten to see people compete live and have opportunities for guys that aren't necessarily playing in online tournaments every single week at the pro level, getting to come in and compete somewhere, and you can see how much fun it is just for everybody.
Yeah, and it's so cool too that it's Splitgate, because this game really did kind of come around and have its big explosion in the online era. Now we get to come out of that, we get to come into a real life setting. You get to see the players that you've been playing with online, you get to meet new people and have all those amazing opportunities.
It's been awesome, and hello from the sky up there to the jib cam. It's been now they're walking through and they're still excited to smile.
Yeah.
When you can tell somebody's smiling
even through the mask,
it's just it's
so
been
good.
infectious. It's been awesome having live audience, people running around, people getting to sign up, come up and play throughout the weekend. And we're not even halfway through. Today's not done. We've still got Valorant tomorrow, and we've still got Splitgate Championships on Sunday.
Yeah, so still plenty more action to be had. And for even the teams that lose out in this one, Spontaneous have a chance down in towards that lower bracket. I think the games, the passion that we were just seeing over in the pit is those folks finishing things on up. So I imagine another match will soon be coming to our stage. But to get everyone prepped on up, to get our teams ready for that, we do have a short little break. PAX Arena Almost Pro 10K will be back straight after this.
So macroeconomics is very important. Macroeconomics. This marks the battle for push off the spring of day. Just watch. And if you
Nice. Oh, hey, sorry about your girlfriend, man.
Who?
Headache triggers incoming!
Intense stress. Sensory overload.
Loud noises!
You call for backup?
Excedrin fights headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
All right, and we are back at it again. PAX Arena, the 10K Almost Pro Tournament. And boy, I am getting so excited. I'm feeling a little bit of tension up here, Rome. Oh, wait, what's this? Extra strength Excedrin. Ooh, oh, ooh, it keeps me so on point. It gets me that quick relief that I'm looking for. Wow.
Big time. I mean, listen,
big time.
Big time. Shout out to Excedrin, man. They are doing it big time here at the PAX Arena. And listen, you know who else is doing it big time? A couple of teams that we are about to witness go down. And there is some interesting information about these teams that we can talk about. We're going to be having Don't Look at Me going up against We've Never Played. Now, this team we've never played. 3 of them have never played Splitgate. So that is why that is their name. Their 4th player has only played about 10 hours of it. And guess what? They are here with an opportunity to make it to Sunday. That is pretty impressive.
We've never played, but we're doing pretty good. That's what I'd have to say about them. But look, you know, don't look. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't look at them. Trying to take the peek. D-Trolley. Okay, I looked.
Yeah, so don't look at me. I mean, it's got D-Trolley, Nincenzo, Mr. Rocker, and Douda coming in. And then on the side of We've Never Played, you got Jake Gunny, Private Crop Dust, Meppo, and Bonzo, man. And I mean, listen,
493, by the way.
Bonzo, man, 493, right? Got to say the complete name. I mean, if that's the case, we got to talk about the underscore in Private Crop Dust. I mean, you know, it might matter. It might be important to him. You never know. Who knows, man? But I mean, either way, let's just talk about it, man. If you're coming into Splitgate as a team like We've Never Played, I mean, you being, you know, the pro that you are, you know, the caster that you are, the savant that you are of Splitgate, how do you think these teams are going to be feeling right now coming into this match against a squad that literally has never played?
I mean, we're starting it out right here, and we want to see that instant break going in. Oh, my God, we just ran 1 man into 4. And what a bloody little start right there. Don't look at me. The one's to first take control, but we pull the bat out. Nepo Man giving a double smackdown, but gets stopped by Nincenzo.
And shout out to Nincenzo getting that 3-0 start to his name. And it looks like right now the bat is going to be able to come through. That's going to be a killing spree. Nincenzo starting off pretty hot. Don't look at me, are looking pretty good, but I mean right now it is still going to be We've Never Played that have the lead.
Yeah, and what we're looking for here is just to see, oh, there it is. Finally, that rail is on the board. We want to see the big insta-gimp, but he didn't even need to do it. Save that bullet. Tries to take out Jake right there. Mr. Rocker trying to find his rock.
Yeah, and I mean right now, having this railgun in hand, we know how important these power weapons can be. Whoever controls them usually is able to control the pace of the game. And boom, that's a beautiful lineup coming in from Mr. Rocker. Let's see if he's going to be able to pick up any more right here. And yes, gave him time to recharge that up. And that was just an incredible play. As you stated, great value coming out of that railgun.
Yeah, and it looks like it still has a charge. He put it down, probably down to the last bullet. Sometimes it's comfortable to just pick out something a little bit easier. But don't forget about it. Don't just leave it there. It's always good value. Right now, he's just kind of watching for the early damage, the early peaks. They're kind of locking this hill down. As long as he gets that trade, there we go, Douda getting him that secure. And here we go. Don't look at me. I mean, we're looking at them now, and they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, they're up by 30, and, you know, the hard thing that's going to be on this side of We've Never Played is that they probably don't know the maps that well. They probably don't know the spawns of the hills that well. So this might be a tough situation for them in general. So what's your biggest tips to this We've Never Played roster?
Well, We've Never Played needs to take the fundamentals of King of the Hill, which is cover the hill together, try to hit it together, and that's really what you're trying to do here. I mean, look at them. This is don't look at me. We're looking right now, and they are stacked on the hill. That means that every time, oh no, he might be going in early, but he got the 1-for-1 trade. So that's what you're looking for. Here we go. We've Never Played, pushing in hard together, trying to breach down those stairs. Here we go. Just go commit. Get the kill. Oh my God, Douda. I doubted he'd get it, but he got the trade. And here comes the last 1v1 on the hill. Nepo, can you do it? Can you clutch it? No, Rocker kills him. But Private Crop out. Crop Dust. He's coming in.
Yeah, shout out to Private Crop Dust, man. It looks like it is going to be Jake Gunny with the bat in hand, and it's going to be fully charged. So let's see what he's going to be able to do with it right now as I mean, this squad and we've never played, you know, it looks like right now they understand the situation. Going to be able to get one with the bat. Ducking and dodging away with his life. Is going to get taken out, and that bat being on the floor there. I mean, we got to see who's going to pick that one up.
Yeah, we really need to see who's going to be the one to handle that bat, because this hill is literally decided by that power weapon, and it looks like it must have been past the don't look. I mean, we haven't seen it yet, but we're looking for that value. I think I can still see it down there.
Yeah, I don't think anyone picked it up.
There it is, still sitting there. Grab that bat. There you go.
There it is.
Now we're going to put someone to bed, right?
Oh, yeah. Dowda's just going to be waiting. Oh, man.
You hate to see it.
Wow, that was an incredible kill coming in. And I mean, this squad and we've never played, they broke the hill. They did it. I mean, that was a great break. I mean, listen, this squad for a team that has never played Splitgate, that doesn't mean that they haven't played King of the Hill before. I mean, King of the Hill, it's a lot of different games, so who knows, man? Maybe they understand, you know, the basic fundamentals of King of the Hill. Oh, my goodness, and right now, it's going to be Nepo understanding the fundamentals of a bat swing, as he is absolutely knocking everybody out the park.
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier when we were talking in the back there, is like it's the first 4 minutes, right? You're figuring out the hills, you're figuring out the positions, and once you get an idea of where each hill's going to be, maybe you make that little mid-game adaptation. And we've never played. Well, they're starting to look like they've played a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they're only down by 48 right now, so they're definitely still in this game. Plenty of time left as right now this Don't Look at Me roster finally going to be crossing that halfway mark to that 250 point of victory. And right now, Nincinzo able to use those portals, but is going to get taken out for it. As the railgun lineup from Nepo going to be coming out. And I mean, right now, we're seeing Nepo use a whole artillery of power weapons.
Yeah, and power weapons are the name of the game, especially when those rails sit there. Dowda making good value out of his pickup. And that's why you want to make sure that when you grab him, you get the value out before you go down. I think he's still trying to live, gets traded out, but his team, D-Trolley, coming in with the double clutch.
But that was still a great play by Dowda overall to know to play his life, back up, wait for your teammate to come challenge with you to make sure that you can at least get some kills out of that situation, especially when you know you're that low. You know, one shot from a carbine and it's over. But that's a bat coming out of the back pocket of Dowda. That's going to be a big kill, going to be opening things up, and he's going to be looking for more. Oh, wasn't able to find him. There he is. There's going to be one more.
Baseball, but it ain't here.
Oh, my goodness. Nothing's getting through this bat.
I mean, I always get so excited when you see this thing running around. You actually run a little bit quicker when you had it. A lot of people don't know that you get a little faster sprinting speed, so he's just on the prowl. Looking for the knockout. He sees him. He's chasing. You get hungry with the bat. He's looking for the swing. There goes one. Where's the second? He's trying, and it's empty, but man, he still wants more.
Beautiful double kill going to be coming out, and all those charges are going to be gone. He's going to drop that one away. And this squad, Don't Look at Me, they're starting to pull away with this one. They're only 50 points away from victory right now, and it's going to be We've Never Played. They're all bottlenecked together right now. Double kill is going to be coming out, and they are absolutely walking into the meat grinder.
Stepping up right there. That was a good little double that he put out there to finally get them some time on the board. It's a long shot, but I think you could try to get a little bit more time on this hill, and they might pull it together, but Mr. Rocker ate that SMG up, and now he's getting good value out of it.
Big time. Going to be on a killing spree, but going to be adding more as he's able to pick up the double kill with the carbine. Beautiful shots going to be coming out. Now he's got the SMG in hand as well. Whew, man, I mean, this roster, I mean, we've never played, as you stated. They're impressing me today.
Yeah, and we're just kind of looking. I mean, the adaptations are there, and they're starting to finally get some time on the hill, but it might be a little late, and Dowda coming in with a clean little kill right there. We're already starting to rotate to that next hill, and there's not much time left here to defense. It gets real steep when you're in this position. Dowda coming in with the dive. Can he get the clutch? Rocker helps him out. Nepo on the sights next. Here we go, trying to get the kill. Is he going to clutch this all up? It's a mess in here. A real beatdown.
Yeah, and I mean, the trades are going to be coming in, but it's still going to be We've Never Played. They're going to be locking down this hill, so Don't Look at Me. Not going to be able to end it just quite yet, as We've Never Played are holding on for dear life. They've been locking down this hill for quite a while now, and that's going to be a killing spree coming out for Nepo, as some great plays going to be coming out. I mean, right now, this squad, we've never played. They're making this comeback. They're down by 80, but they can't let 26 points go toward Don't Look at Me or else this one's going to be over.
Yeah, I feel like Don't Look at Me could just say, hey, let's play for next. You don't really have to push this, because if you do, you might blow it. But, ooh, D-Trolley already got that new bat. And Dowda already got the rail. They got everything. Dowda and D-Trolley.
Yeah.
Power weapons on the board, baby.
And that's just what happens when you play for next and you get the power weapons on the way. This roster and Don't Look at Me are looking to end it right here, right now. And unless we see some heroics coming in from We've Never Played, that's going to be all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen, because this roster, I mean, you look at Dowda, 39-11 right now. D-Trolley's 37-16. I mean, they are putting in numbers, and they're looking to secure this victory.
We got 5 seconds left on the clock here. Can anybody step in? I think it's clear to say Don't Look at Me did clutch that out right there. And what a great little, ooh, 1 second.
Oh.
There we go. They clutched it out right at the end. And I mean, We've Never Played. They started to play in the second half of that game. And 4 hills in, you know where the hills are. The adaptations are there.
Yeah.
And the potential for them to pull this back and crack Dom might be happening.
I'm going to be totally honest. I feel very confident in this We've Never Played squad going into this domination. Why? Because guess what? You don't have to, go off your lack of knowledge of where the hills are going to be. You spawn, you see them. Simple as that. Where they're at, they're not moving. Simple as that. So I think that, they're probably going to be able to understand that an AB hold is going to be what they're going to be wanting to go for. If they don't, then, hey, take some tips from Coach Bitey himself. Listen, that AB hold is a monster in Crack Dom.
Yeah, and it's all about knowing the routings. These guys have been playing all day. They've probably played these 2 maps back to back to back to back to back the entire set. So just remember, there's some good links to go around the map, and remember, hold your ground, get the picks, and then push.
Yeah, and practice makes perfect, and the fact that We've Never Played are coming in, and they're pretty close to perfect on the day. What are they? They're in top 4 right now. So, who knows, man? If they're able to make it out of this pool and make it to Sunday, that is going to be a very, very big feat. But Don't Look at Me are looking to end their run right here, right now. You can see they're throwing up the hearts. They're feeling good about themselves. And hey, why not? You're on the main stage at PAX Arena.
You can see the smile right underneath that mask. Oh yeah. Man, they're having the time of their lives. Oh, here we go. The MSI replay highlights. Boom!
It's going to be a whole lot of bat action coming out.
I love the bat.
Whew, man, it is a big freaking bat. Let me tell you, so many killing sprees. I don't think that we saw Kill Action Agency that map, but might be able to see one on this, Dom.
I think the only thing I really need is that big baseline of the bat, putting them to bed.
Yeah, that bat is so much fun to watch people go to work with. I got to say, out of all the power weapons, definitely the most enjoyable to get kills with, in my opinion.
I think the one thing that I love seeing is like when they're hungry with the swinger out and they're just like looking and he's just running after the guy.
Yeah.
You know he wants the hit.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter if it's going to connect.
Yeah.
He's just like, I need it, I need it, I need it. And it changes you. This one,
Yeah.
right there. That man was walking for like 15 seconds.
Yeah, just a great play all around. And, this squad, and Don't Look at Me, they're looking pretty good, as you stated. And, another thing that we have to talk about is momentum. So, as you said earlier, We've Never Played. They got a lot of momentum on that second rotation. From then on the rest of the game, do you feel like Don't Look at Me are going to be feeling positive going into this Dom, or do you feel like they're still going to be on edge a bit?
It's a hard prediction here because like where you spawn determines what powers they get, and it's all about do you know how to get there. So it's going to be this initial break. And remember, like the first 2 minutes of this map, it's always neck and neck. Each kill spawns you next to a new hill. And once they kind of shake that down, it looks like we're going to go straight into it and see this next match coming up.
Here we go, as we're going to be starting things off with D-Trolley. Going to be heading over to this battle rifle. Going to be picking that one up, and already going to be trying to control these power weapons. And first kill is going to be going over to Bonzo Man, and there it is, the big boy rockets.
I'm ready to see these tubes go to work. Ready for that big drop. Where's the blood here? We've only seen like 1 kill. And I think it was off camera. There comes a rifle, picking the rocket before it even goes off. But Dowda coming in with the heavy shotgun, answering back. I don't think he ate the rifle though.
Yeah, We've Never Played. They had great control of the high ground early. They were able to get, a nice early lead, and they're trying to have this AB hold. But it is Don't Look at Me. Gonna be coming in, but Nepo with the triple kill. That's how you use a rocket.
Man. What an explosion.
an explosive game right there. That's what you call it.
That's
I mean,
the kind of value you need to get out of these shots. I mean, when they stack up like that, here we go. Is he going to get the double? Oh, just about. But he dropped the other tube, and they dropped 3 after that. Don't look at me. Going to find a way to get back in the map here, and they got a tube of rocket.
Yeah, big time. I mean, this is going to be nice for this squad. Don't look at me. Going to be having these in the hands of Nincinzo right now. And I mean,
you know he's looking.
Yeah, exactly.
He's waiting.
Yeah, he is definitely waiting, lurking for anyone to come contest it. Looks like he's going to be making his way downtown right now.
Vincenzo, boom! There we go. Finally got that cash out. That was the last rocket, and we're already a minute and a half in, so finally getting that final little value. Wow!
Woo! And that is what you call communication right there. That is saying, listen, they're coming, they're pushing you, turns around, absolutely fries them. Great teamwork, great coordination coming out of this Don't Look at Me roster. They've got themselves a 25-point lead after being down early, and who knows, man, they might not be looking back.
Man, this guy, he is like, he's kind of doing what I've been preaching all during the week here. Like, he's watching through the portal, he's watching his A and B holds, and then he's committing. I mean, they made a little bit of an overextension right there, and they lost 3.
Here we
go.
go.
They're going to lose a bit of control, but here comes the momentum. Anything here? No big elbows right now. Still hunting. There's that rifle. Eat it up. Nom, nom, nom.
Here we go.
Now we're looking for the snipe.
Oh, yeah.
Look
I mean,
left,
right
look
now.
Right. 1.
Private crop.
2. Nice. Oh.
Going to be looking to crop dust the competition a little bit.
Shots.
Is able to get 2, and listen, hey, body shots, you know, as long as you can get 2 of them, you know, I'm okay with it.
It's just damage throughput sometimes. It's all you're looking for is that 65 on them, and then it only takes 2 carbines to finish them off.
Yeah, so great stuff coming out yet again, and right now we've never played. They've been making their way back into this one, and oh no, Nincinzo whiffing 2 rocket shots. That's unfortunate, but hey, listen, that's what you got teammates for.
Yeah, and we are so dead even on these scores.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen the Crag get this close. I mean, this is a 5-point spread. Here comes the rocket jump from Cenzo, but then he gets taken out by Nepo, and the trades are coming back and forth. It's bloody. Who's coming out on top? There's that shotgun. Dauda, waiting for it.
Dauda is going to be able to capture A. This is going to be big, but it's CB hold now coming in for We've Never Played. Should be able to get them into a lead for now. But you're right, we are dead even, 250 apiece. This is the kind of split gate that we want to see, simply because anything can happen from here on out. It's all going to be about who's going to be able to make these in-game adjustments and really put their foot down. Whew! And right now, looks like Dauda's going to be trying to do that as he's 12-4.
Yeah, they are doing such a good job of keeping this game so honest. It is back and forth. Both teams seem to have a pretty good idea of the essentials of Crag domination. And I just kind of watching for the shotgun cash out. Oh my goodness. He got the chip, but he didn't get the kill.
Yeah, Jake Guinea able to turn around and give him the gunny there. Is now Bonzo, man, currently 6-6, going to be looking to step it up most definitely. As D-Trolley is going to be dropping. I mean, right now, still going to be that AB hold coming in for We've Never Played. And I mean, you said it, the AB hold is the one that you want. And right now, Jake Guinea going to be trying to keep A on their side. Ooh. But guess what? Don't look at me. Able to win the gunny out. And guess what? Now they've got the AC locked down.
Yeah, and I think that was a little bit of an overcommittal to the defense here. You know, if you don't have the damage and you don't have the mechanics just yet, sometimes you got to let them get it. But here comes the counter push back. Those spawns are in their favor, and they're pushing hard onto A. But Dauda with the rifle. Overwatch taking it out. Can he finish it? He went to your right.
Oh! Private crop dust giving him a public
dusting.
Absolutely, right now. Oh, man, We've Never Played. They are putting up a fight. And I got to say, for a team that has never played, 3 of the players have never played Splitgate before today. That is mind-blowing. I know they're going to be playing after this.
Yeah, I just want to see We've Never Played. You got to dig deep, brothers. You got to turn these hills up. Look for that next set of power weapons and make sure you're going over to B. Win these trades effectively. Mr. Rocker, what do you have to say about that? He's got the SMG. It looks like it's fully loaded. Uncapping A right now. Just on the lurk.
And another thing that's lurking, creeping, if you will, is that score line is Don't Look at Me have slowly acquired a 100-point lead. And I mean, really, they've just been locking a couple of hills down and just contesting and keep on winning out these rotations. Anytime, you know, this squad and We've Never Played try to take a hill, guess what? The rotations from Don't Look at Me, they'll say, you take that one? Awesome, we'll take another one. Simple as that, and that's how they've been playing it. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's all you need to do.
Oh. I don't think Jake knew that Dowda had a rocket right there.
Most definitely not.
Okay, here we go. The tubes. Looking for the value.
Uh-oh.
He's waiting. Lurking. He's covering C. I mean, that's what you need to do when you're in the position to control the map. You just wait for something to happen. He's looking. Is he going to hit it?
Oh,
he's
gotta
just
wait.
waiting.
Yep. Oh, but not able to get it. That is extremely unfortunate. As that hill, I mean, is going to be going the way of We've Never Played, at least for now. They do have B on lock, but still, don't look at me. I mean, they still have 2 hills, still now acquiring that 140-point lead, and they only need 140 more points to win this one, so it's going to need to be a 2-cap from We've Never Played, and they're going to need it fast in order to get back into this one.
Yeah, and the later the game goes on in a game of Dom, is like you have to start picking up your pace, turning off the hills, and moving as quick as you can. And I think, you know, trying to expect that out of the brand new, almost pro players, it's a little steep, but they're kind of there. You just got to get back to C and keep it safe. He's bringing in the shotgun. D. Trolley. Oh, man.
D. Trolley currently sitting at 22-9. Going to be the top fragger in this game for now. As D. Trolley going to be trying to come in with the shotgun. Does whiff that one. Pulls out the carbine, though. Able to get the job done. Still has 85 health remaining. Going to be taking the 1v against Nepo. Ends up getting the trade. And now, I mean, Dowda's going to be coming in. And whoof! Dowda's shots with that carbine are so clean.
Yeah, and you could just see they keep getting great trades. Right there, we even saw Don't Look at Me get like a 3-man pick, and that just sets back. We've never played so much right there. They're still fighting tooth and nail, trying to get these hills on top, but it's getting pretty crucial here with the timer left. Even with 1 hill, it's only 50 seconds.
Yeah, Private Crop Dust. I mean, listen, this squad right now, they're going to need him to keep this up as he is able to get the killing spree. Picking up 2 with that sniper, and guess what? He's going to be looking for more, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to line it up, not able to hit that one. Trying to shake his way out of this one. And I think portaling is a better idea, and that's exactly what he's going to do right now.
Wow.
Able to line it up as Private Crop Dust.
All right, you got to go in. You got to go to
Absolutely
A.
terrorizing the competition. They have to get A. They have
There
no
you
choice
go.
right now, and that's exactly what Private's going to be doing.
You got to win it. Step
And that's
on the
going to be a
point.
public beatdown. Is going to be able to
Okay.
step on it. Here we go.
He's behind you. No.
Just like that. It looks like Don't Look at Me might be shattering your dreams, the hopes of We've Never Played. We thought they might have been able to do it, but it looks like Don't Look at Me are going to be sending We've Never Played back to the lobby, back to the arena, as Don't Look at Me are going to be moving on to the next round.
What a match. I mean, We've Never Played definitely woke up in that game. Like, it was close, neck and neck. And it's always these little fights here and there. You just got to watch out for the big trade. Sometimes the guy does the damage. Maybe you got to stay alive for a second. But I really, really appreciate the attempts they did there. It was a solid game of domination.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I want to say this squad, Don't Look at Me are absolutely terrorizing teams right now. I mean, listen, I was seeing what they were doing to other teams in the lower bracket over here. They were hyped, okay? They were literally hyped getting off of their station. So I know they're going to be super excited going into their next match because guess what? Their next match is going to decide whether or not they make it to Sunday.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a tight one because it's really just going to be which one of these 2 teams has figured out the maps the best.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the way that they were positioning there, I think it was Dowda, like he is just watching A and B, sitting in his portal, waiting for the opportunities. And that patience, you know, in a really advanced game of domination, sometimes the best move is to just wait for an opportunity where you can do damage, get the kill, and even if you can't get the kill, let somebody else do it because you got to hold your spots sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something that, you know, is going to be in the favor of Don't Look at Me compared to this We've Never Played roster is that experience to understand that you don't just have to be flying around the map all the time trying to do something. Sometimes locking down an area can be just as important. And I mean, listen, it comes down to all these little engagements. I mean, listen, we saw the power weapons coming out, and it looks like you have a little bit of a graphic going on.
Yeah,
Whatever
this
we
camera back over here, we got some real tips. You know, once we get back to this desk, I've got something to show for everybody.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, listen, these players right now, man, they're so happy to be here. But look at what we've got here. What is important? The power okay, the power weapons.
The weapons, okay? The power weapons are, look, let's just put that like, this is better than whatever's back there, right?
Did it not fit or you forgot the A or?
Look, I am an artist and I chose power weapons.
Okay. For artistic value. Okay.
For artistic value. Yes.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh.
Huh?
Oh, they're coming to get us.
You want to Is this? You need to really get in there. I mean, this could just be my face from now on, right? Power weapons.
I mean, we've been preaching it the whole day. You know, you got to get control of those power weapons. They dictate the entire game. One thing that I will say is that we've never played. For never playing, they knew pretty well how to use those power weapons. I mean, you saw the sniper, whether it was in the hands of Private and, you know, Crop Dust doing some
I don't
incredible.
remember who we were watching at the end there, but it was so close to actually being able to clutch it out. If he did not die and he just popped off right there, he turns off that hill, the spawns might be in their favor. It was close. Nail biter.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, whew, man, and that's the thing is that this team and we've never played. Who knows? I mean, this is just Group C, so I mean, if they, you know, switch up one player in their roster and come back tomorrow in Group D, who knows? I mean, listen, their run is not over here at PAX East if they don't want it to be.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing. That there is another group going on. I believe it's going to be off stream. I'm not sure exactly on the fundamentals, but you could still sign up. You can still be a part of this and give your shot. It's still open for anybody to come in, and you can see it right here. Like, these guys are all proof that anybody can take it, and that's such a fun thing to watch, especially when some of these people, this is their first LAN ever.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that this is the first Splitgate LAN ever, and anytime you get in situations like that, I mean, cream will rise to the top, and, you know, if you do have, you know, a very solid, you know, fundamental sound of shooters and things like that, you might be able to transition into Splitgate with ease, as we've seen this roster do today. You know, I mean, we've never played. 3 of them never touched the game before, and were able to come in. They got top 4 today. They're feeling great about that, I bet. I mean, listen, I would be feeling great about that. If I got top 4 in a game I've never touched, I mean, I would be feeling ecstatic. And so if I'm sitting here on the side watching, and I'm like, you know what, I'm pretty talented at shooters, you know? I know my way around a mouse.
You know your way around.
Yeah, you know, guess what? Go ahead and sign up tomorrow, hop in Pool D, and see what happens.
Yeah, and it's so fun to see. Like, Splitgate at the pro level hasn't looked like this since, like, 2019. I mean, it's kind of like an organic, like, time machine to see this is what people really used to play like when nobody knew the fundamentals of, like, high-tier portaling, and it's just raw gameplay when everybody's, like, even.
Yeah.
It's such a refreshing experience. As, like, a pro who's, like, seen it all and done it all here, you finally just see the fundamentals again and who ends up being the ones on top. It really is an unknown factor, and this is that play that we were talking about. What a little sequence right there at the end.
Yeah, Private Crop Dust was absolutely putting in work, and now, guess what? We got to see if they're going to be coming back tomorrow, because don't look at me. I mean, they're going to be going up against Spontaneous next to decide who is going to be making it to Sunday. So we will be getting directly into that match right after this short break, so don't you guys go anywhere.
Sources say Class 9 Meteor is headed straight for Earth. It's just in, 2 young graduates are taking on the task by themselves. Tomorrow's the day we find out if their laser works.
We did it.
Oh.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PAX Arena Splitgate Almost Pro 10K. So far today, we have seen some incredible matches go down, and now we have one final match to decide it all. And guess what? All these matches are played on MSI. MSI, whether it's the PCs, the keyboards, the mice. I mean, even the mouse pads as well.
Yeah,
like
the mouse pads.
literally everything. I mean, the laptops, the monitors, it's all MSI. Even the headsets. I mean, listen, MSI, they do it all. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, and I can hear it loud and clear in these. So I'm telling you, it's a good sponsor. And it looks like, what is this? This is Oasis right here. Ooh, and I believe that's Swindy. Look at him on a beautiful MSI rig right there. Oh, he's just right there. He doesn't even know. Hey, Swindy. He's so focused.
Yeah, he's
That's
big
one of our
time
admin
focused.
staffers. Big shout outs to them running this event so smoothly. And look at that crisp, clear picture.
Oh, you know, I can't wait till we get to this map as well, man. Hopefully we'll be able to see this one on Sunday for sure. Definitely going to get interesting, once things start to take place, take shape. I mean, we've already had, 5 teams now qualify for Sunday. So now it's just down to the final 3, and right here, right now, we're going to decide one of those 3 remaining slots. It's either going to be Don't Look at Me or Spontaneous, and we did see Spontaneous take a 2-0 loss to the Washed Goons to be in this predicament in the lower finals up against Don't Look at Me. And whew, how are you calling this one? I'm just going to ask you.
It's kind of a thing of momentum, right? Spontaneous, unfortunately, got dropped down here. Don't Look at Me, they climbed up here. And as a player, that's always such a massive indicator of, who is going to be able to do it? Are you on the up and up, or did you have to come down here and think about it for a while? And it really just depends on the person. Rallying yourself back up, getting those morales high, and it looks like we're all going to be diving right into the map. Here we are on the home of Abyss, looking for that power break.
So it sounded like you are favoring Don't Look at Me, correct?
I'm just going to pick them, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I would say that I got Spontaneous simply because, in my opinion, Don't Look at Me, they just played a match against a team that has never played, and they weren't able to really take advantage of that as much as, most people would be able to. So, in my opinion, now that they're going to be going up against the Spontaneous roster that are going to be putting in a lot more of that portal play, a lot more.
Look at that beautiful little flank right there. That looked like something from the trailer.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's bread and butter, by the book. Absolutely an incredible play.
And I'm already going to call it. Don't Look at Me. We're looking hard, and we are watching. And I like what I see out of them. We've got a weapon on the board. Rail, it looks like one more shot in there, and I'm expecting that value right here. And is that the bat? Is that Dota running the bat? Oh, he's hungry, but he dropped it.
And Ninjinzo able to get the big kill for sure to end that. Now going to be Mr. Rocker, currently 3-0, trying to line up the railgun. Going to switch to this AR, able to put in some nice shots. Beautiful tracking. Going to be coming out of Mr. Rocker.
Man, and you just look at them. They kind of follow up on each other so well. And this is, again, those first few kills where everybody's feeling each other out a little bit. But I'm telling you right now, when we're looking at Don't Look at Them, I like it.
I mean, listen, they put on a show last series, and, as you stated, they're carrying that momentum into here. Dota's been a problem in the last series, so if he can carry over that momentum, that's going to be huge. It's going to be LSX, though, coming in with the bat, trying to make a play on the hill, but eventually is just going to give that bat over to Don't Look at Me, and that is unfortunate.
That happens a lot. You have this bat in your hands. You want to get value out of it, but because it's so big and it makes you feel so good, it makes you overconfident, then you give it right back to the other team. But here we go. Mr. Rocker looking to find a step, but he misses the swing.
Just off with the timing. Just need to wait a little bit longer to get that lunge. Yes, sometimes players do rely on that lunge, but just wasn't able to come through there. And now it's going to be LSX with the BFB in the hands and is able to put Dowda in the ground, send him into the ravine.
Yeah, and you're kind of listening for this little audio cue. I know at a LAN, it's always hard to hear everything that you can with so much action going on. But the bat also opens up when it's ready to kill, and here it is. There he goes. LSX putting him to bed. Another one. Back to back. Out of the park, but it's empty. gets caught sweeping between the two weapons.
Definitely going to be some nice swings coming out. And listen, only a 23-point advantage right now for Don't Look at Me. So this roster definitely going to be in for, in my opinion, a closer match than the last one. You know, the Spontaneous roster, obviously coming from the winners finals. They're going to be having high expectations because anytime that you lose 2 series that could have sent you into Sunday, I mean, that is just going to be so detrimental, honestly. And Dowda able to get a little bit of revenge with the bat now as he's able to drop down. And this one's 75% charged. Still got 3 good swings. That's going to be one. Looking for the second, but it is going to be dropping.
Yeah, and we just had those second swing of power weapons pop up. I'm not sure who exactly grabbed the rail, but this is bat number 2. Still getting value out of LXX with that double homie. But he was out, and he just gets caught trying to find the last of an empty swing.
Yeah, but still LSX getting off to a very, very hot start. 15-6 currently. And that is going to be a problem to deal with on the map. We got to see who's going to be able to shut it down as Accident is able to pick up a nice solid kill right there. And I mean, as these rotations are going to be coming in, I mean, I don't even know. I mean, this roster in Spontaneous, I had confidence in them, but overall, Don't Look at Me. They've been looking pretty hot so far.
You think if I just say, like, hey, the rail's up there. If you go get that rail, it's just sitting there. I'm just reminding those players on the field, that big weapon, he wants to get used. He's hungry for some frags, so somebody better get up there, and there we go. Thank you. LSX grabs the weapon for me, immediately gets a kill. Oh, come on and get a double, brother. Take your time, let's go. Oh, well, it's dropped, but it got some love.
Yeah, and now it's going to be interesting who is going to go up there and pick that bad boy up. I'm very interested to see. Because right now, the solid kill going to be coming in from Mr. Rocker. Now he's going to be able to get the double as well. I mean, they're locking down the point. This squad, I mean, they're almost up by 100 right now. So Don't Look at Me. As you stated, they are coming off of a win, 2 maps in a row, and looking to add on to that tally.
Yeah, it's just kind of like the mechanics of it is like you've been playing your way up and at 'em, and you just got off that big win. Also, Dota! Clean and crisp right there.
Dota challenge him. That's what you shouldn't be doing. Dota is absolutely a beamer with that carbine and the AR. Doesn't matter what it is. It seems like you're going to be going down if you end up challenging him. LSX going to be dropping to Mr. Rocker as well. Dowda going to be able to clean him up with the fist. 100-point lead now coming in for Don't Look at Me.
Yeah, and I feel like the more they play, the more they're a little bit more comfortable. They have good control. And once you get ahead like this, I mean, man, it's so much momentum. Focus on, like, they keep winning the little fights. They keep getting the kills. D-Trolley helping his man out, get the assist. I mean, this is clean gameplay right here.
Yeah, and Dowda is going to get that kill action agency. Feeling pretty good. As I believe he's on 11 right now. Going to be working for 15. If he's going to be able to get that, it's just going to be insane. I mean, there's going to be 12 right there, lining up 13. I mean, it's a problem on the map because guess what? Mr. Rocker's got a bat. Dowda's got a gunny. You're going to have to challenge one of them eventually.
Yeah, and they keep getting this bat on the field at really good times. Can he get the double?
No, he gave it up.
Little too far, but it's a firing line out here. You gotta be careful. They're getting lit up from every which way, and they just get mowed down. Goodness gracious.
And the bat drops. It looked like they were trying to pick it all up together. They were all grouped up, and that is just not a recipe for success whatsoever. Yes, you want to control that bat, but at what cost? And the
he's
cost
hungry. Look at him.
Might be game one. Ninjinzo, oh, you can't be stopping that as he's going to get a double kill. Finally, he's going to get dropped, but either way, Ninjinzo putting on a show.
Sometimes you just do it because it looks good, and I love the bat.
Listen, best power weapon in the game by far.
Need more bats.
Need more bats. Bat-only mode, I'm waiting for it.
They're out there.
Spicy.
It's fast.
I bet. That's going to be a big win coming in for Don't Look at Me. Going up 1-0 in this best of 3 to get sent to Sunday to battle it out for that $10,000 prize pool. I know these players right now, they are itching. They can feel it. It is right there at their fingertips. And also, I believe top 8 get paid as well. So once you make it to Sunday, you're getting a little cash in your pocket guaranteed.
It's going to pay for the trip. Look at that gas money, as Alex was talking about earlier.
1 tank of gas.
1 tank
$10,000.
$10,000. Oh, man, are
One
they doing
tank
so
split
well.
between 4 players.
They all get a little.
Everyone gets some love.
everybody gets some love. And here we go again, watching that MSI replay. Dude, there is so much good bad action. LSX, I feel like he looks like he's know what he's doing. He's trying his best.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just takes, like, if your team's got to somehow be able to follow up with you. He's doing a lot of great plays, but it just isn't enough when, well, look, don't look at me. You might as well just zoom in the next time we see him and just have, look, right?
I mean,
That's
listen,
your face.
Mr. Rocker and Dowda, in my opinion, they were far and above the MVPs, co-MVPs, in my opinion, for this game right here. I don't know who I would give it to, who I would say, you know, did quote-unquote better, because they were both putting in absolute highlight reel plays for us. So, Coach Bitey, who do you got as the MVP for that game?
You want me to be biased? Because I'm going to be biased about it right now. I called out that rail. I think it was LSX who went up there, grabbed the rail for me, and you know what? I'm giving it to him. I know we lost the game, but he brought it into play. And that's what you got to do sometimes. When it's sitting there lonely and neglected, you need to give the gun some love. So he took it out.
The coach has given the MVP to a player on the losing team. That is what we just witnessed, ladies and gentlemen. Disappointed.
Oh, jeez. Hey, I said that they'd probably win, okay? They're doing what they need to do, but here we are already rolling into crack domination. What's this break gonna look like? Here we go.
It's gonna look like walking over to C is gonna be the play. And gonna be capturing this one.
You say that so like we're walking to see, bud.
we don't portal today, you know, just straight walking there, you know.
It's okay, it's a walker's map. Don't you forget that.
Oh yeah, big time. And
oh man.
And being a walker is not gonna mix well with the shotguns, because guess what? You're gonna be walking right into that reticle, and it's gonna be problems for you.
Oh, man, we got these weapons on the board here. Vincenzo, it's time to cash out on that rocket. Gets one big bop. Here comes the second, the double Ruski. Reload. 1, 2. Oh, you could have put it through, but that's okay. Keep it safe. Right there. There we go.
Listen,
jump through.
One in the chamber is all he needs.
There we go.
To wreak some havoc is Vincenzo, currently off to a 5-1 start. Great stuff coming out of this roster. They've got the A-B hold. I mean, we preached about it all day long. You want to lock down A and B, keep them spawning down low at C, and that's exactly what this squad and Don't Look at Me are doing, as they currently have a 20-point advantage.
I just want to remind Vincenzo right there, reload that rocket and get that value there, soldier. You're going to get big plays out of that. Here we go. Hunting. Is that a double?
Oh, no.
Oh, right between them.
Unfortunate for sure, but what's not unfortunate is Dowda's sniper shot. The accuracy definitely coming out there, as he's going to be taking out a large hugger. And that's a very interesting name. First time saying that one today, but you know, I like it.
He's got big arms, and I like big hugs.
Who doesn't like a big hug, you know?
We'll put one up after.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a large hugger, he might need a hug after this if they go down 2-0, because guess what? He's going to be out of the tournament, at least out of Pool C. Still could come back the next day and fight back, but right now, they're going to need to fight back in this game, because they are trying to push this one to that stadium team deathmatch for Game 3.
And I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of Luciano here on the rifle. Right now, he's just trying to find those shots. He's holding a pretty good angle here. Once they get one pick right here, hit that shot, get that rifle back out.
No.
It's okay. Teammates are here.
Yep.
We need to start planning for that next little cap. Oh, all right. Fondling the guns. All right. Touch them around. I guess just leave the rifle there.
Yeah, just leave it on the ground. Why not? But it's going to be an AC hold still coming out for Don't Look at Me. So early on, it was the AB hold. Finally, Spontaneous were able to get control of B, but you know what? Don't Look at Me said, that's fine. We'll just go get C, and they've been holding that 2-cap for a while now, so long to the point where, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? They find themselves with over a 100-point lead right now, and they've still got B and C locked down, and they're not looking back.
Yeah, we're looking at the Don't Look at Me, and I'm just going to say you just got to look. You just got to look.
I mean, listen.
I'm telling you, like, they're just doing well. They're covering each other. They're holding what they need to. And to be honest, they just look disciplined with the way that they're playing together. And I mean, I would almost hesitate to say it, but they look like they might just seal this out in a convincing fashion.
Yeah, currently up by 150, and that number just keeps on climbing up. And as you guys know, it is first to 700, so they are just about halfway there. Don't Look at Me. I mean, it's hard to not look at them when they're putting on this kind of a show right now.
Yeah, it's looking like a little bit of a clinic, but LSX trying his best. He has the shotgun in hand, trying to bring B under control. Maybe he can get that back over to A at some point, but here comes the rocket.
Yeah.
Dauda looking for the big kaboom double.
And being able to perfectly read where those players are going to be landing. Just great rocket usage coming out of Dauda yet again. 13 and 4 on the map. But he's not even the top fragger for his team. You got Nincenzo with 16, Mr. Rocker with 15. They are putting in work, ladies and gentlemen. And Dauda, he's going to be adding insult to injury with this rocket. Going to be looking for one last kill with this final rocket in hand. And he's going to be able to go 4 for 4 with the rockets. And that is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, when you cash out a weapon like that, I think he even just decided to leave the shotgun there on the field. Who needs it when you got 4 big bazookas to clear them right out? And I'm telling you, man, they have so much control of this map. But finally, oops, somebody fell off there, but finally there's a little bit of momentum coming out of Spontaneous frags, maybe?
Yeah, but it's just still going to be this AB hold. And you can see the frustration coming out of the player cams, man. I love these player cams. You really get to see, their expressions, whether after they get a kill, whether they get taken out. You saw that player just, oh, man, he was going through it right there. And sometimes, sometimes kills can feel like that. Sometimes you really feel like you should have won these engagements, but right now it's going to be Spontaneous that aren't going to be feeling like they're winning much at all, because this AB hold has been held down for over a minute now from Don't Look At Me, and they have ballooned this lead to 240 points.
Yeah, and we've been watching a lot of other Dom games lately, and you'd always see it's neck and neck in this map. You can usually get a little bit of hills off of each other, take control of the positions for a while, and it would be close. But this is probably the furthest apart we've been on Crag today, and it's just looking like Spontaneous just isn't quite figuring out the ways that they need to play this map out. And like you were saying, with some of these deaths, arena shooters are pretty unforgiving. Once you get into these weird spawn trips, you have things like this happening where you just feel like you can't get out of the washer.
Yeah, precisely, and right now Accident is sitting at 12 and 10 right now, but that pistol, I don't know how that's going to be faring against the likes of Dauda and company, because they are coming through like a wrecking ball. And guess what? We've only got 100 points remaining before Don't Look At Me are going to be punching their ticket to Sunday.
Yeah, and look at this tri-cap.
Yeah.
It sat there every single second. That's 3 points to win. I think that looks like a concede almost. If you're just going to be ducking like that, oh my goodness, a 3-man kill and himself. He's taking everybody with him. Wow, what an explosion.
Yeah, right now, everything is a go for these teams, because there's only a few seconds remaining. Don't Look At Me, They have done it. As you see right now, Spontaneous understand the situation. They understand Don't Look At Me are going to be moving on to Sunday. Your 6th team to punch their ticket there. Whew. Getting to battle it out for $10,000. Congrats to them.
Yeah, it was a good showing. I'm telling you, man, these teams, they show up, they start learning, and I feel like it's like, okay, we're in the pools, we're in the deep end, in the shallow end. I don't really know what end I'm in, but I've been working on it all day long, and you just see, as it goes on, these players get better and better, and because we've done the same maps over and over and over, they get to, understand the meta. And I'm pretty sure we also talk about it so much that they're getting the idea. The ones who are really paying attention are putting it in, and they're making roles for each other. And that team looked great.
Yeah, precisely.
We're looking.
Watching these teams be able to grow and learn right before our very eyes is just so incredible to witness. And now, we get to see all these teams that are going to be making it to Sunday. So far we've got 6 that have already made their way. As Don't Look At Me are the one to do it most recently. But listen, there's still 2 more teams that are going to be qualifying tomorrow. So who knows, man? I don't know if Spontaneous is going to be coming back with a different roster. Who knows what's going to be happening tomorrow. But either way, I'm looking forward to seeing this squad in the future.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see how they do on Sunday. How far a team gets with the competition that we've seen when the teams are even like this. It's so refreshing. I can't explain how exciting it is to watch these teams battle it back and forth with each other. And it's such a good look. Oh, here we go with the MSI highlights right now. Bat play, buoy right there, knocking them right out. I only wish the bass was just a little bit louder.
Listen, MSI They are providing extraordinary equipment, and that bat is providing extraordinary plays and extraordinary highlights as well. So it's only right that we get the MSI highlights rolling.
Yeah, and I mean, you can just see, like, don't look at me. I feel like just drop the don't if you're listening. I know you can hear me now. You got those headsets off. But we can just look, and they have been showcasing really effective team play. I don't know if anybody really, like, stepped up and over each other. Like, they all contributed to the plays, and it was great.
Precisely, and that's what you want to see is a well-rounded team effort, and that's why this squad, and don't look at me, they're going to be having very high aspirations when Sunday does roll around. I'm sure, you know, they're going to be figuring out, you know, ways to practice, get all that in order, because guess what? $10,000 is on the line. I am figuring out a way to practice. I don't care if I'm opening up the laptop at the hotel. I'm figuring out something, because with this much money on the line Sunday, whew, and the talent in these teams, my goodness, like from top to bottom, the 6 teams so far that we have seen qualify for Sunday, it's going to be a war. That's all I know.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing that the teams might not realize is that I believe we're doing bands, or at the very minimum, it's going to be different maps. So you might want to get one of these stations or terminals here and play a little bit of Splitgate, just figure out what you like. Look, you know, Stadium was in there. It's fun. I'm telling you right now, get a little bit of Stadium on there. Get some good action.
Oh, yeah, Stadium is definitely a staple in Splitgate. I mean, listen, if you've loaded up Splitgate, went into probably 2 pubs, one of them was probably gonna be Stadium, I'm not gonna lie. You know, Stadium is just super popular, and you can see the enjoyment, the excitement coming out of this squad, and don't look at me. I mean, listen, they are hyped, they are happy, and for a reason. And let me just say, all day long, this squad, and don't look at me, was giving us big time plays. So shout out to this entire roster, because they were absolutely cooking today.
Yeah, it looks so good out there. I mean, you know, you get these big time plays, as Rome always says, and I am just feeling the hype with this whole thing. You know, as a pro, it's like, do these games really inspire me? And it's like, yeah, I'm feeling it. Even though, like, it's like, oh, you're the professional. It's like, you look at the talent and you look at all this passion, and I just get excited. I get right into it.
Oh, yeah, precisely. So let's go ahead and toss things over to Alex right now, who does have our player interview all ready to go.
We are ready over here for the interview. I have Dauda and Nincenzo with me. Is that correct, Nincenzo?
That's correct, yeah.
Is that like is that a knockoff Nintendo you get at a garage sale in New Jersey? What is a Nincenzo?
It was just my Halo username, so I don't even know where it came from.
Yeah, I like it. I'll take that on a T-shirt. And then don't look at me. Is that a command? Should we have not done this? Should we have just let you go home?
You know, I kind of thought we should just go home when we were asked for a team name, but then it just stuck.
Well, hey, there you go. I like that too. And it's words we can all live by. Don't look at me. Although, unfortunately, that's my job. Very good performance. I thought you guys had it in you, but there was some doubts. I don't want to throw them under the bus, but Rome did say that he thought you guys were going to lose because you did have a little bit of trouble. You did win, but you had a little bit of trouble facing off against We've Never Played. What happened in that first match?
To be honest with you, we don't know. I mean, we're kind of in the same boat of not really playing the game, so we're still also trying to figure everything out. And then,
so you've also not really played the game a lot. You're just less honest.
Yeah, we basically have, I think, like 5 hours across the entire team. So.
Wow. So out of everybody combined, about 5 hours. You downloaded it on Steam and then were like, I got it.
Yeah, basically.
All right, there you go.
Just wanted to see how far we could go.
Well, pretty far. You're on the stage talking to me, so you did pretty well. Then what made you guys get here? Is it just FPS skill? Are you guys very? You guys probably aren't very adept. Is it hard? Why are you guys up here on stage?
At least for me and with most of us, we do like to play FPSs a lot. We grew up on them most of the time, so we thought, hey, we're at PAX, might as well sign up for something.
Might as well win. I wish I could just roll over and be like, well, you know, some people have said, like, if you come into something with a completely blank mind, you're better than people who are veterans because you have a new perspective. That's how I do my job. Nothing's going on up here. Do you think that gives you a little leg up in the competition when you know you're going to play against really good teams? Exactly. See, that's what I'm talking about. That is the strategy that they're going for. Nothing's happening. You guys do have a lot of friends here sitting right here. You have a lot of people pointing phones at you, or they're going to take you to court. That's usually when they record you that much. I have no idea why. Who are these people?
These are just the guys that we play games with all the time.
That's a weird way to say friends. These are guys we play games with all the time. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, we don't even know them. I don't know any of their names. I don't even know who this guy is.
There you go. That's more of that blank mind stuff we talked about. A lot of money is on the line. Is there anything you guys are looking at if you do take away some cash on Sunday?
Not really, because we're not expecting to, but...
Another classic answer from Don't Look at Me. Maybe we can get you a real Nintendo or Nintendo, whatever. We'll play even more Mario Brothers. Guys, give them a round of applause for Don't Look at Me. They did fantastic. You guys can go backstage. Go clear your mind. Not that you have to work too hard. That is it for day 2 of PAX East 2022 here at the PAX Arena. Thank you all so much for coming here. Give yourselves a round of applause. That's easy. You're less excited about that one. Okay, it's fine. Instead of self-loathing, let's go ahead and do some sponsor loathing. I want to thank every sponsor, every partner we have here. Give them a round of applause for making today possible here on stage, making the and funding the Almost Pro 10K Open. I want to thank Razer, Excedrin, and MSI. See, they love those. You don't like the idea of sponsors, you just love them individually. They're the reason for the season. They're the reason we can do all this, so thank you to them. Thank you everyone who watched at home. Thank you to the production team, and thank you, me. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more video games. We have the Spin Valorant Showcase tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. Tune in here tomorrow morning. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.